for battle. This is more than just a game. Breaking through the silence. It's time to stand up. It's up to the fear. It's time to rise up. Now is the moment. Now is the time to win or die. To win or die. To win or die. To win or die. The moment you want so bad. Stand united. Got metal in my hand, we roll, yeah, we keep coming on. We have the scroll, yeah, rise up to the sky. The enemy is here, we win or die. We win or die. Win or die. To win or die, the moment you want so bad. Stand
It goes down, but already an action-filled match. We even saw pretty early on VC, one of the teams that I was concerned a little bit about here to get things going. We're doing some pretty stellar stuff up to the north.
Yeah, to be honest, when you asked me about OGN, I was thinking about VC because of the fact that these guys put up 9 kills in this game. They went out in 7th place, but they fought tooth and nail nonstop. They took out some big teams. They dropped Tempo Storm. They set traps. They got Gex when they tried to rotate into them. It was a really well-executed game for a team that had a lot to prove, I think.
What I really loved is they were able to gatekeep effectively with just 2 guys alive. They managed to get so many kills. They were playing like there were 4, but there were only 2 guys doing it. It was a beautiful play from them.
Showing dominance, being just 2 guys, but still super aggressive. Making sure that, hey, if you run into us in the next game, we're still going to wipe you.
Mixi, man, I know that Uba wins the fight in the end, but Mixi won it from the start. That 2-for-1 was the perfect exchange. Uba comes in and cleans up. You can call him the janitor if you want, because whenever he leaves a fight, it is sparkling.
The 1-2 punch, though, cleans cleaned up by a grenade towards the Vendetta as we have starting things off Gen G and Infantry. This fight did not end for a while.
It looked bad for Gen G, but it was all about timing, getting those 2 knocks on Infantry. That was the key of success, because with that, he could go for the rest on Esther.
One of my fears with Gen G is Pio. He's taking on the great role at the team, but he's often overextended or out of position. In this fight, we saw Pio was pretty far away when this fight broke out and had to make his way all the way over. Ultimately, they win, but it cost them big time because of that, and I wonder if that'll carry on throughout the tournament.
Another thing I loved here was the ace pull-up here. Managing to survive with 4 guys, taking out a lot of the T1 players and taking a lot of territory away here. So extremely well played for them. Managed to survive from time, got some kills. This is what they needed after a good first game.
One thing's for sure, going into phase 3, a very difficult start for a lot of these teams because there was not that much playable area. And even then, a lot of that beach area toppage was hard to play anyway.
I mean, it's almost impossible to play, but as Matt Cawthon would say, sometimes you got to roll the dice and take a risk. Na'Vi does that. They came in, they took fight after fight. They did survive longer than I expected them to, but not a great game for anybody who gets stuck on the beach, and it was just a disaster for anybody stuck outside of Sev.
I mean, if it was anybody that took a little bit of a risk, it was G2 with a long rotation.
Sure.
They basically did the phase rotation.
Let's take a look. Starting things off spicy. We got quite the circle once again, and already a few kills early on.
Infantry set a trap and got him easily there. We see Moody try to take a man out of a car, but the rest of his team was nearby, and it just was not meant to be.
It was a rough time. Temple Stone, though, actually showing up for once. They got themselves 8 kills, and we saw some of them popping off here.
Yeah, I mean, you say for once, they had a rough start. They made up on this one. It wasn't a good circle for them, and they still managed to get themselves into this. They picked up 8 kills in that game and got 4th place, so they're back above the cut line, as you heard them talk about earlier.
I want to say, though, Infantry and Na'Vi, these guys, we've had an eastern circle, we've had a northern circle, we've had a northeastern circle as well. It's all away from their home turf. They have long rotations. They're going to come effectively in the last time. They're going to come in the second circle. They're going to be on the edge, so they're forced to play like this. Nice to see, though, from Tempo being able to come from the west again and come in here with some kills. 8 kills, I believe, in total. Managed to get some placement points as well.
You are one of the best teams, so if you're playing here, you should be able to adapt to that. Even if you're not getting circles, you need to be able to prevail.
Absolutely. Now, I want to give shout-outs. I think Ghost did very well. They came in second with that 7th place finish. Hey, you see right here, pinned behind the crate. There's not much you can do at this point. T1 did a good job of spreading out and just sort of locking them up. But there was no utility left for Ghost. We saw them spend a lot to make sure that Entis Ace wasn't able to push them, even to the point where McCoy was taking risks. They got that double knock on him.
Of course, this tournament is in part brought to you by HyperX, one of our SSD providers, which is one of the correct sponsors for this tournament. But we get into things, and overall, very fast and furious to start off things.
This is a moment where we see the biggest nope, I think, in PUBG history here. We get the burn down on the bike, and then the rest of the team just says, nope, not crossing that bridge.
Well, that happens, and that's why we saw some of the teams actually avoiding the bridge. Ghost Gaming, for example, even though they were really late, they went on the south side, and they went south of the bridge instead.
Pio with a nice burn down. We saw G2 in that chat. Chris did last late into the game, but G2 just seems to be off. And it seems like every rotation is just not Chris. They have one guy surviving, and Chris is good, but Chris is not going to win these games in a 1v4 scenario.
I mean, to that point, though, they're going to be a little bit concerned about their road currently here at PGC, surely.
They have 2 new guys on the roster. Those 2 new guys doesn't have as much experience, and that's hitting them right now.
Sure, especially on the international stage, I suppose, when it comes to all of this.
There was 5 teams left, and Fuzz still had no optics, by the way. Just to throw that out there.
Yeah, he had no sides. It was Iron Sides M4, Spring Down, still killing a lot of people, but with this, with FaZe getting 3rd, looks like they're already...
As a whole, very southern circle, which did limit some of the play area when it came to how much water was visible here, and already Infantry starting off early with some kills.
Yeah, Paper called this a PKL circle, that's sort of dealing with the south rotations, and we talked about the hardest rotations on this map at the start are north to south, and everybody had to make that move. And some teams made it early. Envy had a good compound, but ultimately it did not work out for them because with so little space, with such easy pushes, it can cost you big time.
Sure, Na'Vi might have won the game, but at the same time, I feel like this is not the Na'Vi we know. They're not explosive, they're not aggressive, they're not getting the kills. That's the Na'Vi we usually see in PL.
One thing that I liked about Na'Vi, though, or felt like Na'Vi at least, was their kind of southern position to then push up towards the north.
Overall, their positioning is actually really great, but they had 4 guys alive in kind of the center position, lost 2 players. I feel like they could have had a lot more kills. They could have maybe even won the game if they pushed back and made sure that Tempo Storm stayed outside and northern side. But here, Pokemon are making the right choice. He had to take him out, try to push in. They still get third with some kills. Yeah. So with a decent, like a top
only 2 kills.
Only 2.
With a top 5 in the last game.
The entire team. They can't deal with Loki, but they got Esther now down to 2. Nice shots on the team, and a nade to follow from Senya to win to close off the first day of PGC.
Loki needs to look back down towards the left, see if he sees anybody that's weakened. Gonna instead takes the shots back over, back down to a 2v1. It's back into a 1v1. Loki's looking around. It's a peak battle back and forth. Instead, gonna go out for the Molotovs. Gonna go a little bit far. He just wants to get the kills that he can get. Pokemon Loki playing around this hillside. The blue is coming in. We're in the last circle right now. Loki patiently waiting to see how's this peak gonna go through. This is so nerve-wracking for both players. Loki's wanting to play it aggressive, while Pokemon is just trying to play off the smokes, kill the player, so that way he can't feed information based off of his positioning. So now the reposition does pay off. Going out for another flashbang, just trying to get a little bit more space off of this thing if he can get it. That is a ton of flashbangs out, but it's back behind the rock for Pokemon. Loki's just gonna flush out another one. So Pokemon Loki still playing around this hillside.
Still a lot of time here with the blue. Pokemon doesn't have to rush this. He's still got the rock, but Loki ever closer, creeping towards the center. Headshot in range here for Loki, now at the tree. Pokemon and Loki both out of utility. They've used everything they've got here. Only the 2 times on the 4-16 for Loki. Lands the headshot. Does he have the heals though? Loki's pushing up. Loki picks up the headshot win. 3v1 in the end against RV. And what a way for Gen G to close out day number 1. 12 kill win into the top 8.
Gonna be a legend.
It's always great to see the eye tracking software giving us a bit of extra detail as to what's going on.
Lift me from the ground. Talk to me, I love that sound. Out of words when you're around. I've been
try and get themselves into those semi-finals. No, the Bloodhound died first. It's unfortunate.
It's very unfortunate, but he was also extremely overextended. Also, Lazarus, they have to be happy for them getting this amount of points because they lost 2 players extremely early by being in a greedy 2-2 split. Nice try from Uncivil, though. Got 1 player down, but didn't manage to connect the next one.
I mean, it was a good attempt at defense. They ended up getting very deep, like you said, considering their losses. They fell into a good Lazarus defensive style of play. And then we sort of saw the fights going out from here. Rumblers, a team that managed to pick up 5 kills in a very Rumbler-esque style. They either get 5 kills and 12 or, you know, 3rd and 12. Like, that's just the way they play. Is they're looking for fights, and they did that in this match.
I mean, you can look back on Rumblers at the GLL Grand Slam and how they did there. They had 2 terrible games to start with, but they came back strong and got themselves 2 wins. Same here. It could happen later
They're a team with a high upside in a 6-game series, in my opinion. Genesis, you saw, they started in Pachinki, they rotated away. They had to fight their way back. They ended up finishing, I think, okay. They got themselves into a decent spot with an okay kill count, but ultimately getting back into Pachinki hurts ya.
To round things out, TSM even getting themselves the strength of the position here and eventually finishing off the remaining members of Lazarus and Africa Freaks Fatal.
I do want to give a shout out. I feel like we haven't given enough love to Freaks on this game.
Now let Frost talk. Frost, take it away. Tell me about this game.
4 a.m. I mean, we saw him do a lot of greedy splits even early on in the game. They had a 2-2 towards the shelter and towards the south in the flat top. But this is what it came down to. Liquid versus Lazarus in that drive-by. And one of the key things was that I think Luke, he stopped early on, making sure he could take another angle on Liquid when they took that fight.
Are you okay, Toppies?
I mean, that was fun. that was my highlight for the entire game. It was awesome to watch. They took the fight. Both teams just committed, and it was too much fun. So much fun.
There you go. Too much fun, Avenger.
It was.
Too much fun.
It was not too much fun. It was the appropriate amount of fun, in my opinion.
Welcome to Denmark, where everything is sensible. It was the appropriate amount of fun.
No, overall, what I really liked was Sunsister third party on TSM after they were done with cleaning up. Honestly, it was the perfect timing for them. It was nice to see, and it's nice to see this from Sunsister. I not expect this kind of play style from them and aggression, so it's nice to see that they also managed to get some push.
But also finding Whalers straight away after that as well. That was an important thing for them.
Into everything. So here we go. And obviously a lot of teams have a little bit of a harder time trying to get over to that position. But for Sunsister at the start of the fight, it was all right.
I mean, they shot out the tire here. Lazarus did the best with what they could in that situation. They didn't expect to get caught on this road. Remember, it was a military shift, so they didn't expect 4 people to be sort of waiting for this late rotation in the Jeep. Fortunately, they had some players already in boats, and they ended up getting taken down.
Boris, thoughts?
Overall, yeah, as you said, unfortunate for Lazarus. Also unfortunate for Liquid. They got taken out here. Very nice shots here from Lugon. Nice reactions time. But overall, we saw the center compound on the top hill being very open for a long time. Again, Atletico was on the western side for a very, very long time, just chilling out there, passive. They should have prepped with third party this fight. This fight here, DTN against the Africa Freaks, they should have third party. They try to get some points from that as well.
They were on the way to actually third party that, but they decided, let's fall back. It's not worth it. We see the new circle, want to make ourselves get into a good, better position first.
As that flank we were talking about, as Yanli comes around and finds them in an offside, they make it a 3v2, and there's just no cover left once he takes that solo tree that was so important. But you're right, they had the push potentially. They could have third partied, but I think it was
the day. And of course, you were mentioning someone like Team Liquid down towards the bottom. I think they significantly increased their points coming in, but to start things off, Gustav with the Vector. Pop, pity, pop, pop, pop.
TSM playing the SMG fight, taking out Detonator straight away. Detonator not looking too hot right now.
Very unfortunate for them, but nice pull-up from TSM, making sure and basically denying them to get onto this point here. And then overall holding that. They got 15 kills. This is a new record, guys.
Oof. I mean, that's what it comes down to. Once they're able to defuse that team, they can move into a better position, start to lock up good area control, and then TSM just becomes unstoppable at that point.
A lot of the Chinese teams are playing the edge. QM, we saw them playing the edge once again. One thing they did do was holding the other teams out, but it did hurt them in the long run, though.
And now we do see some of this edge play right now is sort of Force and QM and HQ. All these teams have made these pushes from the outside of the circle. They're usually comfortable playing in blue. This feels a bit passive out of some of these teams. They're looking for kills more than looking for strictly wins.
I kind of like it, though. You're playing Sanhok only one time here during the group stage. You want to just rack up kills. You don't know what your opponents are going to do, and you can't look back at it and go for the next game.
Man, that was not the window to jump through.
unfortunate, to say the least.
And
Team Liquid?
Even more unfortunate for Santi. He actually got 2 of the knocks. Nerf and K-Mine went down. Got knocked out, but then Iro and Roy here. Roy getting 1 down, but Iro with a massive Kobe here. Stealing basically and denying the kills from Santi.
I mean, Samty had a shot right there to basically...
Boom! Got you. So I guess it's not Halloween anymore. Let's take a look at everything going down here. Avenger, what did you make?
The beginning here for TSM, they managed to get 2 kills in the beginning. Lost a player though, but overall, bit of the whole area in general, it's very open. It's very flat territory once you get into the area. Rumblesville is sitting very comfortable in the middle. That's why they didn't get that many kills before until the end. But there was a lot of fights, and especially in the eastern side, a lot of big tension fights. 4 AM here pulling up on the TSM compound because they knew there was a party going on.
A party, yeah. That's true.
Wow. Wow. Nice. Great pickup for us.
Well, we had TSM and 4 AM fighting here. One thing was that we saw Molotovs being used. We did not see a Molotov coming in from, was it Ivy that went for the bike?
We see QM and OGN starting it off, and really going into this game, it was certainly all about the teams that were around the middle point of the rankings and how they were going to play out. And look, I don't think it probably lived up to the expectations I had for this game, but in the end, Genesis were, I guess, the team to come from the bottom 8 to the top 8 in that final match.
They left it to the very bitter end to actually qualify, but they've qualified nonetheless. They are going to be in semi-finals. The one thing we can take away from this, for the last 2 days, in fact, you know what, for this entire competition, is that for these 3 weeks, including yesterday and today, it's going to be a Shark Tank. Tomorrow will be just phenomenal, and unfortunately, we're on the road to what is a $3 million prize pool, and we have to lose 8 teams. We start to lose team now, and it really will become a reality to others that this could be very short-lived competition.
Well, I mean, as the teams decrease, the prize pool actually is slowly increasing as well, so it makes it hurts even more. And you don't want to be going home early. There's going to be, I think, quite a few players that will be sleepless tonight, going into tomorrow, nervous. They've got to now watch the VODs. They've got to look at the... And not only that, but they've been scrimming against their respective groups all week. And now you've got 8 new teams.
Through the elimination day and already starting things off, some running and gunning, cherry popping, getting the poppins.
Overall, some different drops. I'm happy to see how it evolved. Also, some crazy circles. I like to see this urban circle, but it wasn't really an urban circle. A lot of teams, they decided to go in there anyway, and it ended up costing them a lot.
Let's be honest, the 2 big winners were the 2 that took a lot of gamble, VC and QM. QM, they went for Yasnaya. They thought Sucker were going to go in there.
Yeah.
VC thought the other thing. They said, hey, let's not go in there because everybody else is going to be there.
And this play from Samty here, staying silent until he knows that there's some space to come out. And with the cover from the guys on the south side of Yasnaya, then they made sure that they could vibe up Atletico. And this is not good for Atletico. This start is not what they needed to get started off.
Oh, absolutely not. As this was going down, though, you already mentioned QM making a little bit of a gamble. They had an insane 2-2 split throughout some of those mid-circles, and then they opted to go into Yasnaya, which I was like, whoa, why are you going there? But they really did make it work with 13 kills at the end for us.
They were even more greedy than a 2-2 split. They started off with a 2-1-1 split.
Right, yeah.
Actually taking a lot of ground, but they did swap that up a little bit. It turned into another 2-1-1 split. But the whole thing was that they wanted to control. Nobody was punishing them for it.
I mean, the reality is, had they stayed there, they would have had
As we have everything starting off. This shit.
Their first place curse.
This shit.
Well, so, okay, VC had this shed first. Then W-Click, they came in, they cleared it out, they took over it, but VC wanted revenge. It didn't work out though.
It looked like Christmas there when they finally cleaned them out. There were so many boxes of just gifts laying around. They were fully geared and got to come out from that point. Let's jump over to Team Liquid as they get into a fight and get another disappointing game for a team that we thought was in the top 3 to win this entire thing.
I have no words for what Liquid is doing right now. It's not working out for them.
3 kills first games, 3 kills this game as well. But overall, nice to see from Envy. They managed to play really well here. They could have won it all, but Dogman's just too strong.
Armory creates a veritable red zone as Envy comes sliding into this spot. Caps has a good idea with the flash. Didn't get executed right, as you brought up earlier, Martin, and it just didn't work for him.
Actually, before that, we saw Pat Caps actually throwing smokes towards the yellow house, trying to smoke away the vision from Armory Gaming so he could push up as well. That was really nicely done. But he was on the rooftop, so it didn't really matter.
Very much so. The final moments there as Armory Gaming finishes off for day number 3 of PGC. And we started things off with a Duckman's play, as always. Unfortunately for him, though, it didn't end great.
It didn't end great, but one of the best highlights in this game probably is this one that is coming up after this, with Duckman actually just turns.
This turn here, with 10 HP, just turned
absolutely insane. On that distance.
And the amount of respect that Sun Sister gave him on this like super long, like nobody peeked until both sides were covered. Nobody messes with Duckman.
QM and VC going head-to-head here in the beginning turned out very wrong for QM, very unfortunate for them, but that started the snowball for VC. They managed to get so many kills in this game, guys.
Oh, yeah.
12, not bad.
Big 12 kills, and then they got themselves a good spot towards the end. Nicely done against QM. Moving on here, coming in from the south side of this circle, can be a little bit treacherous. We saw them have to go down that kind of big slope for us, which really did, you know, work in the end, I suppose.
I mean, they played so well on the edge, make sure that this is what we were talking about, right? Picking the right fights. They were picking the right fights all the time, make sure we can win this one and then go on to the next one straight away. Then this move here.
Well, for me, this is where VC shines. VC is their best when they're chasing the spot, right? When they're like, man, we're forced to pick fights. They pick good times to do it. And then when they get the circle, like we see here, I think they tend to let off the gas a little bit, and that lets people sort of move around them and catch them off guard.
That was basically the only misplay VC did throughout the whole game.
It was beautiful.
They still got a
actually, as we get into the proceedings of things and running and gunning and running and gunning, WClick getting some points early.
Atletico did not expect anybody to be in this position this late. The circle was already moving in, and it cost them basically the game. They lost 3 players in that rotation. Infantry, though, they managed to stay on the edge, bridge camp or gatekeep a lot of people, and get so many kills throughout this. Same did GEX, well, actually.
But G2 goes out there as well. I mean, we probably won't see them again, but WClick did manage to get 6 kills with that late rotation, so at least they put a couple extra points on the board. Infantry, you mentioned them, 11 kills, big game for them in this lobby, putting up some huge numbers as we watch them pushing out of the blue. They played right on the edge. That's what you have to do. If you don't get the circle, play on the edge and look for those kills, and Lin nailed that fight.
Ultimately,
definitely.
Them getting that many kills here, Froz, and the position of the 5th place, that means huge moves for them potentially here in this lobby.
Yeah, coming into this game, I mean, Infantry, they were on 12th place. So they were still behind there, but after this one, I'm pretty sure we're going to see them towards the top now.
Also, Red Canids managed to get some kills and a good placement. In the end, though, VC again, guys, with a win, massive kill here. And Tide is going to close it out.
The world's widest peak.
This is a wide peak, but
without a helmet, guys. Without a helmet.
It was a nice transition over to the left side afterwards, so.
Yeah.
This is an I've already qualified peak.
Yeah, I'd go with that. Yeah,
but it was smart too because it was such a wide peak when that first, you know,
one more to come here. Team MV. Ooh-wee. Careful, careful. Calm down. Okay.
An early fight is gonna cost Liquid 1 player early here, and also ended up costing them 1 more. Unfortunate. And Envy, it's looking very rough for them. They need to have a massive game going into the last game. It was some early rotations for them, but yeah, Infantry Clan is just too strong in this position here.
At the same time, you gotta respect what they did. They tried to go for the points early on because they know that they need it, and it was a chance, but it didn't work out this time. 1 more game, 1 more chance for them.
I mean, it's one of those things where they've been playing not for the early points for so long in this tournament so far that I think it might be too little too late. And obviously that crash didn't go well with 2 knocks before they even left their cars, which is a really tough situation.
An unfortunate position for Crow Crowd, having to traverse this area, it feels like, for us.
Yeah, this is not what they wanted to see. Nuki in the back there as well. In the blue, he couldn't do anything about it because he was healing up. Else he could have covered the others, but because it was a little bit too late, it didn't work out at all.
That's accepting your death.
He flinched like a spider briefly. And like, well, you know.
Here's the sword
You could hear him. He heard the dink and was like, all right.
Yeah, I'll take it. That's fine. We have Zoimate, unfortunately for him, eventually going down. But as you already mentioned, very important for him to try and make something happen there.
Yeah, that was...
On something like this, on an elimination stage, it's the hardest thing in the world that we have to let 8 teams go.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at a few highlights from this final game. We can see WClick losing one early to Envy. Unfortunately, Envy was not able to pull much together after that fact. Detonator, again, running into Rumblers, our one Korean squad that didn't make that the top teams here. A really, really rough day for them, unfortunately, because it's such a good squad. And that's something that you hate to say because so many of these teams are so deserving of being in this tournament, and it just happened to be we had to send 8 home, and that's how it is.
It's probably going to be the same scenario as yesterday where we saw Genesis win the final game. We confirmed their position. Credit where credit's due. I'm taking absolutely nothing away from Andy, Rusty Zero, Raspu, and Psycho. They bided their time and they moved and they approached the final fights perfectly. You could see what they were doing while other teams were shooting. They back-built a system together to essentially form a line and move as a unit, clear out all the enemies, get the win under the belt, get the frags that they needed.
This is the second chance that the teams are going to get here, and this will be the last chance if they don't make it. So they got to step up right now.
I mean, every chip that they have left is on the table, and these teams have to go all in. For some of them, like Liquid, the deck is stacked against them, where they've got to really, really push out of the gate hard to sort of get that momentum to catch up to the top teams.
I think it's going as expected, except for Team Liquid. That's the only, Team Liquid and Detonator. I'm surprised they're in this lobby.
See Detonator's in a little bit of trouble here. Yep, okay, a lot bit of trouble as they go out in 12th place. That is bad news for that squad. As you can see, they were sitting in 13th going into this.
One team for sure that's going home. Maybe G2.
Definitely G2, I think.
Like G2 and Liquid don't look like they're in a good spot.
Yeah, I feel like G2, they've been doing so bad for like 2 days now. They're not showing any sign of coming back.
G2 is falling apart here as GYY coming up clutch.
Nelo's left in a very, very difficult situation, to say the least.
Nelo's doing everything he can to keep G2 in this.
That would suggest that he doesn't have bandages, he doesn't have stims, and he also no longer has a place on this server because G2 are dead.
There are teams that they're so powerful that they can just come back with back-to-back wins or even insane games.
4 versus 2, Team Liquid are returning. Do not count out Team Liquid. 11 kill win. They have returned.
Made some good zones for us. Yeah, good zones. Yeah. About time. We've had only hardships from us, so it's been really rough. But at the same time, we've been playing like shit.
방금 뒤에 리퀴드가 1등 했던 것처럼 저희도 1등해서 세미파이널까지 노력해봐야죠.
Looking risky.
Oh, Detonator.
Oh no.
Right now the last remaining player up for the squad from Korea.
And
that's going to do it.
It detonator, 16th place in this one.
More comfortable. 我们就比较舒服一点。那是他，可是那是他。
Teams like this, to the Latin America teams, I feel like they're gonna go home today.
They want to play a spoiler to this. QM, one more player, 2 individuals. That's 2 points, 2 potential frags. Jupsy, QM, they're both there.
Yiz is going to go down, and yes, that's going to be Red Cannons with a 5-kill win. We don't know how the placements are. We gotta give respect and props to Red Cannons, the Latin American team coming out of nowhere here in the final game.
Eu acho que os últimos jogos, querendo ou não, a gente teve pouco de ajuda da Safe, mas a gente conseguiu fechar esse último jogo bem e a gente conseguiu pontuar bem também no São Roque e foi o que ajudou a gente a classificar.
There are 3 PEL teams in this elimination group, and 3 PEL teams did not make it. The next 8 teams that are going to be following them are to your left-hand side of your screen right there.
I forgot who was in the group. I just know it's the hardest group. I think there's 2 OGN.
It's Genji, both OGN.
Yeah, both OGN.
And then there's
I think
Navi is in there.
And
Genesis is in there. Ifty is in there as well. NBC. Oh yeah.
VC's nuts. Yeah, I think VC is really good also.
We won't have such a hard time in the group because of the teams that are in the group. They're good teams, but they don't play the same play style as us. So I think we won't be running into them too much.
We have really good teams, but we also have like the 2 weakest teams in my opinion, so that helps as well.
Who are the 2 weakest?
I'm not gonna say.
Who are the strongest?
4 AM and FaZe and a Freak of Freaks, so that's gonna be difficult.
We're just happy that there's not teams like hard contesting us in our group, you know what I mean? Like none of the teams that are dropping super close to us ended up in our group, so that's always good.
So you're pretty confident?
I mean, you never know, but obviously we're happy with our group, so.
We didn't make it.
No,
we didn't make it.
No.
Wait, we're still 8th place though. If CC, Atletico, and
No,
Red
but
Eye.
Atletico, if Atletico kills CC, they already make it.
Look at how all the other teams are playing and prepare even better for tomorrow and Sunday. It's going to be extremely good for these guys to kind of have that advantage.
If I'm everybody else, I'm terrified though. This roster on this Group C is full of teams that thrive on last day mechanics, last day play, and I'm worried if I'm an A or B.
What we saw from Ghost during the group stage was more than we expected from them.
Yeah.
I hope they can keep it up here in the summers as well, because they're definitely going to need that being in this group here.
Gotta agree. 5th place for them throughout Group A. Saw them rocketing through, not having to play on the eliminations. But here is Group A and B. This is the festivities we have outlined for you for today. These 16 teams will be making their way to the next 6 games. And overall, when you look at the clash of A and B, does anything jump out to you instantaneously?
Well, what jumps out for me is that we have 4 teams from NPL.
Yes.
We have 3 teams from PKL, 3 teams from PCL. Now, logically, you would kind of not be clashing together because you know each other from the league itself. You drop on different spots, you play different spots. Again, though, NPL on NPL action.
That's what you think. But yeah, NPL seems to love killing nobody in the world more than NPL. We saw that constantly in the last rounds. So I'm a little worried about this group because these guys need to have a strong start. Another one to keep an eye on is Vendetta. Their first game is going to determine their pace of their entire day.
I feel like it's not just in-game, it's also out of game for NPL. Whenever I listen to the interviews, they're like, yeah, we're going to get the other NPL teams. I'm like, what are you doing? Stop, no. But anyway, let's focus on some of our teams a little bit closer. And TSM is definitely one that shone through from the first week of Enja. We saw them topping their group with 63 points.
Yeah, what amazing start for them. I'm happy to see them up there. To be fair, and to be honest, I did not expect them to be doing this well already. I talked a bit with Gustav in Danish, obviously, because he's Dane, and he told me they are at the highest point of team chemistry, positivity, and also obviously with the latest addition from Phase 3 for DITS, they're doing extremely well.
They managed to get 63 points in 6 games. That's a lot. On top of that, Iro, top fragger of the group stage. That's huge. He's the newcomer to that team itself, and of course, joined by DITS, the new coach there.
I mean, I think Iro sums up the nature of that team. They're working hard. He told me he's lost 30 kilos since he joined the PEL, and it's because he saw it as an ability to improve his performance. He's wanted the stamina and the ability to play better, and so that's how committed they are. It's not just about getting better in game, but outside of it too.
Now that you mention that, that's very noticeable. Well played to him. Damn, I should get some tips from Iro. Let's talk about Tempo Storm there here on the other side of things. They got themselves 3rd place in Group A. I want to start with you, Toffees, because you are so well knowledgeable about these NPL teams. And of course, this is the house that Tempo Storm built.
It is, and honestly, the best part about Tempo is while we talk about teams that need to have a big start, they don't necessarily. They do well when it comes down to figuring out what's wrong and how to fix it. That said, this first day is going to be tough for them. Having a lot of teams that think similarly, having to deal with that infantry sort of rivalry yet again, could start them slow, and I don't think they have the same leniency they did in the last grouping.
I'm a little bit worried because they had a slow start in the group stage, and we all know that they can be a little bit slow in the start, but they know how to catch up. But I want to see them have a good start from the start and just keep on steamrolling with that itself.
How about yourself, Avenger?
I want to give OG and NTZ some time, though.
Do it.
So you guys talked about Tempo, but OG and NTZ surprised me. They did extremely well. I'm excited to see if they can continue that. They beat their sister team Force, which in my opinion was the stronger team, but they showed us different here. So I'm excited to see if they're able to continue that.
I actually want to go even further than that. They didn't only surprise me just a little bit, they surprised me extremely so. When I look at their year as a whole through PKL, nothing's really shone for me for OG and NTZ apart from when they qualified, and yet they managed to blast that first day.
I mean, the reality is after the first 2 weeks, they were in 16th place in PKL, and they ended up with 10 more points than their nearest brother, Force, who everybody says is #1. Now, I believe that they are. I think they just had a bit of a slow start, but Force, look for them to really explode this week.
Absolutely. Kale's got a great name. A very, very good name indeed. OG and enters Force here. What do you think about this roster overall? For a lot of people, they consider to be one of the more powerful teams in Korea.
I mean, they're supposed to be one of the best, and there's a reason why they are here, right? We saw Seon Young getting himself 11 kills in those 6 games. If he can keep that up together with Indigo as well, that's going to be huge for them.
Why don't we just keep going on the Korean bandwagon here? We got Gen G popping up as well. For me, the start of the year for them wasn't spectacular, but then they grabbed Peel, they grabbed him from another team, and then that, for me, Avenger, is when they really started to gather momentum.
Obviously, you cannot talk about Peel because he did amazing at PNC, but for me, these guys are looking to put another team logo inside the game again here once we come back for PGC.
I mean, I think they have a big upside, especially if they get a good start. I think after PNC, it felt like their play fell off a little bit. I don't know if maybe they took some time or whatever it was. But I mean, this is a team that we would once joked about as sort of the phase of the East. And I think that they are on their way back to being that.
And to that point, though, where I'm kind of highlighting Pio, if it wasn't for Loki in that first weekend, there was the potential they could have gone down to eliminations.
Definitely, but at the same time, don't forget about Esther. Being a little bit of the support player, we don't see too much from him, but at the same time, the things he pull off from behind the scenes there, oh my god, it's just huge plays all the time, and literally just serving Pio and Loki all those kills.
For me, for them to succeed here, they need to play more together. I see a lot of flanks, I see a lot of kind of off angles where one of the players that are able to make clutches, just he dies often, or like they end up being 2 or 3 players too often, rather than being 4 towards the end.
And our final team here, as we take a look at a few more with a magnified view, it's going to be VC Gaming. And this team, well, when we look at how they were able to eventually come here to PGC, they were the first team to qualify for PGC this year. It was a little of a rough time in the groups, but then in eliminations, they absolutely smashed it.
I mean, again, I'll jump off and say I was hard on them, but they just grew incredibly. I mean, you look at their first day of play, it was pretty good, but they ended up going the elimination round. Then they got 63 points on elimination day in terms of play. That's more points than the top teams from the previous 2 days earned themselves. So their 1 point total is still the best of all the teams out there. Their upside is continuously growing.
They need to keep that momentum up, though. They can't play like they did in the group stage. Sure, it wasn't too bad. They still had 30 points in group stage, which is 5 points per game.
It was admirable.
But it's okay, but it's not good enough. Well, I mean, we're going to have 16 teams moving on, so it might be good enough, actually.
Yeah, maybe.
As you said, though, there is a reason they're in the elimination group. So, yes, they start off with a win, which basically snowballed them to do whatever they wanted because they were so far ahead already. But I want to see that continue. I want to see that aggression being played as well. Because if they continue, if they play like they did in the first day, they will also be kind of looking at maybe potentially going out here in the semifinals.
One big thing is that a lot of people would look down on teams going down to elimination stage, maybe, because they were down there. But that doesn't really matter. They had one bad day, maybe, and they got down there. Now they have 2 days. They have 6 games per day to actually make it up for.
I mean, I think that going to Elimination Day was good for some of these teams. Rumbler said they were happy that they went. I think VC clearly showed that they grew in that stage. GEX did the same thing. So I think for some of these teams, that Elimination Day was a big eye-opener for them as well as the teams watching, and I'm hoping they carry that momentum.
Gives them good grounding. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. We're going to go to a short break here at PGC before we get into all the festivities. But when we return, we're going to have Erangel on the way, and all of our 16 teams today will vie to try and gain as many points as possible as they try to push themselves on to Oakland. We'll see you in a sec. will be crowning a world champion here at the PGC.
The best teams from everywhere here to prove who's a top dog. And honestly, I'm hyped
to see the group stage unfolding here. It's going to be amazing.
This is it. This is the biggest tournament.
24 of our teams, 24 of the best in the world.
I'm excited, extremely excited to get this started, guys.
I don't know, just group stage for now. Actually, what matters is that we qualified. I really don't know yet, because we still have one group to play and wait for them.
Managed to get one, but the bomb is coming along. Uba comes up big.
I mean, after that, probably watch some replays, decide where to drop and stuff.
Going down in 4th place. 12 kills already for Africa Freaks.
또 그 8등 안에 들 준비만 그것만 일단 오히려 하고 있어요. 오늘 같은 경우는 일단 무난하게 하려고 왔고 그 무난하게 잘 8등 안에 잘 들어서 통과를 잘 한 것 같아요. 그냥 오늘 딱 짰던 전략대로 잘 한 것 같아요.
Посмотрим все карты, которые мы сыграли сегодня, посмотрим, кто выйдет завтра, и будем готовиться под все команды, которые пришли.
I think we played good overall. We had a kind of a rough start. We were sitting at like 9th, just right on the cusp. We cleared our edge, and we pretty much just played as a team up into the end. I think we finished with something like 15 kills. Feels good, man.
I think we played really consistently. We definitely fell off towards the end on Miramar, which is a bit strange because it's our best map. But we have to be really happy with qualifying. I think a lot of people didn't expect us to even come close.
우선 오늘은 저희가 연습한 거보다 좀 더 잘 나왔고.
That second gonna come through. Vehicles are just crashing down around. Tenawat wanted to come in and go for the save, but instead Joy just tears him apart.
저희 팀원들이 다 잘해줘서 그 부족한 부분을 이겨낼 수 있었던 것 같아요.
Chắc nghĩ là do bọn em một phần là may mắn với là một phần là không biết, nhưng mà chắc đơn giản là may mắn thôi.
Guess who's been the one that's got them even towards this scenario of a top 3?
进半决赛感觉还是挺轻松的。然后还是要为后面的决赛做准备。
We'll study these teams a bit more. We've studied them already. But yeah, we'll probably look at going last league spots that we're more familiar with, maybe.
Trying to cook it as much as he can, and look, Gustav just runs into it. That's the way you handle a grenade.
But yeah, we'll just continue our normal preparation, just playing the game and analysing other teams.
This is the second chance that the teams are going to get here, and this will be the last chance if they don't make it. So they got to step up right now.
Today feels energetic compared to the first day. Well, because the first day is kind of getting not used to the time here. So I feel really good today.
Acho que a gente jogou bem até certo ponto, mas a gente tem bem mais potencial que isso, dá para jogar bem melhor. Melhorar tudo no geral, jogar melhor, rotar melhor e ter mais confiança.
主要我觉得是我们心态上没有放开吧，太轻松了。
No cambiamos mucho el estilo de juego, la verdad que jugamos bastante a lo que veníamos jugando desde antes, pero lo que sí es que cometimos menos errores y fue eso lo que nos hizo superar el resultado de ayer.
我觉得打得并不是很好，因为就是后面3场全部都没有打好，在这段时间好好练习。我会尽量把这次的比赛打出好成績。戦えないっていうことが一番嫌だなと思ったし、ずっとこういう一番大きな大会で結構かっこよく戦いに行けたらいいなと思ってたんで、すごいそこら辺に関してはうまくいってとても満足しています。
策略的话就。 我感觉就个人感觉就是心态方面的问题吧。第一天的话可能就打得太保守了，太怂了，然后第二天的话可能就放开打了，就当训练赛打，就打成这样。
其实还好，挺轻松的吧，因为第一天也有点分，压力没有那么大。Same PUBG No.1。
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for the PUBG Global Championship Semifinals, Day 1 between Group A and Group B. I am Porosaurus. Joining me for these first 2 games will be Mr. Xenox. How are you today, sir?
I'm doing good. I'm excited.
How can you not be? I mean, we've gone through first weekend, 3 full days of intense, highly dramatic games. We've lost some fantastic, phenomenal teams, but now we're left with just 3 groups left. And after this, we're going to know who's going to the grand finals.
Yeah, 32 down to 24 teams. And then, as you said, after this weekend, we're going to lose another 8 along the way. And it's hard to believe that we're going to lose 8 more teams. These teams are so good. These groups are stacked.
Absolutely.
And yet 8 more will still have to go home after this weekend. It's staggering to me.
It really is. And you know, we've seen such dominant teams go home last week. There have been so many surprises, so many shocks. We're also seeing teams that we didn't expect to be here that have really turned things on and are really rising to the challenge of the spotlight of the Global Championship. And, you know, I can't wait to see who's going to be the one to come out of this weekend. What new superstars are we going to see made?
Yeah, exactly right. But in saying that, you know, you said that we've got maybe some teams we might not have expected to be here. I think it's more the case of the teams that aren't here we were expecting to be here. At the end of the day, all 32 teams that started at PGC were capable of at least making it to the semifinals. I truly believed that. So for me, there's no real surprise in a sense, but we weren't expecting some teams to go home, the likes of Team Liquid, G2, etc. As we're heading into match 1 of day 1, it's Group A and of course Group B for today, Poro. And for Group B, one thing I want to point out, they're going to be playing today, they're going to be playing tomorrow, and then on Sunday, they're just going to have to sit there and watch.
Oh, that's got to be the worst feeling, right? You know that there's nothing else that you can do. Everything that leads up to that day, you know, I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine having to sit there with your destiny not even in your own hands. But we still have 12 games before we get to that point, so they have a lot of time to put their mark down. As we see the plane crossing across the very southern part of the island here.
Very low plane path.
Yeah, this it's going to be making for some interesting drops, I'd imagine.
I like that they've added the nationality flags as well to these teams.
Cool.
Just as EU lost half their teams, now they get the little European flag. Although Aussies lost half our team as well.
Well, you know, it is what it is. It was a very rough group stage. It was a very rough group stage. But lest we worry too much about those who are not with us, let's worry about those who are.
Yeah, exactly right.
One of those being Team Solo Mid.
Now,
as we have a nice little circle right dead in the center here.
Yeah, and that's probably going to give us a comfortable first game, I think, for these teams and these players. Now, 12 games, Poro, it's slightly different for a lot of the teams in these groups that didn't have to play the elimination stage. Now, I'm expecting
this is what we were looking
Genesis and Entus Force to continue their little treaty here, which is what we've been seeing from them last weekend as well, splitting PGC quite fairly. Look, of course, they'll be careful. They'll keep an eye out.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but you know, there was a little bit of meat in that sandwich there last week. The meat is no longer there, as we are left with our 2 pieces of bread and no liquid meat in the middle here. As it looks like, it does look like though that they are managing to split this up pretty.
Look, Entus Force are going to take the north side like they did last week, and Genesis will take the south side like they did last week. I'm not expecting these 2 teams to start hunting each other down. They'll split PGC. Maybe in scrims they've been fighting it out, but not in these live games when it matters. You've only got 12 games. Every point matters. We saw that last weekend.
Yeah, I mean, both teams doing a really good job of, Genesis has now figured out how they want to play PGC when there is another team in there. They, we've known for months now, going back all the way to Face It, that they refuse to give up this spot. This is their drop spot. This is where they feel comfortable rotating from. Anywhere else on the map, they just don't feel as good. So they have figured out now how to play this in such a way where they can split it up with somebody fairly, passively. And it seems to be working out wonders for him, as we see Indigo has actually made his way off into the...
And that's how comfortable they are. Not expecting Genesis to push up north in PGC and take a fight. They've even sent Indigo out early. They're going to get decent position because of this. So Genesis, they're going to continue to play passive in PGC, and so will Entus Force. And I think that's fine. It worked well for both teams last week. They didn't have to play elimination stage at all. So we'll see how it plays out again for them in their groups.
We see Genesis, they heard the vehicles in the background. It looks like they're just going to wrap up their looting here before getting into a vehicle. Only one vehicle, though.
Yeah, you've still got to be careful, though. And
Absolutely.
I think that's where Genesis are playing this smart. They're watching the angles, making sure Entus Force aren't going to do something tricky. Since it's game 1, we say that you've only got 12 games, but if you're going to do something a little different. Maybe it might be game one where you kind of throw a curveball there and maybe try and surprise Genesis as now the shots begin from Indigo.
Oh, no.
The treaty is over now. Once you leave Pachinki, Entus Force can start taking shots.
Yeah, no reason for Entus Force not to send those shots. And a good job by Genesis to keep that dossier in line, as it looks like the Force boys are going to hop in. And is this actually Genesis? No, they're just going to keep on rotating, just breaking line of sight here. I was curious to see if they were actually going to pull up and maybe try to do a camp here. But it doesn't look like they're too concerned with it. But yeah, I mean, you're right. Entus Force, Genesis both making it through in the group stage, and Genesis leaving a little bit more to chance there, needing a very late game, last game, final clutch out.
Yep.
Whereas Force, you know, they're not lighting up the scoreboard, but if you go and you look a little bit deeper, you look at the stats, all 4 players on Force are averaging over 200 damage a game. There's only 3 other teams that are doing that, and that's 4AM, TSM, and FaZe. And
that's good company to be in.
And the dealer departed Athletico was able to do that on elimination day. But again, unfortunate. But but you know, that says a lot about this team, right? They're putting themselves in a position where they can get shots down, they can send damage over towards other squads. So you know, we only expect to see the placement start going Entus Force's way here soon.
Now over the Rumblers, looting around Mill to Power. They're going to move up to Lumbermill for now, pushing into this circle. They have been the surprise packet. Although for some of us, not too surprised. We thought, you know, this sort of house money sort of phrase that keeps being thrown around, it's quite true for Rumblers. They, of course, got the reprieve coming in as the last team. And they've certainly lived up to expectations in terms of just throwing caution to the wind, right? They are just playing free, and it's worked well for them. And them as a team now expect to do well here in the group stage and in the semifinals.
Yeah, and maybe a little bit of a combination of the fact that kind of less pressure that you know, coming in late and being added on, playing with the house money, but then also playing in North America. Yeah. You know, in a place where, in a stadium where you're comfortable. Now the question is that home field advantage going to step up here in the semifinals phase? We see GEX take some shots. QM.
Whoops.
Oh no, that doesn't break, my dude. We're going to go ahead and run around here. Reposition as they're getting shot from long range, I believe by the other GEX boys.
Yeah, Kane and Sophia. From GEX to GYY and Easy. Look, that's fine. Especially with a circle like this. TSM coming out of Milton have actually pushed over Farm. And you can see on the minimap, Vendetta around Farm. That's where they're looting now for the semifinals. Interestingly enough, a lot of the Farm drama that we saw last weekend, and all the Farm teams are the ones that got eliminated.
Yeah.
Now Farm's open for a team like Vendetta, who actually doesn't go Farm at all.
Well, they have a nice little spot here, but unfortunately, TSM's actually running right into this non-reg.
Rory
could manage to get a little sneaky shot here as he's sneaking around. Rory is pulled up just on the other side. And this is interesting. TSM actually scouted this out, but I maybe just didn't see
this could be really bad for Vendetta. Icon's nowhere near. Crits far outside of Farm as well. And they seem to have an idea as to where non-reg is. Yeah, and Edge is way up north as well. The only thing he's going to be able to do is maybe keep an eye on the back of non-reg, but that's not going to help him too much if TSM push through this warehouse. Rory did pull up with the vehicle on, not silent, so this is why non-reg knows he's here, but it's got 2 pushing onto him. There's Iro and Rory. Can he pick up an early double? They might not know he's holding the angle, but he doesn't get the initial knockdown. Goes for the flush because he realized he was in trouble. He couldn't get the flush though, and TSM will pick up the first elimination of match 1, day 1 of the semifinals. Edge was trying to help, but he couldn't.
Yeah, Edge getting a little bit distracted by Rumblers rotating right nearby. I guess he wasn't able to finish off the down player in Rory. Some maybe a little bit of sketchy communication there between the Vendetta boys.
I'm not sure why they were so split there. But also, I'm not sure why TSM pushed into Farm like that so aggressively.
Well, you know, one of the reasons maybe that they find themselves so split right here, you say that they aren't used to typically looting up in Farm area, maybe taking a little bit longer. I mean, we were 7 minutes in and they're still spread out looting up in Farm, and, you know, that's a little bit late to be looting still.
You think TSM have sort of caught on to that? And
it is definitely possible as we now check in on the rest of the Vendetta boys. You can see they are still split. They do have a vehicle, so they should be able to regroup. Only 1 loss there, so you know, it's good that they didn't overcommit to trying to save him in that position, because that's something that you see happen a lot of times, is that, you know, a team will try to overcommit and maybe save their fallen player, and maybe take a fight that they're not necessarily ready for. Vendetta just going to go ahead and give up on the 1 player this time, and keep their 3 up for later in the game.
They were definitely never going to save him, but maybe revenge could have been on the order for Vendetta.
Vengeance always on the mind.
That. We are going to get another relatively sensual circle, although slightly out to the east.
All right, I like that.
Over Potato Hill, which is a good spot for Entus Ace. Actually, I haven't spoken about Entus Ace.
Yeah, Entus Ace, I mean, the Desk touched on it a little bit, saying that this was the OGN Entus team that had maybe a little bit less expectations placed on them because they were the ones to make it in on the one-day play-in, finishing 11th during the regular season of the PKL. And Entus Force, rather, was the team that everybody had their eyes on. But Entus Ace coming out huge way on the first day.
TSM just now moving to the west of Farm. Vendetta actually pushing out south of them, but they've still only got the 2 there. Icon's going to push straight into this. This is going to be disastrous for Vendetta. They're about to lose another player here to TSM. Icon had no idea that they pushed to this compound, and Vendetta are down to 2 players already, and they're split heavily. Critical Motion and Edge remain. TSM have picked up 2 pretty easy kills to start match 1.
This is just, you can tell that they are just not comfortable playing around this farm area, just kind of losing 1 and you know, getting nickeled and dimed here essentially by TSM. But this is great news for TSM on the opposite hand here, getting 2 kills early, maintaining form that they showed in the group stages. We check in on Tempo Storm getting to the top of the hill. They've set themselves up. They do have Song Yang from Entus Force on foot just to their west, but I think Song Yang may be just picking up a little bit of information here.
Obviously, Entus Ace on top of Potato Hill. As you mentioned, Entus Force still close by to Tempo Storm. If they're not careful, could find themselves being pinched between the 2 OGN teams. Rang just watching as he heard the vehicles. Now he holds vision of that location where we saw Tempo Storm coming in from. Rumblers are now pushing into Edge. This has gone disastrous for Vendetta. It literally couldn't have gone worse than this for match number 1 for the only Australian team remaining. Holding the doors, Waldo. Edge doesn't land the shots. Waldo does. Tries to shoot the window to jump out. It's too late. 3 health. The pre-fire is too late as well. Lost HD will pick up that kill. Oh, it's gone horrible for Vendetta.
Clean as you like, though, from Rumblers. They knew that there was a man in that building. They pushed it as 3, not leaving anything to chance, not wanting to risk having one of their own boys downed and flushed.
And the interesting thing as well, Vendetta, of course, now they didn't play in the elimination stage. They were in Group 1 from last weekend. Did quite well, if I recall, around 5th or 6th position. 46 points or so. They started very well, and they continued to hold that momentum until maybe the last 2 games of their 6 didn't quite go as well. Now, they're going to have a game where they're actually going to start poorly here for their 12 matches. Will they be able to turn things around?
Yeah, definitely came out swinging in the group stages, kind of tapered off towards the end, but at that point it didn't really matter. So now, as you said, we'll have to see how they can dig themselves out of this early hole as we check on Tempo Storm on foot. I think they smart enough to realize that there's probably a squad up here. Nothing trading shots back and forth just yet. Joy looking over the ridge line, nothing to see.
Phase 2 about to come to an end in 13 seconds, and Phase 3 is going to, I'd say, dictate where most of the action is going to play out for the remainder of this game. If it continues over to Potato Hill, Entus Ace might find some company on both sides. Right now it's only Tempo Storm on the west. It continues to go over towards Shelter, towards the east of this previous zone. And again, this is actually playing out really well for TSM. They already know they've cleaned out Milta. They already know they've got Farm under control, and even south of Farm too. They're running that 2-2 split. This is going to be potentially the perfect start for TSM. They've got the south side of the zone to themselves. Rumblers just took over that building against Edge and Vendetta. Now they've got this position inside of the zone too. So far, I think it's looking like it's going to be a logjam out west. To the east is going to be quiet.
Yeah, and so, I mean, up until now, Death Road completely unoccupied in the center of that circle. Rumblers have a 3-1 split going on, but up at the Ridgeline Road, not much else to be found here, as Gustav has found himself pinned down in a shack. Shots being sent over to him by Infantry. You will notice Infantry playing with 3. They have 1 player out for a medical condition. We'll get more information on that to you as soon as we can. But for now, they are playing as a 3-man.
Look, they're in a decent position over at Snake as well, so they're not going to be too upset with this. The longer they can hold out, the better in terms of their circumstances, although Na'Vi are starting to push over to their location. I'm not sure why Gustav pushed up to this shack. They already had a decent position around Farm. I think he just wanted better position in terms of center. Now he's in a position where he hasn't got his vehicle and is stuck in this shack. I don't think anyone's going to push on him, but
In saying that, it's not the spot where you want to be this early on in phase 3.
Well, they just find themselves very split up. I mean, they're very widespread across the entirety of farm. It gives them a lot of information, lets them know, you know, gives them vision on things, where things are going to go next circle. But at the same time, it forces them to play a little bit more passively during these circle 3 rotations. Not being able to take too many shots here. As we see Genesis on foot trying to make their way in the western part of the circle. They have Entus Force just above them. And if we remember correctly, Tempo Storm has Potato Hill as well.
Gen G have rotated towards Shelter on the east. There hasn't actually been a lot of rotations this game. It's been quite stale in terms of movement. Even out west still, Genesis, Entus Force, Tempo Storm around Potato Hill have been quite lackadaisical. Me, Luke, watching towards Entus Force. Feels like it's a matter of time because, of course, that blue zone's moving in. Entus Force are not inside of the circle. Neither is Genesis. And, well, I feel like a pinch is coming here, and it's not going to favor Entus Force unless they keep wrapping up north and pushing just north of Tempo Storm. If they try to just push straight in towards the circle, they'll find themselves pinched between Genesis and Tempo Storm.
Yeah, they've left Doya behind to make sure that they don't get wrapped on, but he might actually get surprised here because obviously Entus Force, no idea that Genesis is pushing on this right now. They're so concerned in tunnel vision here on Tempo Storm. Unfortunately for them, Tempo Storm has hard cover to use and play around here, so Force has to figure out what they want to do with this fight, and Genesis could get involved at any time.
Nade's being thrown towards me, Luke. It's going to get him quite low. Sharky opens it up with a knockdown onto KO, though. Genesis keep pushing up, but they're not getting involved just yet. They want to get better position. This is smart from Genesis. They might be able to capitalize on actually both teams here, Tempo Storm and Entus Forces. KO's going to be finished off. Doya gets a knockdown onto Sharpshot. Now Genesis enter the fray, thanks to Profi, and Nerf even steals the kill onto Doya. The circle moves, but it's Potato Hill where we're going to see the action.
As you see, Genesis picking the exact right time to strike, arguably maybe a little bit early, but they're still going to be able to get in here and probably get some kills off of this, as now Maluk has spotted out Win, and that's going to be him going down. Indigo healing through the blue.
Yeah, and he's the last one alive for Entus Force. They are certainly coming off third best in this exchange of the 3 teams. 1 down for Tempo Storm. They've got 3 up. Genesis, though, have got the better position, and they've even got the numbers, although we saw, of course, that knockdown early onto H-Win. And that might be a chance for Tempo Storm to push forward. Never mind, Nerf's going to get the revive. And this is where K-Mine can really just kind of keep them trapped. Doesn't have a nade, though. Many with the 6 times, as we're seeing actually the kill feed really line up right now with Lazarus and Sun Sister. Zampa's going to get the bleed out onto Seong Jang. So Tempo Storm pick up that kill, and that's just going to slowly creep away from this. They don't want to take the fight with Genesis.
Yeah, it looks like they've given up on Sharp Shot. Sharp Shot's just going to bleed out. Tempo going to focus on making their way into this new circle. They don't know. Genesis, they know they realize there's a full 4-man threat, and they also have no idea where Indigo is, so they're just going to bail on this, make their way into this new circle, and try to turn around and maybe do a little bit of gatekeeping. Here is the remnants of this fight from earlier. You see Gen G split up a little bit here. PO off to the off in the distance. Esther and Taman still using that vehicle trading back and forth with Lazarus. And here comes Crit.
That's going to be the end of Critical Motion. There's nothing he can do. He wanted the Shack as a last safe haven, but unfortunately doesn't even make it to Michael and Gustav. And another kill for TSM. Vendetta will be the first team eliminated in the semi-finals here for match 1. It was, unfortunately, the perfect storm, if there was one, and they had a horrible, horrible match 1. Zampa eliminated by Profi and K-Mine as Genesis pick up their second kill. I believe Maluk is the last one alive for Tempo Storm. Never mind, he's gone. GYY picks it up for QM.
Unfortunate for Tempo. They pulled off of the fight. They wrapped right into QM, and Profi and the boys just came over the top, found him. As we see now, Win has been picked off by Jet.
So is Nerf.
Yeah, K-Mine and Profi now the only 2 left, but that's a pretty good duo to have if you're only holding on to 2. As we see QM going to refocus their attention off to the north, where GEX is trying to make a run in.
So Lazarus on your screens, Purdy, Curdy, and Luke 12 remain for Lazarus. They had the exchange with Sun Sister. Gabba and Kandesu still alive. Gabba's pushing in with the UAZ. It's getting lit up from actually both sides here. Lazarus along with VC Gaming. Shot from Domu lands, as well as Taman there towards Lazarus, who are pretty much stuck in a hole right now. Gabba actually makes it in to the next circle. Now the nade towards Purdy, Curdy, and Luke 12. Does it make the distance? It does, but it doesn't connect onto either member of Lazarus.
But it connects onto the car, and that's almost just as bad for Lazarus here as we check in on QM. GEX trying to do a wraparound, get a flank here, but it's going to be spotted out by Legions. He gets Sophia taken out. Leo is gone down as well. Kane now the last one up. Liga is on 2 health, trying to go for the first aid, but the blue is right on his back.
just barely making it in. It's quite scrappy up north with QM and GEX. As you mentioned, Kane, only one remaining for GEX. I believe Easy, does he get revived here in the blue? Probably not. Even if they do get the revive, I don't know if he's going to make it much further in this game. Never mind, actually, it's 2 knockdown for QM. I thought he was going for the revive. Wu Fang and GYY are the last 2 standing for QM as the next circle continues to feed onto Enters Ace. Purdy, Curdy, and Luke 12, though, have made it into this next circle for phase 5. They've moved away and safe. Never mind, not safe at all. Purdy, Curdy knocked down by Summer. VC Gaming is a team to watch out for. They dominated the elimination stages. Sun Sister taken out in 14th position. That was Gabba by DJ Boy. And no kills for GEX as they go out in 13th by K-Mine. Genesis have been scrappy this game, Poro, but they're picking up kills.
They are picking up a ton off of this. They are just sitting here third-partying, and there's nothing really that QM could do about it. As you see, they are just dead to rights. They had everything around them. You can see Indigo, though, on your mini-map, the last remaining player for Force, staying alive. He's feasting off the blue a little bit here, but K-Mine really coming in huge here. You see he's already knocked down 4 kills for himself.
Entus Ace in prime position for this game based on the circle. Pushing up to Loki. He's going to be lost HD. It's the Rumblers. Ooh, Waldo got knocked down as well. But Jerry Poppin was there, able to get the trade. It's a 2-for-1. Jerry Poppin could push up along with Micro to get these revives, and they should be able to. Tame and PO. The rest of Gen G pushed up closer towards the circle. There is time here. The blue still a long way away as we move over to Na'Vi and Infantry. Jiao Young was knocked down by Aduzis. They're looking to push in here onto the trio. Now a duo.
All right, we want to see what Na'Vi is showing up this weekend. We saw them playing a little bit more passively, not getting very many kills at all. They're going to turn it around this time, and yes, that's going to be Infantry Clan taken out by Na'Vi, losing 1 in the process. They should be able to get the res here onto Bestalock. Nobody really pressing this from range here. Look at this. Look at the push from Lazarus right into Crazy Sam, and Fiashan gets taken out as well. Great shooting coming out of the Lazarus boys there. They still have 1 up in the form of Luke 12 hiding out towards the center of the circle as Rum manages to get all the reses off. Gen G did not push this when they had 2 down.
Yeah, Gen G were very passive here. They still hold decent position. TSM around the area keeping an eye on this, although they just had a player knocked down as well. Cherry Poppin, 1 kill. Or is that the smoke? No nades there. Joy knocked down by Iroh. It's going to be certainly Rumblers versus Gen G very shortly. Deal with Taemin, who's the front line for Gen G inside of the shack. Only has 1 smoke remaining. Although knocked down by PO, it's a decent start for the Korean team. Rumblers still got 2 standing. Also, HD's knocked down by PO as well, holding a decent spot on the top of this building. Only 2 left for Rumblers, and they're right behind this tree. I don't see a way forward for them here.
And TSM now trying to make their way in from the south side. We get back into Rumblers. They have the tree. They have Blue Zone right on top of them. Gen G has them pinned, absolutely dead to rights. This is what we've been wanting to see from Gen G. Can they keep PO alive late game? Rumblers going to find out. Timing, though. Microfry going to get the down, and no, he's going to get down on his own teammate.
What?
And Rang is going to finish it off from range. Entis Ace flushing out the Rumblers.
Oh, here comes TSM to clean up onto Gen G. Taemin's knocked down. Never mind, knocked down onto Michael. That was from PO, but PO finally gets put down by Iroh. TSM up to 5 kills, and if they can clean up the 3 members of Gen G, they could make it 8. Long way to go, though. Esther pushes over, goes for the revival to Taemin, and now TSM have been spotted by OG and Entus Ace, who are continuing to hold a decent spot inside of this zone, but moving up north. VC Gaming will be pushing in. Lazarus as Luke 12 needs to push in as well on the north side on VC Gaming, as Profi is eliminated in 9th. Genesis just missing out on placement points. 8 teams remain.
TSM playing like a team possessed right now. They have such a wide spread on the southeastern side of this circle. They're just going for any fight that they can find and managing to get their reses off as well. So still 4 strong. You see them playing the hillsides here, playing the terrain. They know that Gen G has to push into them here eventually. They're going to turn their attention now towards Na'Vi, though.
Indigo finally spotted by Sting Divine's Jet. They're eliminated in 8th position for OGN Enters Force. Luke 12 has spotted Taemin on the mini-map from what I can see. He does get the knockdown in the kill feed for Lazarus. Another pick-up point for them. As you mentioned, though, TSM still holding spread on this east side. Gen G, if they push south, they'll run into TSM. If they push north, though, they'll move on to Luke 12 and then potentially VC Gaming after that.
Yeah, we haven't really got a chance to touch on them too much because there hasn't really been too much action going on to the north, but VC still 4 strong coming in from the north side, and Sting Divine also 4 strong coming in from the west. So Entis Ace holding down the middle. You see Navi with 3 up still, TSM coming in from the east, and then Gen G. Oh boy, good luck, guys.
Tough from this sort of position for Gen G. Enters Ace holding the high ground. They'll have a lot of eyes on them, though, in this sort of position at this point in the game now. Nade on the PO. That's going to get the knockdown from Michael. The first one was good. The second even better. Can the third get Esther? Yes, it can from Michael. Double kill for TSM as they send Gen G packing in 7th.
This is such a controlling, confident TSM team right now. They are taking every single fight and feeling like they can win it. Although now Rory has gone down. Navi has finally turned their attention back here, getting themselves in a better position to try to engage.
Luke 12 out finally for Lazarus, the solo player in 6th. 5 teams remain. OGN enters Ace, Sting Divine, Navi, TSM, and VC Gaming. And this Ace still holding a high ground position, but they are going to have to deal with VC Gaming, who've got 4 alive. TSM trying to deal with the pressure from Navi as we're going to get phase number 7. North, south, where does it go? Kind of south, kind of. Not too much, though.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting for VC, how they decide to push up onto this, because they cannot get into this circle without having to deal with Entis Ace in some way. They can't wrap around. I mean, if they come around from the west, they're going to have to deal with Sting Divine. If they come around from the east, they'll have to deal with Entis Ace and or TSM.
Or both.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Navi is just laughing.
If you're VC Gaming, you're going to have to take this fight with Entis Ace as soon as possible. Try and make it quick as well so that you don't get third party. As you said, Navi's laughing mainly because they don't have to get into a fight here for phase 7.
Well, you got all 4 of these 4 strong teams all coming around on the nice north side, and Rory's actually going to get taken out by a doozy here from range.
TSM pushing up
yeah,
north.
Rory can actually get picked off and flushed as well as the circle has started moving in. TSM going to come from the north, come from the roadside.
This Ace are going to have to defend themselves against 2 teams. Rang knocked down onto Domu from VC Gaming, but TSM now have pushed over to this north side position as well. Sting Divine have held their position out to the west, so they're not pushing in either. Mickey gets the elimination onto Tide from VC Gaming. They're down to 3 players remaining, but there's 3 only up for Ace as well. DJ Boy very low. Domu bleeding out. The nades from TSM are causing a lot of catastrophe. Rang eliminated. Joy knocked down as well. Gustav will get the elimination onto Mickey. TSM playing this well. Gustav has to go prone. And this Ace still trying to hold onto the shack for a bit of cover. TSM are just lighting everyone up though. 10 total kills. Joy's eliminated now too. No one is safe from TSM right now, even though they've only got the 3 up. They are the ones leading the charge here in this fight. Can they spot DJ Boy prone in the grass as the last one up for VC Gaming? He can't survive Gustav or TSM. They are steamrolling the north side of this circle.
TSM, they have been completely dominant from the word go in this game, and they're just going to keep continuing to wrap around the north side. Alpaca going to try to stay alive a little bit, but he's running right into the waiting arms of a 4-man split from SDV. He's going to hide behind the bush for a little bit. The one thing you can question here, Sting Divine has been able to stay up for this whole time, but they never got involved, and this is kind of going back to what their group phase was like.
I don't think you could ask for a better start for the semifinals if you're TSM. Goes south for Navi.
Oh, Navi.
It does help for them. Sting Divine. Alpaca's still alive for Entis Ace. Although now, as I said that, it takes a bullet to the back of the head from Michael. Good night indeed, Poro. 12 kills for TSM, and they might break the PGC record of 15 kills here in match 1.
It's going to be close, but they still have a lot of work to do. Sting Divine playing extremely passively. Run away, run away, run away. Okay, we're good.
Oh, that would have been...
Oh, man.
The low light reel?
Reports of the PEL's death have been greatly exaggerated as TSM and Navi still coming in huge here in game number 1. Now, what can Navi do?
Okay, at least he got it forward this time rather than throwing into the tree. Oh, that's pretty good. It bounces off and away, though, from Nikki. It was too good for its own good. Michael takes a shot from Turtle. 46 health. He wants to land the shots, though. Wants to find the knockdown so he can allow Gustav and Iro to push forward for TSM down this hill eventually, because they're going to have to start moving. Blue zone is on its way. 50 seconds from phase 9. It's Senya though. Na'Vi, the CIS team who's helping out TSM.
There you go. Only 3 kills for Na'Vi right now, but they're still up and still fighting. And they have a Sting Divine team. It's basically kind of a question of who's going to get them. TSM looks like they're going to go ahead and wrap around to the east side, and they're going to leave SDV for Na'Vi, as a doozy's going to pick up Turtle. It's down to just Jet and Levi's for SDV.
Turtle eliminated by Bestaloch. He goes down to the blue. As I said, Jet and Turtle. Well, it's actually Jet and Levi's that remains, I should say. A doozy, though, going to be spotted by Iroh. Michael knocked down by Senya. And the treaty is over already between TSM and Na'Vi. Na'Vi wants both teams, if possible. Michael eliminated. Bestaloch has moved up into a great position. They'll leave Senya behind as the anchor. Gustav with a knockdown onto Levi's. TSM has still got 2. 13 kills. Levi's is gone. Jet remains for Sting Divine. But Na'Vi with 3 alive now look like the favorites to maybe win this game, as Bestaloch will send Jet out in 3rd. For the rest of Sting Divine.
All right, here we go. We got a wide split coming from Na'Vi. TSM is right on top of each other. Gustav and Iroh are going to die to the blue. There you go. All right, deny the points. Every point is so important. TSM going to take their own deaths into their own hands with 13 kills in the pot. And Na'Vi is going to come in with the big 7-kill win to start off the day.
You can't blame them though, Poro.
No, you absolutely
cannot. You don't understand. Here in that spot, TSM thing, we're not going to win that. It's very unlikely. All we're going to do is feed points over to Na'Vi.
And think about it this way.
And
they
what
know
if that's
it's
the
Na'Vi.
difference?
They know it's Na'Vi. They don't want to see Na'Vi in the finals.
Well, not only that, but they don't know. What if Na'Vi's a team that's on their heels at the end on Sunday?
Yeah. I mean, look, there's so many reasons for TSM to do that. In the end, essentially screwing over their PEL bunkmates. But, you know, if I'm TSM, do I want to see Na'Vi in the grand finals, or would I see would I like to see them?
I think TSM want to see TSM in the finals.
I think that's what TSM wants,
and that's
as well.
the best way to do it. Well, just assuring that. Look,
you're not wrong. The best way to do it is to get 13 kills in one game.
All I can say is if we get to Sunday and Na'Vi are like 2 points off TSM or wherever, or maybe even just 2 points in general. Could you imagine? You could come back all the way to match 1 and then how that finished off. But well played from TSM. I'd still say that they weren't the victors. They didn't get the chicken dinner. But in my eyes, they were the best team there in that game.
Oh, they were dominated.
Yep.
They were dominant from the very first kill of the game on Vendetta. I'm sorry. But from that point on, really, TSM was just in complete control. I mean, you saw them spreading out and working their way around the map. You know, they were a little bit passive in Circle 3-4, but then once things started to kind of collapse, they really just took control of the entire area around themselves and made it theirs.
Yeah, no, they certainly did. And then obviously Na'Vi got a bit of circle lock. They didn't have to leave their compound. They also were able to avoid Entis Ace, who were on that north side, so they didn't have to get involved in that mess, in that exchange. And they still ended up with a 7-kill win. 17 points, that's plenty for one game here. Obviously 11 more to go for Na'Vi. They're not safe or anything like that. It's a long journey, but it's the start that you want, the platform to build off. Yeah. It's like the complete opposite of what happened to Vendetta this game.
Yeah, also going to give a shout out to Sting Divine, once again finding themselves in the top 5, but with very low kills. It's kind of becoming a recurring trend for them. But guys, we're going to throw it over to the analyst desk to talk a little bit more about this first game here on Erangel. Kaleris, take it away.
Thank you very much, Poro. Mr. Man in Black. I feel like he needs one of those neuralizers, and then he can fight everyone's memory. And I'll tell you something, he might need it, because for Toffees, this desk might be a little bit unbearable for just a minute or two, because we had number 1 and number 2 PEL boys.
They were bopping.
They were bopping nerds.
I mean, both of them played really well, but let's be honest, Na'Vi, they got a little bit of circles, just a tiny bit, you know.
Oh, you got to take what you can there. They're obviously pushing themselves in a position to get as many kills as possible. We saw Doozy in a really wide flank while Sting Divine still had a lot of players alive.
Yeah.
But I got to respect it. If they did not deny those points, then Na'Vi would have the same amount of points or maybe even more. So they wanted to make sure they had the most points out of that match.
Let's take a look at the highlights here for our first game of the day. And it was a good one. We had a pretty nicely centered circle just slightly south of Potato Hill. And then from there, everyone had great opportunities.
Vendetta runs into a freight train as TSM just comes out of Milta and smashes them at farm. These guys were hungry for a win and a lot of kills, and you could tell right away.
TSM is not afraid to push you. They want to have the positioning, and that's why they got so good in this game alone, because they had the positioning all the time.
Oh, well, very unfortunate game for Vendetta, actually, because they actually got pushed multiple times in different areas in their home turf. We had an ending very close to them, actually, on the western side compared to where they loot. So very unfortunate for them to go out that early.
I mean, I think as this highlight reel goes on, we'll get to see more TSM. This top of the hill fight, Rumblers had a pretty good rotation, got locked out, and we just saw sort of that sort of death road up there was just too much. Team after team getting knocked off on the high ground.
Well, they waited a little bit too long as well. They were pushed by the blue itself. You gotta make a decision quick enough and just move on. Michael with the nade, boom, one, getting more, one more.
I mean, it's TSM's hunting for kills, man. They're looking for it. The only kills they're scared to go after is the game-winning ones.
The third party here, though, with VC and Hentis, that was just insane. So well played.
Wow.
A perfectly timed third party to get as many kills as possible, and then obviously also taking Alfaka here and there.
You gotta respect TSM pushing up on the north side, though, taking so much control, taking over the north side, making sure they can win. They can get a lot of kills.
Absolutely. Navi had the circles coming to them, but they worked with it pristinely there as TSM tried to move up towards the north to try and find some high ground. It was not to be. Navi gets win number 1 on the board.
It's about risk reward. They took a risk. The red houses. It worked out.
I will say this though, Navi with a start with a win, that snowball effect, that's going to be so scary for everybody else.
Let's take a look at the points coming in. TSM 19 points despite them only getting the second place only, and then Navi with the 10 placement points get themselves 7 kills as well. So 19 and 17 points coming in for those two teams at the top of the board, and this is the overall results, which, oh wait a minute, that kind of looks exactly like the actual placement from that game.
Hey!
That's weird, isn't
Who would have thunk? I mean, it's a big start for PEL. Congratulations. I mean, they did a great job starting out. I will say, like, I guess I'm getting shoehorned into having to like back North America here, but they found kills where they were available. They did what they had to do, and they're still fighting to be on the left side of the board.
So about Steen Divine, they had a good 2-2 split and start. Actually, a little bit weird split. They had 2 guys going south of Pachinki, going for the quad there and looting there, while you had 2 guys going west, far out towards the field, and just like way out 2-2 split for a start of the game. But they did manage to group up together.
Avenger.
And also really for this though, Navi is a B group. They need to get off a good start.
Yeah.
Get a lot of points today, get a lot of points tomorrow. So if they manage to continue that, they're going to be looking very good before they have to sit on Sunday and just look at the games.
We should also mention as well, our lobby did start with 63 players. Unfortunately, one member of Infantry Clan has had to go to the hospital, so we wish him our best wishes as that does continue on. But for now, they will continue to be playing with a 3-man roster. Got to play with the hand you've been dealt, I suppose.
To add to that as well, he's fine.
Yes.
It's a minor medical issue.
Yes. So that is that. We're now moving on into game number 2, but we can kind of extrapolating on what we've seen so far. Toffees,
I mean, it's a minor medical issue, but it's a big issue for the team. They had a really rough start. They're going to struggle going forward. But the reality is they still did better than a few other teams like, say, Tempo Storm. These guys, we expect great things, but they've traditionally been starting slow, and they're going to do it again as they come out and they go out, and I think in 15th place on that one. So I think we're seeing some teams that we don't want to see struggle or we didn't expect to are having a little bit of a hard time with this lobby.
Well, it's going to happen, but I mean, it's not about how you play in the start, but you got to make sure if you're Tempo Storm, for example, we know that they're really good on doing the comebacks and coming back really strong in the later on in the stage here. So hopefully they can do that already today and not wait until the next game day.
I've got to ask you, Ace had pretty decent circles when it came to the previous kind of group stage. Now, they just had a great circle for themselves for a lot of that game. Getting themselves 4th place, it's decent, but it's not, you know, the big oomph that they want.
The problem with this exact circle is that once it gets too small, the density of the players is just too high. So if you're in the middle, you're going to be the first one to be looked at from all sides. So VC collapsed on the TSM, collapsed on third party. So in the end, yes, they were in a decent spot for the majority of the game. But like they had to fight out and like try to make sure that everybody was staying away from them until 2 or 3 teams third-partied them.
Being sent is sometimes good, but sometimes you want to be somewhere else as well. Make sure you can get more kills than they got there.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at how things evolved throughout game number 1 here of the day as we look at all of these locations. Where could they be going? Could they be going to Zaki? Probably not. Let's take a look at some other spots. We have the plane coming over and the drops being dropped down too. And for the most part, it gave people opportunities to get where they wanted to be. And then the circle itself gave the people decent opportunities to rotate.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good plane. The Straw's right up, you know, relatively across the middle. Nobody's really going to have to go north of the river. We didn't see any big sort of fights break out on the drops either. And then we can see the rotations of those top teams as Na'Vi start south and just stay south.
Yeah, Na'Vi got very prepared for himself. They didn't get contested by Infantry. Infantry went Snake instead. But look at TSM though. They're going all over the place here.
Well, and that was it. TSM took on that aggressive push really early, picked up points off of Vendetta, and you can see Na'Vi locks into the bottom of that sort of spaghetti compound, like that red house, and they managed to get 3 shifts that just stayed on that house. And that's the hard part about what you said with that hill earlier. Yeah, they're middle, but there's only 2 places to play on that circle, the top of the hill or that red house, right?
Yeah, it was slightly unfortunate for Ace, I feel, with their spot, because them dealing with VC eventually allowed then TSM to come in and sweep everything. It was kind of unfortunate for VC, I suppose, in that instance as well, no?
Yeah, agreed. And also, like, the reason why we showed VC here, that those were the guys moving. They were not top 3, but Sting Divine practically didn't move because they actually looted just south of the area, so there wasn't much to show there. But Sting Divine played that very well. I'm happy to see them start off with this, because if they manage to continue, they're going to be one of the teams in the finals, guys.
Sting Divine had a lot of space to move around on the west side, though. I was expecting them to third party more on the fight between, what was it, Entus Force with Genesis and Tempo Storm.
Sure.
Basically, they could have come in from the south there and make sure that they could grab a few free kills, more or less.
All right, it is time. We're getting into it. It's game number 2. This lobby, A and B, will go head-to-head once again on Erangel as we head over to the commentary team for all of the action.
And welcome back once again for game number 2. I am Poor Swords. Joining me once again is Xenox, and we have one game in the books. We've seen PEL European teams come out swinging early and often.
Yeah, TSM, Na'Vi. I mean, really, you couldn't ask for a better start for 2 of the PEL teams, 2 of the 3 remaining, of course, after last weekend's disaster for PEL.
Yeah. I mean, things obviously not going so great for the bottom half teams of the PEL, but when you think about it, FaZe, TSM, these, Na'Vi to an extent, Na'Vi had probably one of the weakest weekends I think I've ever seen Na'Vi have in a tournament setting, but really kind of turning things on this time around.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi started slow last weekend, didn't they? They took a little while to get going. Probably the first 2 games were very slow.
Yeah.
Not Na'Vi-like, and in the last 4, they kind of cruised home. But
I mean, only 16 kills total.
The fact that they've started well is a bad sign for everyone else. And the same can be said for TSM, because they are looking like the TSM we saw last weekend, which completely crushed their group. So that's like, if you're looking at TSM and Na'Vi, they can keep this up, Poro. That's 2 spots already tick, really. I mean, I'm not saying that they're in, but...
No, for sure. I mean, but
it's looking likely if they can continue this form, is what I'm saying.
You absolutely can't deny the TSM coming in looking like world beaters right now, but that was in a circle that was pretty favorable for them, so it was pretty much set up pretty nicely for them to have a nice game there. But you can only play the game that's in front of you,
well,
right?
you saw Na'Vi on the map that we saw, the AR map. They had to rotate pretty heftily, and then obviously chose to hold that compound, and in the end got rewarded for it. And for TSM, they got rewarded for their aggressive play on that farm push against Vendetta. If they don't do that, if they play a bit more passive, try and rotate away from farm, they probably don't have that sort of game. So you got to give credit where credit's due. You can sit here and say, oh, they got fed. The circle ended up on their position. Well, they had to fight to get to that position. That was ballsy from TSM at the start, going into farm like that, encroaching. You could see it when they got that initial elimination onto non-reg. They didn't actually know he was holding that spot. What if there was 2 members of Vendetta holding that? They could have picked up a double kill into TSM, and the whole game's flipped on its head.
Yeah, ain't nothing lucky about 13 kills in the tank. Yeah, I mean, those guys...
Definitely not.
And the kind of the way they were working, just holding the whole east side, was just a pleasure and a joy to watch as we check in on some of the other boys. We got about 45 seconds before we get into game. Check in on Na'Vi.
But what I'm interested to see, and this is not just the bias in me, but I do want to see how Vendetta is going to play this farm spot, because obviously we saw it in that game 1. They weren't comfortable. TSM punished them for it. They realized, hey, these guys are not comfortable in farm. Where are we? We're in Milta. We're like right next door. Let's go and punish them. Vendetta's going to make sure that if they're playing in a new drop location, they can't be split that much to the point where that can happen.
Yeah.
So
I mean, that late.
Well, yeah, exactly right. I think that circle, because it was so central, sort of baited them into that sort of split.
That's true. I could see it happening. Well, guys, we are heading into game number 2 here on Erangel. As we see Na'Vi had our first win. Let's see who's going to take home number 2.
And what we saw from last weekend, and just general, right, when you have these short format tournaments in PUBG, you start well, you tend to finish well.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And you definitely don't want to have to be digging yourself out of a hole from the very start.
We saw it with Atletico last weekend in the elimination stage and what happened in the end.
There you go, answering one question right off the bat.
Yeah.
Forget a farm drop. We're
now,
going Prim.
They have said that they might go Prim if they're not comfortable with farm, and I'd say that match one, they looked like they were not comfortable with farm, and I think that answered that. And it will be interesting to see, because I think coming out of Prim will be a safer rotation for them. It might not be a better one, but it's safer. Because when you consider farm and who's next to you, got, you know, TSM around that area, you got all these teams that are going to be pushing out of Pachinki, etc., and Snake with infantry. Like, you're literally in between infantry and TSM, and rotating out is going to be dangerous.
Yeah, speaking of TSM, not an easy mill to drop for them, so they dropping on the military island here, going to be taking a little bit longer rotation.
Yeah, and this is just teams reacting to the plane path, obviously. The other thing with Vendetta going to Primorsk is they're the first ones out. They're the first ones looting. They can get their loot depending on how this circle pops. This might work out for them. As you said, TSM, instead of Milta, they're going to go military base, and that's going to work for them too.
Yeah, we don't often touch about the real impact that the plane path does have.
This is one of those
on the mid and late games, but this is definitely going to be one that going to have an impact here as we see where our first circle is going to go.
Wow.
And we are going to the southwest, Vendetta.
Now, this is interesting because it's kind of a bait circle.
It is.
Most likely this will be something like Akka Fields.
Well, this is, and you know, one of the things you brought up is that, you know, having the circle land on farm last time for Vendetta, it felt like they were kind of baited into taking a little bit longer and maybe
you think it might happen again?
Slow, and now we have a similar situation. So
I feel like this is, now, the interesting thing to note for this Vendetta roster is the old Chiefs, if you remember from PGI, they got a couple of members from that roster. They used to loot in the Gaka fields. So they actually know how to play these circles probably much better than the match one circle. So interesting to see how that'll play out. Of course, we keep an eye on Pachinki, but Genesis enters fourth. Nothing's going to happen there. They've got their invisible line down the middle of Pachinki. And TSM, obviously, they're going to be pushing out of Milta, going towards Lighthouse Bridge, which means they'll be pushing past Ferry and potentially Na'Vi.
Yeah, Genesis and Entis.
Now, I don't think Na'Vi's going to be going up to any bridge camping strats here.
Probably not. Na'Vi not typically a bridge camping type of team. They will most likely start heading towards the center of the circle, trying to find somewhere good to play on this particular side. Because, you know, you look at it right off the bat, I mean, what is that? Maybe 40% playable in the
Give or
zone.
take, yeah, I agree.
You know, and there's only a certain amount of really strong positions that you would want to take in early.
That's if you consider a place like Primorsk as playable. Probably not. Yeah. No one's going to be wanting to actually go there. So
well, that's the thing. I mean,
it's like kind of like Quarry up.
Yeah, you know, I mean, you look at the hills maybe where SDV is, or half of SDV is, just off to the east of Quarry. Those are typically kind of sought after as a spot to play towards the late game, and you can kind of see everything in the fields around you. But you know, there's only so many of those spots in these circles like this that you can kind of gain a whole lot of information from. So most likely we'll see Na'Vi and the teams that are already in there try to make a run for those right off the bat.
Now, what's interesting looking at the total rankings already, of course, TSM, Na'Vi high up there in terms of double-digit points already. If you're GEX, if you're Vendetta, you're on 0 points here. Match 2 is so crucial because it can start to snowball, Poro. You can find yourself going into match 6 so far behind already. Genesis again going with all 4 in the one vehicle. Now, they've got a couple of players around them. Mickey from Entis Ace, and you can see Sting Divine there as well, just to their left. Shots from Genesis. They're the ones who have got to be careful, though. Saying that, no one's going to be actually getting out of their vehicles. I think they'll be fine. I think they'll be safe.
Yeah, this is some extremely scary stuff right here for Genesis. It looks like they're going to go ahead and pull off on a way. I think they might have been trying to go for a cutoff there and see if Sting Divine was going to bite on it.
That would have been more risky for Genesis, I think, than Sting Divine.
It might have been. I mean, well, especially considering the fact that there's another car, another vehicle in there.
Oh,
and
speed bump.
A little bit of a speed bump here as they make their way in. They're gonna be careful though, because as we see, Na'Vi already on the move here. We're pushing into Na'Vi territory.
And now this is where Genesis do have to be careful, but I think they've found their destination, which is around just north of Na'Vi. They're going to lose Profi.
We want to make sure we hold on to that car.
They're going to need it.
It might
potentially.
It's the only one we've got.
Maybe not though. I mean, considering this circle, I mean, I don't know if they're going to need the vehicle that desperately.
Oh, Mickey. Mickey been running into a lot of friends. As you see, he's down to about 5 health, 10 health there. As you see the rest of the boys coming in through the trees behind him. Looks like Mickey, Na'Vi once again a doozy right there.
One
take is one bullet.
Yeah. Oh, doesn't find it.
Doesn't find it just yet. Very
Oh!
Ooh,
There it was. The last shot from a doozy. He just wanted to make it look more difficult.
He really was, as Mickey playing with fire, dancing too close to the sun. But look at this now, Ench's Ace looks like they might want a piece, and Ench's Force coming in as well.
Yeah, they're going to be pushing in right onto the warehouse. 4 up for Na'Vi. Senya's going to be careful. Pestilotch versus Doya. Oh, nade being thrown in. Was it Kale? Doesn't matter. Pestilotch realized he moved away from the container just in time. Nade thrown from a doozy towards Seong Chang, who actually got locked outside, and that's going to be... He got knocked down. His team, I think it was Indigo, actually locked the door on him. And HWin will oblige and pick up the knockdown. 3 teams here, Genesis, Na'Vi, and Entus Force.
Hold the door. Hold the door. Yep, Sonya going to get rezzed up here, but Genesis coming in with a clutch third party over the top here is actually saving Na'Vi, as I believe that meant that Entus Ace pulled off of this fight. They didn't want it as much as the rest of the boys here. They might actually be able to get the res onto Mickey here as well.
Entus Ace holding East Quarry. Vendetta are at West Quarry. Or west of Quarry, I should say. So Quarry already becoming congested. Na'Vi wanting to group up with Poker Molodoy. So they didn't even have all 4 members here. As you said, Genesis kind of helping a little bit there for Na'Vi. I don't know how much they were really helping, because Ench's Force weren't necessarily in a position where they were going to be able to collapse onto Na'Vi. It was a bit of a skirmish, but that was all it was going to be. But it is so congested around this area. Now Gustav down near Ferry Pier. TSM, Gustav, spray on a Summer. It's quite good, but not enough to get the knockdown. Who needs the knockdown when you can just plot the dust here? Iroh picks it up for TSM, and they continue their domination so far for day 1 of the semifinals.
And look at how low Domu is. There's one more shot. Michael, can he find it?
Not an, I thought he was going to do a doozy there, Poro.
That was so close. He does manage to escape for now, as we have lost 2 in this game. So even despite that incredible shot, Mickey does get res there for Entus Ace.
So TSM are going to be... where are they going to be pushing?
Yeah, this is
interesting. I'm just looking at the map, and I didn't see a whole lot that's open for them. I mean, anywhere around Quarry is now taken. Entus Ace, Vendetta, Genesis, Na'Vi, and the Force are all there.
How'd you get out of here, buddy?
Leo, this is not your team. Oh, it's possibly 12 in the grass. It's quite sneaky. He doesn't go for the flush, though. Alo pushing over. Now he will go for the flush, because I think he realizes he's in a world of danger. Purdy, Curdy, and Alo do want to be careful peeking over this ridge line, and Leo now gets a bit of time here to change his position up. He might find another one if Lazarus are not careful.
Lazarus is just sitting here wondering, what the hell is this guy doing here by himself, all alone?
Is scared. Leo realizes now he's getting some backup here. I mean, has Lazarus taken too long, Poro?
Yeah, absolutely. They have no, they had no information about what was going on over here. Now he's going to come over the top, and he's going to pick up Alo. That's another down, and it's going to get flushed immediately as GEX is just throwing a complete wrench into Lazarus's plans here.
That's not good. Uncivil's just near hospital, so it's not even going to be able to help out Purdy Curdy. They might be down to 1 here if GEX can find Purdy. Sophia pushing up, they're being aggressive. They played this quite well. Credit where credit's due for Leo in that scenario. For GEX, he really kind of gave him that front line, opened the door. Phase 2, we'll see if it's interesting. Oh boy, it goes out far west.
Man. Okay, so a little bit less than 50% out of play here, as we see more shots getting sent over the top here. Uncivil's trying to protect his teammate.
Do they think he's at the rock, or do
they have to know he's at the rock? Where else is he going to be? I mean, it's a big rock. It's the only thing you can hide it behind, but unfortunately, it looks like, actually, fortunately for Lazarus, it looks like Uncivil is going to protect his teammate from range here.
Yep.
And keep him alive. For now, at least.
I mean, that would have been handy about 2 minutes ago.
Well, still very clutch coming out now as we see the Genesis clown car back in full effect. Na'Vi rolling 2 deep as well. They're trying to find a spot, staying on the south side here.
Fair to say, a lot more rotations here for match 2 compared to match 1, considering the circle shifts that we've had so far.
Yeah, these circle shifts have been absolutely brutal early on. And now Domu is going to return a little bit of fire onto Na'Vi.
Is he, though? He might just get going.
Out of this, yeah. He's got nobody near him. The rest of his squad way off to the west here, or off to the east, rather, so he can't really, he doesn't have any backup on this.
It's one of those scenarios where I think Na'Vi got a little fortunate that he wasn't in a better position to capitalize a bit more on that. We go over to Rang from Ace.
Oh, Icon. You gotta crouch, buddy. Crouch, peek, lean, do anything. Just don't stand completely still and eat a bullet to the face just like that. So unfortunate there. As we check in on the Intus Ace boys, they are on the west side of Quarry. They have actually a lot of room around themselves here. Nobody really pressuring them too hard here. Now their sister team, on the other hand, is getting a little bit trading a few shots back here with infantry.
Yeah, they're still holding at Quarry. I mean, teams wanting to push have got to be careful pushing too close to this coastline, suspecting that eventually it's going to keep pushing back over to Quarry region, for example, for at least phase 4. We'll see what happens in phase 3, of course, but you don't want to be throwing everything to the beach. And then, of course, backfires in phase 4.
Absolutely. A little bit dangerous here if you're a PEL fan. You do have Na'Vi and TSM both working from the south side here. So chances are that they run into each other pretty high as the circle starts to make its move more towards, eventually going to come back towards the east. I don't know when it's going to be. We still have one more. We still have circle 3 to go.
And this is, anything can happen for phase 3, right?
It truly can here as we check on tempo. They have a nice little 2-2 split going on towards the middle here. Nobody pressuring them too much just yet, but it getting a pretty good
I like Tempo's position more in terms of center of the zone.
Yeah.
They're more likely that it's going to shift back onto them for phase 4 as well. They might not have to move maybe for the rest of this game, depending, of course, how it plays out. TSM, 1 kill. Down south, I've actually spotted a crate. Iroh's going to go over and get that. Na'Vi. Doozy trying to find an angle onto Rory. He needed to land those first couple of shots. Now he loses it.
Well, this is going to attract a little bit of attention from Intus Ace as well. As Mickey, you could see, hearing those shots go off in the background. He does have the rest of the squad with him, working the hillsides. Looks like they might show a little bit of interest, but right now it looks like TSM and Na'Vi just going to hold stance.
Here we go, phase 3. Have we got any more interesting circles up our sleeves? It goes north. Okay. Wow, it's gone just about every single angle you can think of so far for the first 3 phases. This is pretty decent for quite a few teams because there is a lot of that congestion up north. The teams that were struggling to make it down to that Quarry region, who had to hold up north, have stayed there, and now they get this circle. Rory in a bit of trouble for TSM, has got Gustav on the other side of the road. You can see him just pushing up that hill to your left of your screen. Senya pushing over. Will he spot him though?
Oh, Gustav coming over the top right at the worst time here for Senya, as it looks like Na'Vi finally turning things. As soon as they saw that circle pop, they wanted to turn their full attention here onto TSM.
There's only 20 seconds till this blue moves as well. Both TSM and Na'Vi won't necessarily want to take this fight. It's so far south of the circle. It would be probably ending up disastrous for both teams if they take this sort of fight. A lot of teams up north already inside of their compounds. Gen G ended up actually pushing up away from the coastline, and it worked out perfectly for them as TSM on the move, and they're going to push up on the west coastline. Shy from GEX spotting Sun Sister, the Japanese team. Kadesu getting a revive from Fiachan, or at least trying to.
I haven't really talked too much about Sun Sister just yet, but I mean, not trying to be toxic, but there's really not a whole lot to talk about with Sun Sister.
Technically, they were the last team to make it in. They held that final 8th position in the elimination stage.
Rory. He hears Elvis going on top of him. And then, meanwhile, it looks like the North American teams are coming alive in the kill feed there. It's finishing off a couple of the Intus Force boys. And yet, Rory just going to play it a little safe here. He had an angle on this, but the rest of the team just calling him back. And they're going to go ahead and let Na'Vi make their way into the southern part of the circle. As we check in on Genesis, they've got the full attention of Sting Divine.
14.5 minutes gone finally. We might see a fight here for match number 2. K-Line with a nade, knockdown onto Levi's. Gen G is going to get involved. Third party from Esther. Nice knockdown onto Jet. Sting Divine coming up second best here, and they are down to just Nikki. Nikki is by himself for Sting Divine, who had a decent match 1, picked up 7 or 8 points or so. Nikki spotted. Nikki flushed immediately. K-Mind. Genesis on 2 kills. Sting Divine out in last.
Just like that, Sting Divine goes down. They're getting shot at from range here by Tempo Storm. Nothing really too serious, as it looks like Intus Ace was thinking about maybe pushing up over this, maybe getting involved, but instead pulling off, as probably a good idea because they have Na'Vi just to their south here.
Vendetta spotted down by TSM. They're down to just Edge and Non-Reg. Non-Reg with a knockdown onto Gustav as TSM push up. Michael and Iro getting close by. They might just leave Gustav for Rory to go get the revive unless another member of TSM gets knocked down. Then Rory's probably required. So Rory goes for the revive. Iro and Michael holding closer towards Vendetta. And if they get that revive, Poro push up 4v2, and the way that TSM is playing, it doesn't spell good news for Vendetta and the two boys. And they've only got 45 seconds to deal with this. Phase 4 is now shifted far out to the east, right on top of Tempo Storm, kind of like I said it would a couple of phases ago.
Yeah. I mean, once you saw where that circle was going to go, how it was cutting a little bit more towards the water, we know it cuts away from water turn from Circle 4, so the hard eastern shift much expected from these guys. But again, TSM taking their time with this one. They as we said, they feel aggressive, they feel confident, but they're also not playing this stupidly, as Gustav is going to try to take a run past and see if he can maybe spot out where everybody is.
That's smart. Now Gustav has a much better position here for TSM as he's pushed in front of them. Now they're just completely surrounded. Swarm, TSM playing this well. Michael with a knockdown onto Edge. Non-Reg now in a 1 versus 4. Vendetta are on 0 points, and it seems like after the first 2 games, they will remain on 0 points. The only team after 2 matches so far in the semifinals on a donut. Non-Reg, unfortunately, running out of time and space. TSM have played this very well, and they're up to kill number 3. They are feeding on the Australian team.
Yeah, that's not good news here for the Australians as they keep just running over into TSM as Navi Senya is getting spotted out. He's getting shot at from Ace from range. We check in on Rumblers here. This is on the very far eastern part of the circle. They're running right into VC as VC's trying to make their rotation in.
VC Gaming did lose 1, and they've been rotating for a lot of this game. At one point, they went all the way down to Primorsk. And then they saw that phase 4 pop and then made their way back up east late. Tide knockdown onto Cherry Pop in here. Rumblers trying to just hold the territory out to the east. They've still got the Wizzy Tower available for Waldo and Micro. Lost HD trying to get involved on DJ Boy, but he hasn't quite got the angle they would have liked as the kill feed starts to really line up here now for phase 4. We had 55 alive at one point, like two or 3 minutes ago, Poro. Now down to 46.
Yeah, there's a few things going on. The center of the circle is a fight between Infantry and QM. Meanwhile, Gen G has run into Navi, but this is what we want to see here. This is for pretty much control of the entire eastern side of this zone here. Whoever comes out on top of this, we are going to see PO get flushed out there. Rumblers have lost 1. VC now making it a 3v3. Go check in on that fight as Gen G regroups.
They just keep rotating from team to team, let alone position to position. I mean, they are just wiping everyone out along their way, along the path. Now Rory, he almost got run over, gets to the tree in time, well played. We'll get Loki here. TSM up to 4 kills now as Loki's eliminated for Gen G. Esther's knocked down by Iro. TSM just can't be stopped.
Gen G just getting completely outclassed here right now, and that is not something that we ever thought we'd be saying coming into this tournament. Timon now the last remaining player up, and TSM is on the hunt.
Timon, last one alive. Gen G are about to be taken out with just 1 point here in match 2. TSM are playing on another stratosphere right now as we are seconds away from phase number 5. Will it continue to feed onto Tempo Storm? Maybe QM, who are with a 3-man split. There's TSM getting it. It's looking good for them for this game.
Worth noting also that the boys from Genesis, the North American squad coming from the south, they're playing much in a similar way that TSM was, just splitting up, getting involved in taking shots at everything they can see. They've managed to pick up a couple of kills for themselves, and now they're turning attention onto Intus Ace.
Trying to shoot through the smoke, but it's just hitting the Dacia. 3 kills for Genesis so far. Sitting in 5th position on the total rankings. Damon getting pushed. TSM have done this quite well so far in both matches. They're getting used to this. They've got a lot of practice in doing it.
See if Taman can maybe sneak a point out of this. He's looking for the window. He's going to find it. He's going to get 1. Oh, he's not going to get anybody as Iro not having any of it. That's going to be it for Gen G.
4 points from 2 games for Gen G. Not the heavy favorites, but one of the favorites from the Korean region, from PKL.
Definitely up there.
It's Ace, 4 kills. They continue to be the Korean team that no one expected to do this well, Poro, but they are performing well.
They are performing absolutely to the top of their ability right now. As we see Pokemolidoy. Let's see if maybe he can come over the top and get something cheeky here. He does have the circle right on his back. No vehicle. We can see Entis Ace now coming alive in the kill feed. And no, yeah, but he's going to find Rory. Rory's going to hide. Oh, he doesn't manage to get the down, and Rory goes down to the zone. But not before Pokemolidoy gets taken down and flushed out by Mr. Michael.
8 kills for TSM. Bestaloch was keeping overwatch of the situation, but he wasn't able even to help out, and such a distance to go here as well. I think he just eventually will die to the blue. So does Rory. K-Mine knocked down by Joy from Entis Ace. Michael Iro pushing through. Never mind, Bestaloch will find the knockdown onto Michael. Iro can't see him. He goes for the nade. Bestaloch will take one with him to the grave. That'll be 2 kills for Na'Vi. Oh, that nade almost got him. It doesn't though. Na'Vi go out in 12th, deny the points to TSM.
A little bit of reciprocation there as TSM was denied the points from Na'Vi in their game 1 win. But 2 alive now for TSM. Iro and Gustav working their way in from the east side, but they've got a fight breaking out in front of them between Genesis and Entis Ace. Looks like K-Mine is going to finally bleed out. It's probably going to come over the top, spot out Joy, not going to land enough shots into it. He's going to trade it back, and yes, he's going to get that down. Mickey is down to half health, but that's going to do it for Genesis. Entis Ace with a nice little spread here.
Yeah, they had the numbers, they had the position. Genesis did their best, but it wasn't enough. Phase 6 now pops, and it goes away from Tempo Storm. Up north, GEX, QM in a decent position. And Kale for Entis Force. GYY knocked down by Iro. TSM are going to, I think, probably keep fighting until there's nothing left from them.
That's what they're doing, and that's what they're doing effectively. Is Song Yang going to stay alive for a little bit, but Microfry has a inkling. He knows he's down here.
Too far.
It's a skinny little tree, and that's going to be one to find him. Los HD getting him with the big nade, and that's 2 kills now for Rumblers coming around on the north side.
And you can see it on the map as well. This will give them a great position for the Rumblers for the remainder of this game. Phase 6 onwards, they'll have this north side. They might still have to deal with GEX, who are inside that building, but they'll be away from Tempo Storm. VC might rotate into them, but they're on the move. TSM still alive. And they'll continue the rotation through Gustav. Iro stayed behind, but he's about to crash right towards Purdy Curdy from Lazarus.
Oh, Gustav, he's gonna move. Yeah. Oh no, Lazarus.
Or is he?
Could have got a free kill there. Is he actually gonna survive this? Oh my goodness, he's gonna come over the top and he's gonna find Fiashan.
It's like plot armor. He just can't be taken down. Iro does finally go down as he was left behind. Crazy Sam will finally get him, hiding behind the door. TSM out in 9th. And the hectic run comes to an end, just short of the placement points as well. 8 teams remain, 18 alive.
All right, Entis Ace.
I'm not sure if that UAZ is drivable.
Yeah, it might need a little time in the shop here. Entis Ace is going to take some long-range shots here from Tempo. Tempo has been sitting in this building for quite some time, but still have managed to pick up 3 kills, which is nice to see. As we see QM still 3 strong on the eastern side. They've been scrapping quite some time with Sharky.
I think those are like, what, frustration shots from Sharky, because they've only got the 3 kills considering where they've been inside of the circle, but it's the fact that the teams have just been fighting around them.
See Alpaca very low here, trying to run across, and he's going to stay alive for now unless QM can land 1 shot into him. Yep, that's going to be it.
GYY, although he gets immediately trained by Mickey from Entis Ace, who, well, don't have the best position right now.
This is actually huge news for Tempo and Rumblers.
Yeah.
As all these teams that were even strength, and yeah, Lazarus actually going to pack. Purdy Curdy going to pick up Ligue, and that's going to be QM down to just 1 player up right now as they try to go for a res. Looks like he's going to stick it for now. And Purdy Curdy going to make his way in the circle and stay alive.
And QM got the revive with a GYY from Easy, so they've got 2 alive. They'll keep their attention towards Purdy Curdy. Sharky spotted him as well. 5 seconds till phase 7. Crazy Sam lost with a line for Sun Sister. 2 up for GEX. Tide sitting in the center of the circle there. And he now definitely is sitting in the center of the circle for phase 7 for VC Gaming. And you can see, of course, where Rumble is located out to the east. But now it's time to move as well for Tempo Storm. Time for them to get involved, try and find a couple of kills, and finish match 2 strong.
Yeah, the question is, what is Tempo going to do once they try to get into this circle? Are they going to wrap towards the east, or are they going to wrap towards the west? They have the entire the 3-man squad of Rumblers still off to the east. They have control over a lot of vision. If they go to the west, they can probably pick up on a lot of these single kills and duos. Is the grenade going to come out from GYY? Not going to find anything. Mickey trying to reciprocate here a little bit.
It's not going to find the knockdown that they were looking for. Blue's going to start moving very shortly. Mickey's going to take whatever's left of this Darcy here. It's about to blow up, though. He doesn't get out, and he doesn't get out in time. Sharp Shot will pick up the elimination. 4 kills now for Tempo. Purdy Curdy spots GYY coming out of the other side of that ridge. Easy's there, and Easy with an easy headshot on the Purdy Curdy. Lazarus out in 8th. And QM can get the revive again onto GYY. It's like the third one.
You know, who's keeping count here anyways? Rang is going to try to outrun the blue zone, avoiding the shots from Tempo. He does break line of sight. For now, he's going to come over the top here. It's only a question of who's going to get the kill here. And actually, it'd be huge if...
Sharky.
Good job. Sharky going to leave it nothing to chance here. As Tempo going to wrap in and stay to the south. Might look like they head a little bit towards... Yeah, they're going dead center here.
I mean, they might as well. They've got the numbers advantage. They're the only team with 4 alive. The next best is Rumblers with 3. And Rumblers have been quite passive out on the edge of this circle rather than pushing in, trying to take power of the zone. Which is fine. It's understandable. But now you can see where Zampa's position is on the map, and it's pretty decent. Only Tide's maybe in a better spot, but Tide's by himself. He's not going to be looking for a fight here. GYY with a knockdown onto Kane over towards the west of the circle. Shay Wei pushing up for GEX, finds the headshot onto GYY, which I think if he goes down, he's going to bleed out in like 1 second. He's been knocked 3 times prior. The nade thrown from Shy Wei does get the knockdown onto GYY, and let's see how quick he's going to bleed out.
Easy staying alive for a little bit longer here.
He's gone.
Yeah, he's a GYY. You're done, buddy. But I mean, look, you can't take anything away. QM has been just fighting, scrapping, tooth and nail for everything they've gotten so far in this map. I think they have about 6 or 7 kills here, and they still have Easy trying to stay alive for a little bit longer, but he's got to make his way into circle. While GEX is not forgetting about him. They have a priority on the north side. They're just waiting to see if they can maybe spot him out.
This is actually working out quite well for Tide for now. I don't want to jinx him, but Tempo Storm looking towards Rumblers. GEX and QM have been fighting. As this progresses, Tide might find himself in a position to maybe, just maybe, come away with a win for VC game. We'll see how it plays out. It all, I think, depends on how Tempo Storm and Rumblers do. Of course, if they really damage each other, someone comes out alive, but it's only like 1 or 2 remaining between the 2 North American teams. It could be a chance for Tide. As Easy is going to be spotted by Shy Wei out west. He will be eliminated. 4 teams remain. Tempo Storm, GEX, VC, and Rumblers.
Tide had vision there on Zampa. It's just a question of is he going to take a shot here. Shy Wei actually going to take some shots over at Tempo. That might force Tempo to pull back a little bit here as they do finally start landing a little bit of damage. Not getting any downs, though, as we see game 1 belong to the PEL, and TSM and Navi game 2 now turning over to the NPL.
Not just yet, though. Not just yet. Not with GEX and VC still in this game. And the fact is, Rumblers and Tempo Storm, considering they've got the numbers, they're the ones that are being more aggressive. They're fighting each other here. Smokes are out, utilities are being used, but it's a matter of time going into phase 9 that we're going to see Tempo and Rumblers take the fight with each other, and then I presume GEX will third party this.
Yeah, you can see GEX is just wanting to hang out on the edges here and just take shots in. But Tide, oh my God, as soon as he gets a spot, there's the center of the circle. You can see just how far Tide is away from it. It's
not far.
I mean, he could be so influential here, as you know, when he decides to perk up and maybe take shots.
I really hope he doesn't give his position away, but I think he's just thrown out a smoke in preparation for his eventual departure from that spot. Sharp shot knocked down by Lost HD. Now it begins between the 2 MPL teams. Lost finds a second one onto Sharky. Quick headshot. It's gone horribly wrong, but Luke finds the knockdown onto Lost HD. Can't find a second with a transfer. Wow. Oh, Rumblers have just rumbled. Tempo Storm out in 4th position, but here Rumblers are low. Are they going to get the revive onto Lost HD? Otherwise, it's a 2 versus 2 versus 1. Tide is still in this game.
They have time to get this res here. GEX looked like they might have been pushing onto this, but they just pushed up far enough to get into a bush and get a little bit closer to the center of the circle. Rumblers still haven't stuck the res.
1 nade available for Kane. Does he just go for broke, try and throw it into the smoke onto Waldo? Oh, Tide's been spotted though. He doesn't even know where to shoot. Oh no,
for Tide. He's out the third. Shy away with the knockdown of the Lost HT. Never mind, it was the elimination. Micro does get the knockdown. That's what you want. Now to 2 versus 1. Kane holds the spot though, close by to Waldo. He gets up, he gets one. Can he find the second one though? They'll get the win for GEX. Both Kane and Micro are low. They don't know where each other is though. Micro wants the high ground. Kane trying to rotate to the right. He spots him in the grass. Kane gets the win for GEX.
A 10-kill win for GEX. What a clutch performance at the end by the duo. I mean, Rumblers had it. Oh, they had it. It was so close. They came up off a great fight with Tempo Storm. GEX bided their time, waited till the perfect moment to strike, and actually just destroyed. Oh, what a great finish there.
I mean, Rumblers were low from that fight with Tempo Storm, but to their credit, Poro, they won that fight.
They did. They did. You know, I mean, you could argue, did they have time to maybe go and get the res onto Los HD? Did they have the time to I mean, you could see that they were expecting to get rushed. And GEX, it looked for a moment like they were going to do just that. They got up, they started making that movement, but then they went prone, realizing that maybe they didn't have the time or they just didn't have vision. And, you know, in the end, Rumblers, I mean, you got it down to a 1v1. It was so close, but GEX, clutch shooting there.
And Kane with the trigger discipline as well to not give away his position early on. We saw Shy Away was the one who got the initial knockdown and got Rumblers down to that 2 versus 1. And then, of course, Kane was able to spring up from behind. I don't think they were expecting that. They were probably expecting Kane to be in a similar position to Shy Away. He wasn't. He snuck up. He got the 1 versus 2 in the end. And GEX come away with a very crucial win. And it's going to go a long way for them now with 10 games remaining.
Yeah, and I mean, that's 20 points in your second game. So that's going to do it for us here. We are going to send it over to the analyst desk to talk a little bit more about what we just saw. Guys, take it away.
That's right, an almost foregone conclusion. I've been saying it for days. One of my dark horses to be able to...
my dark horse.
What? Are you sure?
GEX, man. I'm telling you, these guys, they can do something really good. Look at this. Look at how they play the game.
They got 0 in the last game.
Well, yeah, sure. They striked out 0 in the last game. I mean, that can happen. But at the same time, they came back strong.
Yes.
10-kill win here with the clutch in the end.
It was a good clutch. I mean, it was a great fight. It definitely helped that everyone was like limping around at that stage of the game. I mean, for me, that really came down to Tempo Storm and Rumblers fighting each other at the last second and sort of opening the door to everybody else.
I mean, let's take a look at the highlights here whilst we continue things on. For us, you may continue on about my dark horse.
Look, this was amazing as well. We saw TSM, they were rotating, but at the same time, VC was between them. And they,
Jeez,
that's my dark horse. That's my dark horse.
That's my dark horse as well.
So everyone has GX as their dark horse now. Okay, I see how it is.
Oh my god.
Are you okay over there?
No, it's so funny.
Leo by himself though, taking out that battle with Lazarus. That was pretty great because he was there by himself before he got some backup from the others coming in from the southeast later on.
I'm glad you're able to keep yourself composed for us and keep talking whilst this mumbling fool towards the end of the test just continues.
I'm not saying anything again.
Man.
I'm just dead.
I love this.
Yeah, that's great. This push here with making sure that the first guy he overextended to take the attention and then making sure that none of them got knocked.
That's a play you can take to your actual pub game. Pushing the balcony versus pushing the hallway, always a much safer bet. It was really clean.
Looking out through the game, though, we saw TSM and Navi. They were struggling a little bit on the west side. Not just early on, but later on as well. Gustav here, making a move. He was, well, he had left Iroh behind, but at the same time, he pushed here. He got himself 1 more point here, and that's great. 1 more point. We're talking about this the whole time. 1 point could be the difference in the end.
They had, what, like 8 kills by the end of this game, despite not really having placement points. So that's really big, despite no placement points probably coming in there.
This, though, the big story, Tempo Storm losing the 4 versus 3 versus Rumblers. I could hear in Poro's voice, his patriotic heart was broken.
It's like, no. GX, though, of course, get themselves the win there. As we just saw Kane, he was able to clutch out in the very last moment. Great play by them as they come into the placement points and getting themselves the good old kills as well. Points coming in, 20 points up towards the top. The Rumblers will get themselves 13 on the board, and TSM third place overall, despite none of those placements.
That's insane.
I mean, that's the reality. TSM, I think, is going to come out of today, you know, big, a star.
Yeah,
These guys are already shining. They're sparkling beautifully. But I think that's it, is when we talked about this tournament, we talked about FaZe and Liquid primarily. TSM was good, but they weren't sort of the the top 2 European teams. And I think there may be a case to make them number 1.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Ira has been the perfect choice to fit into that team. I'd say the amount of things they do together with Ira, like in the games, it's just amazing to see.
I would have liked to see what happened if they actually he joined that car and there were 2 guys there. They might have gotten even further into the top 3, top 4 or something like that, because Sunsteds got pretty far.
Well, I mean, he was holding down, I think it was QM there, right? That was shooting at them. So basically...
Yeah, Sunsteds, then QM, and they were fighting, but there's points there.
Overall points at the moment, TSM sits at the top with 28.
Wow.
GX getting themselves the big 20. Smackaroonies gets second spot so far, my friend.
Our 2 chicken dinner winners looking pretty good right now. Second and third, though TSM hasn't won one and still in first. Got to give a lot of love there. Ace, again, another team that people were like, oh, they're the little brother to Forest. They're, maybe they'll do okay. Are just dominating.
People were questioning them. Was it a fluke that they won the group during the group stage? I think not.
I want to give a shout out to Rumblers. Rumblers got invited less than a week. Right? They weren't invited, I should say. They qualified. They were just the farthest down the list. They came in. They didn't have any time to prep, and now they're in 5th, I'm sorry. But still, pretty gosh darn good.
They're the highest up from the MPL teams right now.
Oh.
That's got to chafe the MPL teams a little, you got to figure.
Maybe a little.
Yeah, I mean, 5 teams from MPL earned their spots, right? Like outright. And then Rumblers gets added at the last second, and they're performing better than the other guys are right now.
I mean, even though they didn't do too much prep before, we do know that they do their prep during the nights. We saw them last night after the scrims. They were looking through the scrims, make sure, okay, what's actually happening? Who's dropping where? Where do we want to go? Where do we want to fit in this group here?
It's time to break it for our second game. We'll be moving into our last game of Erangel in a few moments' time. But before we do that, it's a quick break, and then when we return, it's more PGC action as we have groups A and B going head-to-head.
Black Equalizer brightens dark scenes without overexposing bright areas. Color Vibrance allows for more realistic and vibrant colors. It also provides the convenience to tune colors in-game, making you see the change instantly.
It's always great to see the eye tracking software giving us a bit of extra detail as to what's going on.
the second chance that the teams are going to get here, and this will be the last chance if they don't make it. So they got to step up right now.
I mean, every chip that they have left is on the table, and these teams have to go all in. For some of them, like Liquid, the deck is stacked against them, where they've got to really, really push out of the gate hard to sort of get that momentum to catch up to the top teams.
I think it's going as expected, except for Team Liquid. That's the only Team Liquid and Detonator. I'm surprised they're in this lobby.
See Detonator's in a little bit of trouble here. Yep, okay, a lot bit of trouble as they go out in 12th place. That is bad news for that squad. As you can see, they were sitting in 13th going into this.
One team for sure that's going home. Maybe G2.
Definitely G2, I think.
Like G2 and Liquid don't look like they're in a good spot.
I feel like G2, they've been doing so bad for like 2 days now. They're not showing any sign of coming back.
G2 is falling apart here as GYY coming up clutch.
Nelo's left in a very, very difficult situation, to say the least.
Nelo's doing everything he can to keep G2 in this.
That would suggest that he doesn't have bandages, he doesn't have stims, and he also no longer has a place on this server because G2 are dead.
They're teams that, like, they're so powerful that they can just come back with back-to-back wins or, like, even insane games.
4 versus 2, Team Liquid are returning. Do not count out Team Liquid. 11 kill win. They have returned.
Made some good zones for us. Yeah, good zones. Yeah. About time. We've had only hardships from us, so it's been really rough. But at the same time, we've been playing like
방금 뒤에 리퀴드가 1등 했던 것처럼 저희도 1등해서 세미파이널까지 노력해봐야죠.
Looking risky. Oh, Detonator.
Oh, no.
Right now, the last remaining player up for the squad from Korea.
And
that's going to do it.
Detonator, 16th place in this one.
More comfortable. 我们就比较舒服一点。那是他。可是那是他。
Teams like this, to the Latin America teams, I feel like they're going to go home today.
They want to play a spoiler to this. QM, one more player, 2 individuals. That's 2 points, 2 potential frags. Jukesy, QM, they're both there.
Yiz is going to go down, and yes, that's going to be Red Cannons with a 5-kill win. We don't know how the placements are. We gotta give respect and props to Red Cannons, the Latin American team coming out of nowhere here in the final game.
Eu acho que os últimos jogos, querendo ou não, a gente teve um pouco de ajuda da Safe, mas a gente conseguiu fechar esse último jogo bem. E a gente conseguiu pontuar bem também no São Roque e foi o que ajudou a gente a classificar.
There are 3 PEL teams in this elimination group, and 3 PEL teams did not make it. The next 8 teams that are going to be following them are to your left-hand side of your screen right there.
I forgot who was in the group. I just know it's the hardest group. I think there's 2 OGN.
It's Gen G, both OGN.
Yeah, both OGN.
And then there's
I think
Navi is in there.
And they
Genesis is in there. Ifty is in there as well. NBC. Oh yeah.
VC's nuts.
Yeah, I think VC is really good also.
We won't have such a hard time in the group because of the teams that are in the group. They're good teams, but they don't play the same play style as us. So I think we won't be running into them too much.
We have really good teams, but we also have like the 2 weakest teams in my opinion, so that helps as well.
Who are the 2 weakest?
I'm not gonna say.
Who are the strongest?
4 AM and FaZe and a Freak of Freaks, so that's gonna be difficult.
We're just happy that there's not teams like hard contesting us in our group, you know what I mean? Like none of the teams that are dropping super close to us ended up in our group, so that's always good.
So you're pretty confident?
I mean, you never know, but obviously we're happy with our group, so.
And here we are, getting everything set for games number 3 and 4. My name is Matchroom, and I am joined by Paperthin. We're going to be going back to Erangel, and then one more Sandhawk. Been some feisty games that last round. Pretty interesting. Evil Circles coming to play, and you guys know how much I love those. You open for a few more?
Oh, I am very, very ready. Right now, TSM is playing out of their minds. Honestly, Matchroom, and I was talking to you a little bit about this during the break, they are starting to remind me of what OMG did last year at PGI. They are playing aggressive. They are sneaking up on teams. They're third-partying incredibly well. Everything I've seen from them today has been near flawless.
Absolutely no fear coming out from TSM right now. They have so much control in their play style, and it's coming up huge for them. They're just netting so many kills. I mean, they're getting great position as well, but it feels like the kills are that engine that's just pushing them up that leaderboard, and they're fighting with anyone. If they see it's Na'Vi, they're not afraid to go in for a scrap. They'll just play around any section of the map that they can, and they just feel comfortable.
Yeah, they've blown up 2 of the top teams from Korea, Entis Force and Gen G, basically taking them down. I mean, they got a little bit of help with a third party in the first game, and I know it's okay.
Tell us in your heart.
In my heart, I am not really satisfied with the way that Gen G and Entis Force are playing right now. To me, they look scared. They don't look like the confident team that they should be. Entis Ace is playing their game. Love what they're doing. They're diving center circle around phase 3 or 4 and just holding down that position as best they can. That is their game. They are sticking to it, and that's why they're up there in the leaderboard.
Secret for success from Paper Thin. They're coming, and all you got to do is have the confidence. Plane path starting up over Zarky and ending in Milta Power. So a couple of early drops coming in there. You can see Na'Vi making a little bit of a modification, it looks like. A lot of teams probably going to be dropping right out from the center. I feel like the last set of circles in game number 2 were the catalyst for the action. We had a very centralized circle in the first game. Very calm, reflective, not a lot of interesting rotations coming into play. But this time we've got a little bit cooler of a plane path, and that might be kind of setting up a little bit of interesting action depending on where this first circle goes.
Yeah, this is one of these more fair plane paths where just about every team can kind of get where they want to go in a relatively reasonable amount of time. Now, what's going to be really interesting for me is watching what TSM is going to do here. It looks like their drop is pretty good, and they're going to be ahead of the other teams because they've been going military base, so they need to be the first ones to get down and get those vehicles to make sure they can get to Millie on time and come back fully equipped.
GX had themselves a very good last game. I mean, it was a lot of trouble, but then no surprise, North America versus North America happens all the time, especially in those in-game circles like that. We just love to kill each other, but GX figuring out a way to capitalize off of it, move into a good position. Where's that first circle going? Opposite side from last round, still a ton of water, and looks like we're heading over towards Lumberyard.
Well, I tell you what, everyone's getting a circle in their favor today. No one can complain too much about these circles. We got a far left, a center, and now a far right. Everyone is having equal opportunity.
I mean, yeah, it's still PUBG players are going to find a way to complain about it on social media somehow. Love the guys, but it's always about those first circles. All right, here we go. We've got Rumblers that have a nice set of control, as well as Genesis holding down his position right next to Force, separated line north and south, and we've seen this very regularly. Everybody's just very comfortable with each other. Like, no, you take that area, but the moment a car engine starts, that's whenever the bullets start flying.
Well, I like what Entis Force did in the first game. They were the first ones to leave Pachinki, took some shots at Genesis, nothing really connected, but then they didn't follow up. They didn't try to stay ahead of Genesis. Genesis leapfrogged them and was one of the teams that blockaded them.
So last time, Force actually made the shift over to this position first. And now we have Profi coming over, getting this angle for it. Curious to see if he's maybe waiting to see something happens out of this. Force is still in their looting stage right now, so might not have the best vision line back over here towards us. So this might be an easy kill being set up by Genesis, depending on how Force decides to play this out. But with the way that the circle's set, I'm venturing to say a lot of these teams are going to be moving very early.
Yeah, this definitely looks like Genesis trying to kind of take advantage of maybe some tendencies they've seen from Entis Force. We'll see if that plays through. There you can see Lazarus on your screen making their way in and around Yasnaya. They've got a couple members north and a few members south, so they're spreading out, taking up a lot of territory in the northern part.
This is interesting with Purdy being set up to this position. There's a lot of teams that might opt into coming into the northern part of the circle along that little bit of land that's right next to the lake north of Yasnaya. They might be leaving him behind to maybe get a kill point or two, or maybe just scout out a little bit more information. The rest of the team already in movement, except for him and Luke, who are both in very interesting track positions.
This is a really big split for Lazarus. It's really quite fascinating. Luke can watch the teams on the western edge of this circle, kind of relay some information. Now you've got Alo and his partner in crime here moving up onto Sting Divine.
It's scouts versus scouts right now. Lazarus coming up with 2. Looks like Nicky's realizing, okay, this might be a little bit too hazardous. Going to go ahead and retreat back away from this. So that's going to allow Lazarus to have control over those building complexes. A couple of rotations still coming in, but Nicky's got to watch out. We have Althak right down below this rotation as well, but Levi's managed to get the shots out and should buy a little bit more space. But it's going to be Ace that's in a little bit of trouble as a couple of shots come their way.
Yeah, Ace looks like they're trying to set up their 2-2 split potentially that they want to do. They might be forced to all group together as there are members of QM in the middle of them. You can see them right there in front of them going to the warehouse. You got Liga and GYY setting up inside of there. So this might kind of throw off Entis Ace a little bit as a couple of their members may be rolling up into the Alamo.
So Alamo has a nice strong angle back on a lot of the different points of Warehouse. Warehouse can be strong depending on how you play it, but also has a lot of open space around it, so it could lead to some long-range shots coming through and getting a couple of knocks. So Ace looks like they're just going to go ahead and opt into playing a different section of this while letting QM have that Warehouse.
Yep, this is pretty safe stuff from Entis Ace. They're just going to get dead center circle, split up a little bit in there. Pretty typical what we've seen from them. A few late rotations coming in, and this is Entis Force and Genesis moving through. And this time it is Entis Force ahead.
I like this. Look at how Genesis is playing right back behind Force, seeing if anybody is shooting at them. Until they see Force stop, they know that they have a safe path to use this for. So they're trying to cut back over, make it towards Nerf. And they have Summer that's playing this high ground position for VC Gaming. So a little bit of separation coming out. Now the trap's starting to get set as Force is coming through. It's going to be Nerf taking a couple of shots back over towards Kale. Kale has the high ground and the grenade, just trying to line this up. Does manage to get the knockback over from it. Nerf gets away from it and should be able to walk up on the other side of this rock and get the shots. An easy kill, but no! He gets shot from another angle, and it's going to be DJ Boy coming up and saying, no, both those points are mine.
Wow, DJ Boy steals 2 points here. Longster getting in on the action as well, as now H-Win is down. K-Mine trying to get the smoke, seeing if he can get the res onto them, and that is 2 members down here for Genesis if H-Win does go down.
If there's one thing players should start taking notice of, trying to play this location early in this stage, probably phase 1 into phase 2, it feels like every single time you go to the top of those hills around Shelter, just so you know where the entrances are, you're gonna get shot. And a lot of these teams are trying to opt into it for a safety play, trying to play center of circle, and it just hasn't been working too well for them.
Yeah, it can be really challenging, of course. These teams study very hard. They watch the rotation patterns that the other teams like to go through, so they'll set up traps for them for sure. I want to talk about some teams that are making late rotations. Navi was up in Zarki, so they're coming through by the bridge to the east of Razak right now. Sun Sisters coming along the north side of Yasnaya. GEX was northern Georgia Pole. They are now centering up a little bit on the northwestern side, and Tempo Storm and Gen.G coming in very late from the west.
Talk about how nerve-wracking it is to push down into Shelter in those bunker areas whenever you're at a stage like this, knowing that some of the best players in the world could just be hiding behind any box in any corner in the low ground positions. Everybody has to take it so slow. Meanwhile, Tempo Storm coming in from their Gatka drop. Going to be making over towards the safe zone. Be curious to see how they play that. Looks like Navi up towards their north by quite a ways, opting to play along edge. Going to be a couple of interesting modifications coming in, talking about the rotations that you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, Sun Sister now making their way along the eastern coast, heading down towards Lipovka-ish, and they've got Lazarus that is set up there. Lazarus grouped up with Alo and Civil as they bopped Divine out of Lipovka a little bit.
There is nobody for about, I'd say, 700-800 meters around Tempo Storm right now. Everybody has opted to play around the Lumberyard Hills in that farm area as well. So Tempo Storm find themselves pushing back along that line. You can see Death Road, that's where infantry is set up. I know a lot of people have been spamming 63, 63, what's going on with this lobby? There was an injury for one of the infantry players to get this started off with, so playing as 3 right now while he is getting treatment, but everything we hear, he should be fine and good to go.
Yeah, we're really hoping to see him again soon. Lynn should be back, and it doesn't seem to be anything serious. Now, Tempo Storm might roll up on them, although it looks like they're going to stop up just a bit short as some shots did come through. So Zampa's going to lead the way for Tempo Storm here. See if he can get a little bit of information as the Sharpshot and Maluk are going to head on out.
Trying to draw a little bit of bait shots their direction, seeing what's safe. Looks like Zampa's made the call out. There's nobody around them, so going to loop back over towards this position. They do have infantry split that's coming through. That's kind of a brave play if you're playing with 3 players right now, running them in 3 different positions. That makes you vulnerable, but does give you the chance of maybe getting a couple of kills, depending on how rotations go.
Yeah, and it also gives you a lot of ground to cover if the circle kind of shifts towards you and buys you a lot of time, because if you're infantry, you're thinking placement points. That's what you're really gunning for, as you're going to be disadvantaged in any team fight.
At this point, Genesis and Force just have an unlikely relationship on any part of the map that they're at. They just kind of have to split it across. Tempo Storm has a couple of shots that are coming back over towards them from Force, looking back over that direction. So losing vehicles, losing tires, having to use a lot of smoke and utility just to get these reses up. That's the hazard of this dip. You get a lot of information out of it, but you also get a lot of people that can shoot back at you.
Well, that spot is pretty exposed. you know, a lot of teams can see you, like you were saying, from a lot of different directions. Oh my goodness.
Okay, let's go.
Oh boy.
I said I wanted some spicy circles. Well, it's about to get real interesting. That's still what? At least, I would say about 2/3 water moving through this. It's all Milta power right now. We do have Tempo Storm's Gustav that's made his way over trying to get this position, but it's Rumbler's home turf, and it looks like they're trying to regroup very quickly. Look at all these teams hopping inside of vehicles, just trying to carve out some section of the map because they know territory is going to be tight very quickly.
Speed and aggression are going to be the keys here. You have to get into somewhere in this circle safely first. You can see Divine, by the benefit of being south of Lipovka, they're getting right into those yellow compounds.
4 teams.
Look at
Four
this.
teams stacked up, and that's gonna be a nice shot coming out, and that's gonna be one of the members QM going down. It's just a catastrophe as these different teams are trying to figure out where to stop at. Nobody wants to be the one to jump out because you could get run over. There are so many vehicles just cutting through. We got guys catching some airtime. Summer's trying to get the shots back over on this. He does manage to get one, but gotta be very cautious from those outside angles. It's just a death trap from everybody coming down from the north right now.
Everyone wants to try to get something in here. It's fitting we're in LA because there is a ton of traffic coming in. Here's Entis Ace, who's managed to get onto the southern end of Milta Power.
Halo jumps out in the face of him and manages to take him down. That was just a straight jump out and shot. Joy's trying to get a blitzer around on this and does manage to get one.
At least Joy is able to get 1 point here for Entis Ace, but Alfaka caught a little off guard there. There is just so many cars going by. There just had to be noise everywhere.
Now in a little bit of trouble. Long distance grenade's gonna go out with the bounce. I think it's gonna be just a touch short. So, of course, now knows that they're in some trouble off on this angle as well. Vehicle Explosion's gonna go ahead and take him down. And OG and Entis Force is the 15th team eliminated.
It just a unfortunate situation for a lot of teams coming into this circle. A circle like this, it just gets crazy, and you have to be one of the first ones in here. Entis Ace has got 2 up inside, but TSM, love TSM's position here. If anybody was watching the PKL, this is a position that Danawa took and ended up winning in a very similar situation.
So we've got Ace still holding the southern part of Milta Power, looking back towards TSM. TSM still 4-member strong. Gen.G, like they're trying to carve out a little bit of section of this hillside that can have some nice sight lines for it. Na'Vi has just opted, nope, we want nothing to do with anything that's happening on the side of it, but there's still teams taking some shots, and that's going to be QM. Nice awareness, thinking, okay, maybe somebody's going to go for the boat on this, but not a lot of people that can really play this position. Even if we see Na'Vi make it past QM, TSM is already holding the land that's just a little bit to the south of this, can take the pot shots, and there's no safe entry point for Na'Vi to make it back landside right now.
Yeah, there's no way. TSM is going to make the call onto this. Easy peasy, 4 potential points here if they can pounce on it quickly. You can see Gustav already has eyes on them. He's going to be calling in the reinforcements from TSM. They might only need 1 or 2 over there. They don't need everybody. There just aren't a lot of good spots for Na'Vi to land until they get to the beach, but TSM is all around this peninsula.
So there is the little bit of a beachhead that's just to the south of where TSM's at, but further south than that, there's those cliffs that sometimes people try to like climb up on. Infantry is holding that position right now, so there's just no good entry point angles for Na'Vi. Looks like they're thinking about just gunning it in. You can see that they're turning the boat back towards that beachhead, thinking about just trying to pass through everything, but that's going to put them closer to everybody on TSM. The spray's starting to come out. You can see a little bit connecting, and there we go. Na'Vi is just dusted.
There was just nowhere for them to go in that boat. There was too many teams around the outside of Milta Power covering those angles. Just that's the nature of some of these brutal circles. You try something unorthodox, but it's just not working.
So you can see a lot of people still trying to play around Milta Power right now. Rumblers opting into factory. They have complete control over it right now. It is back towards the southwestern part of this circle, so a couple of teams might be trying to encroach, move into those buildings just on the outskirts away from it. You can see, I think that's going to be Vendetta that's making the push over towards it. Uncivil just looking back over towards QM, trying to get a little bit more information for this as infantry and a lot of people starting to roll up thinking, okay, we just got to start making a little bit more dangerous of pushes into this. Genesis trying to figure out what they're going to do because they have GEX just to the north.
Yeah, they're west of the circle right now. There's only 2 members left here for Genesis, H-Win and K-Mine. Some decent shots and a nice knock coming in here from H-Win with that SLR onto Leo of GEX. Now what is GEX's response going to be? They have just maybe enough time to get the res, but if that circle gets close enough to Leo, he's dead to rights, and it looks like they are going to abandon him.
Genesis still making the plays around this, but have to be so careful. Gen G playing the low part of the hill. They do have a shack to work with, but you can see so many different angles that they're weak from. PO goes for a spin back around, hits a little bit of damage, but says no. Okay, this is just a little bit too hazardous. Loki is on the outside of the safe zone right now, looking back towards GEX, trying to figure out how they're going to make a push onto this. Loki's just trying to find the position, knows that somebody's around. It's going to be Esther going down inside of that, so now more pressure back over towards Gen G. Are they going to be able to spot it out? No. Does line it up. Can he get a little bit of vengeance back for his teammates? Trying to get a little damage off there, but UAZ is going to reposition back behind the tree, and Loki is in a lot of trouble right now.
I was going to say, this is going to be a real gut check moment for Gen G, but it is already starting off very poorly for them. Esther is gone. PO is knocked. Now we're jumping over to Tempo Storm in a battle with Vendetta. Vendetta, a shaky start to the day. Tempo Storm with a solid game number 2, despite coming out with that and maybe not the position they would have liked. They would have liked to have won that. Oh, a good grenade from Kane is going to trade with H-Win.
A lot of skirmishes happening on the outside of this. Loki's drawing a lot of tension. This firefight's just taking a long time. Still very early. Blue's going to tick hard. He has to be very cautious. The moment he starts pushing along this direction, he's going to have so many people looking back towards him. Shy away, trying to figure out where is this coming from. Loki's taking a lot of damage off of this. You can see the Blues ticking him down right now. He's actually holding a lot of time for this because you can see Genesis in a similar position. They're kind of caught up fighting another one of the Gen G members, and that's drawing a lot of attention out and away. Otherwise, GEX might be able to take the shots for him. Tempo Storm, Vendetta, still just kind of hold it up inside of this. Tempo Storm doesn't want to push the upstairs yet. It's very, very dangerous to make that push up those stairs, and you can see Vendetta set up in a lot of positions on the outside of this, waiting for the push to potentially come.
And look at who's outside. It's Edge by the door. I'm real curious if Tempo Storm has any kind of inkling that Edge is over there, because once they start going up the stairs, Edge is going to be the one who wants to come in the back and clean up Tempo Storm.
This backstab could be big. They're starting to make their way up that stairwell. Edge can sneak up right back behind him. He has the angle, goes for the shots. It's going to be nice shots coming from there. Maluk steps out, gets it down onto 1, separates away from this. It's turning into a lot of trouble. There's Molotovs down inside of this position. Zampa has gone down for Tempo Storm right now. Vendetta's critical motion is off on the outside of this, not capable of helping a lot in this, and that's a really nice sneaky place to go for a res. So now Vendetta trying to regroup with their last 2 members.
Well, that just shows you how good Sharky's game sense is. Way to just know that somebody was going to be waiting around that corner and is able to out-duel Edge there, picking up 1 kill for Tempo Storm. And Vendetta is backed off for now. Circle is mostly centered up because we needed to move away from the water, so not much is really going to change. Genesis is just a little bit outside of the circle by Gen G, GEX to the north.
Tempo Storm is running a 2-2 split from this position. They have 2 members back down towards the south, but you can see Gustav trying to spot out what's going on. He's got Iroh back behind him, but Gustav can end up sneaking right up into a position next to QM, get some shots over this, and they'll have a lot of outside control of Milta power. Depending on where these next circles go, they can have a lot of force that they can just kind of influence everything that's going on. Gustav takes those shots, doesn't get the down. Plan's starting to fall apart on that, so retreat back away. Iroh taking a couple of shots onto it, maybe regroup, try to find a different position to maybe try to make that play from again.
Well, I want to talk about TSM's positioning a little bit here and why I really like this in a circle that shifts this hard to the southeast. Ooh, some good shots by Nikki. It is you can see a lot from where TSM is, and now they're making a huge 2-2 split around Milta Power. This is basically going to give them vision of everything that is on the other side of the circle from them, assuming the circle shifts away from them to the west.
One thing we should note is Sun Sister is playing the low ground right now. Anybody that wins these fights up towards the north, around where we're looking at right now. And GX, this is ambitious. Let's just go ahead and bring a vehicle in, and let's just put ourselves in a crossfire between everyone in the world. And see you later, GX. You managed to make it in, but then you lost everything in the end.
Yeah, that was a risky push, to say the least. They were in a bit of a pickle, though. Not much available for them inside of the circle. All the good compounds already claimed. And there's actually a lot of flat ground inside of this circle, so there isn't a lot of room to work with.
Stink Divine sitting on 4 right now. They're kind of the guardians of the north at this time. They've got a lot of space and control, and they can influence rotations depending on where this next circle goes, but they also have a lot of flat land around them. If they have to move, that's going to be very dangerous for them. Tempo Storm making their push back over on this angle, and nice shots coming out from Waldo. That's going to get a lot more space. Tempo Storm now going to have an easy opportunity to make that push.
Waldo inadvertently providing some cover fire, but Taman is going to find H-Win, get a kill for himself, a point something for Gen G to hang their hat on a little bit. Now K-Mine trying to return the favor here. Here comes a smoke from Taman as K-Mine is up behind this UAS. He has a tire blocking him from taming for now. But on the bottom of all this is Sun Sister, who is now starting to put shots at taming.
Sun Sister, and we also have Sting Divine that can look back up this hillside. That's why everybody's just clutching to cover right now, and you hear all these shots just peppering into it. Have to be very cautious. Blue Circle's gonna pop up, and oh, just nearly got away from that. Fairly centralized. Everybody that's playing around Power gonna have a little bit of trouble. There is a skirmish going on with Tempo Storm as well as Indus Ace along this angle. You can see just rang the last member up. A lot of TSM members around him, so has to be very cautious on how he opts into playing this. I think Gustav might have an angle for him, so now we can see also it's going to be Infantry taking the shots off the side of this ring. Actually playing along these smokes quite efficiently. I think he managed to sneak around onto it, get some shots back over towards Rory. That's going to connect to get the down onto it, but now I like this. It's a very guerrilla style of play. Get the shots off, move to a new position, hide out, sneak around on another side of it, but Gustav's like, no, I'm done with your games, bro.
I like the idea. I didn't like the place he decided to opt in prone there. I thought that was a bit of a misstep there. Really sneaky stuff from Ring. I thought he could have been a little more dodgy and cagey there, but he was trying to make something out of a very difficult situation. 4v1 versus TSM, not going to go your way.
It just feels like every team that ends up in front of TSM right now is in trouble, and next on that list might be Infantry. Depending on how TSM opts into playing this circle, they have a little bit of Milta power that they can still opt into play. Use those walls if they wanted to. Downside of that is anybody that stays in this position knows the moment that they have to move, since it's so close to the edge, everybody is just going to be firing back at them.
Well, I tell you what, Rumblers have got to be happy with this position they've taken up inside of the refinery. Purdy Curdy putting some shots into the wall as he's trying to get the spray onto Easy here, who is proning behind this rock. Right now, it doesn't look like Uncivil has an angle on that. Divine still inside the circle themselves in those yellow houses up on the north, and ooh, Uncivil takes a little bit of damage there.
Have to be so careful from this position because they have Sun Sister off on one angle and they have Sting Divine on another. So anytime they go for any peek, it's a lot of bullets coming their way. Infantry looks like they're scouting out. They did see the UAZ moving. So curious on how they do this. Actually looks like they might be moving into more of an aggressive position. Know that they are in a disadvantaged position just due to numbers, but sometimes you can get that good spray, take out the UAZ, take down a couple of players, maybe get something out of it. He might be able to line up a good grenade. We'll have to see if he wants to play this aggressive or not. That feels kind of like how they're wanting to play this situation.
I was exactly thinking the same thing. A good grenade here from Baolang could really ruin TSM's round. They are really grouped up. I love what TSM is doing here because they can keep their vehicles very safe. There's a lot of cover in this position available. So when they have to make an aggressive push, at least they'll have the vehicles available. Now, of course, anytime in modern competitive PUBG, it's really difficult to get a vehicle anywhere because of how good these players are at landing their shots. We're moving over back to Bao Ling, who is still deciding if he is going to pull the trigger on a TSM, but TSM is loading up in their vehicles. Let's see if this will be the go time for him.
I like this. Wait and see what happens. Wait until the zone closes, find out where the new safe zone is at, see if maybe they can get something out of this. And it's going to go back over next to the Rumblers and Tempo Storm. So now, how do you opt into playing this? Grenade did come out, and look at this. It just drew so much attention. Trying to hold the angle, go for the pre-shots onto it, but it's just an instant nope coming up from TSM. Walks up, takes the kill, and then walks away from it.
Longsker is able to get one knock inside of the smokes there, but there is just so many smokes down for TSM. They might be able to get this res. Yes, indeed they do. They're able to get safely inside of that building. Should be able to heal up here. We have one member left for Infantry, just Longsker. Now I'm really fascinated to watch how TSM is going to approach this next circle.
I was thinking the exact same thing. Where do they go next? They have a difficult rotation. You can see Sting Divine suffering from a similar rotation that's going to have to happen along this path. They do manage to get in that low ground with one member. It was a huge amount of casualties they took to get to this position, but they at least have something through there. Meanwhile, Levis is just trying to run through, drops down to his belly, and that looks like that's going to be his home for a while. They did manage to get two up inside the circle, but there was a huge cost.
Oh no, Michael with a little bit of an accident there. They're going to be able to get the res onto Gustav, but it's going to be later than they wanted. Two members in a US are going to transverse a lot of different teams and are going to take a lot of damage. Can they make this work?
There's
no,
one.
Rory gets out. Iroh is forced to stop at this tree.
Drops back down. Rumblers have a back angle onto this. Iroh has to be so careful. Meanwhile, the follow-up push from TSM, they're just going to go ahead and crash right along the wall. Shots are going to come through. Los has to retreat back around the angle. Two members of Tempo Storm trying to push on the other side of this has to be very, very careful. They have the sight lines. So with this, TSM retreating back. Grenade's going to come through. Gustav's going to go down last second off of that, but now Los just has those underhand tosses. He can just keep chunking off the side of this. Michael goes down as well. And then there was one for TSM, and that's Iroh out in the middle of of a field.
A great couple of grenades there from Los, realizing his first one was just a little bit too far, switching to the underhand, and that is going to be TSM going down in 8th place, but they had a ton of kills in that round.
Look at this cheeky angle coming up from Cherry Poppin'. Gonna try to take a couple of shots, get some damage back over to Sting Divine, and that's just one of those angles you're never expecting.
It's just so weird. There's so many little angles you can take inside and outside of this refinery, and because of all these windows and different pipes and other, bars and other things you've got going on. So Cherry Poppin's doing a nice job finding himself a little bit of an angle to put some pressure onto Divine, as now Lazarus is putting up the smoke bridge to get across the road. Uncivil and Purdy Curdy could be under fire here very shortly. Gabbo is only able to get one shot in there, though.
That's a great use of stacking smokes, knowing the terrain, and understanding the angles that you're weak from. Using this, Lazarus has managed to sneak into a position that they can get a little bit more space. Sting Divine can't really push back up on this angle as well. Grenade toss might be able to connect, but man, that's really far away, and that's kind of a Hail Mary toss, all things considered. So now, where do we go next? It's still just a little bit of factory in play. Tempo Storm's complex coming up big. K-Mine taking some shots back down towards Levis, but another little bitty lip of a ridge is giving him some cover.
Yeah, those guns don't count. You can't shoot those. They won't take damage for the players here. So Levi's is able to find just enough of a lip in front of him. Here comes Purdy Curdy as well, throwing some frag grenades in front of him, trying to see if he can get anything with those grenades, but it's going to be Levi's who is found out by K-Mine, who gets a little bit higher position. Now he's taking some damage from the Sun Sisters.
Everybody's rotating around towards the north. We have Lazarus that's making a push back over towards Sting Divine. Sun Sisters trying to figure out how they're going to make the push back over towards this. Purdy Curdy still just kind of holding this different angle, trying to hold anybody that wants to push back down in this position. The problem with it is, how is Sun Sister going to move? They have the numbers right now, but they're towards the tail end of this movement. That's going to be Sting Divine going down and a little bit more space, but now Purdy Curdy goes down in the exchange.
Purdy Curdy is knocked, but 4 kills already for him in this match. It looks like Cherry Poppin might be able to finish this off. Yes, indeed. Now Uncivil is coming alive, finding the Sun Sisters on the backside as Rumblers are putting shots into them as well. 10 kills here for the Rumblers, who are doing a fantastic job holding down this facility.
They are playing off of so many interesting angles right now as everybody's moving into these open terrain. They can just have free reign to shoot at whatever they want. K-Mine follows up with another nice headshot. Somehow Genesis is just clinging to life along this edge, and they're managing to get every little point that they can out of this game, and that's going to stack very quickly.
I mean, this might come down to a 4v4 of the Rumblers versus Tempo Storm. A NA duel. I cannot wait for that. That would be super exciting. K-Mine is stuck behind a rock. You do have critical motion left from Vendetta, just hiding as a solo behind some logs there in the northern part of the circle. So that might be the key factor in this final situation.
So we have Tempo Storm that's off to the west, Rumblers down towards the south. Critical motion in a little bit of an interesting spot. I don't think that anybody might be expecting it at this point. With 9 alive, these 3 teams active, and it looks like Microfry is going to hop in the UAZ, go for a little bit of a push out. I like that. Switch over to the cars, the secondary seat, see if maybe you can get a shot off onto it, but a little bit more control, and that's going to pay off as they are going to be in the new safe zone. Tempo Storm just has to hop over buildings. Critical motion also still in the safe zone.
Yeah, Microfry probably didn't want that UAZ to go quite so far. Could have been blown up anyway, but probably would have liked to have kept that a little bit closer. At least you can utilize it as a little bit of extra cover potentially. Critical motion, there you can see just prone. He is not going to be moving until he absolutely has to.
Yeah, that is 100% the way that it's going to go for the rest of his game. Now Tempo Storm doing their regroup. They're going to have 4 stacked up over towards this building. So a lot of control on these different angles, but not a lot of control over the circle right now. There's a lot of dead space inside of this, not easy terrain pieces to play. As you can see, Rumblers are just kind of scratching at anything they can find. Zampa knows, okay, there's probably somebody still around here. They can do the math on it. They can assume that there's at least a couple of these stragglers hiding out somewhere.
Well, it's weird because most of the cover in this circle is coming from the road, which is slightly elevated inside of this area. So both teams kind of playing around it, not really exposing themselves on either side of it. Now, eventually the Rumblers are going to have to push a little bit forward. That's why these smokes are coming up right now. They know they've got to get just a little bit further ahead, and you can see Waldo taking a great angle.
I like this. Throw the smoke line after you already sent the UAZ on one angle. Have everybody focused on that line. Send Waldo off on a different position, so that way if Tempo Storm has to move, he's set and ready to go with a flank position onto them. His position with Vendettas, critical motion, other position. If Tempo Storm has to leave this spot, which in high likelihood they will have to do, they're going to have good shots coming onto this, and it's going to make Tempo Storm's life really hard.
Well, it's going to be a really interesting situation. It's almost going to be like a battle of chicken. Who's going to make the first move? Because this is Phase 8. Phase 9 goes right dead in the center of this. Both Tempo Storm and the Rumblers are right on the edges of the blue.
All right, Zampa starting to get a little bit more frisky off this. Does spot out critical motion. So now it is a straight 4v4. Couple of shots going back over towards the smoke, seeing if maybe they can get a lucky down. It's going to be the Rumblers trying to move in. No cover left to work with right now. Trying to figure out, okay, how do we make this push back through it? It's all about utility right now. And Rumblers haven't had to do a lot of rotations yet, so they should still have a lot to work with. So just going to keep throwing those down, creeping closer and closer towards that center point, seeing if maybe they can get a little bit more control. But here's the thing, Tempo Storm also can use these smokes, go for these repositions. So they're using the utility that Rumblers are throwing down right now to try to find new angles. Notice Zampa's playing along the edge, way off towards the north. Does manage to spot out an angle onto one, but that's an exchange back on both sides, so down to 3 on both. Looking back over towards this, Zampa's trying to line up more shots onto it. Just gonna go ahead and flush that out. Rumblers are starting to feel the push, too many different angles. Nice spray coming out from Waldo, but now we've got Cherry Poppins on the outside, and Maluke's gonna follow it up. We got Rumblers and a lot of trouble. Waldo still playing inside the smokes, right towards the center of the circle, but 2 members of Tempo Storm are down. Zampa's making the push along one side. Smokes are starting to dissipate. That means he's going to lose his cover. It's all about listening to footsteps. Nice assumption on where he might be. Grenade's going to go out a little bit wide. Waldo's going to step up, and that's just going to hand the victory over to Tempo Storm.
Great job by Tempo Storm. That they're at the end controlling the flanks. You could see Waldo and Cherry Poppin kept trying to get on the left-hand side of Tempo Storm, but the smokes were there to cover that angle. So Tempo Storm is able to rotate north, control that area, get a few knocks, and give themselves the chicken dinner.
Luke walking away with 4 kills. The Rumblers, 3 different players sitting on 3 kills. That's going to be Microfly following it up with 2 kills of his own. But I got to give it out to Critical Motion. Vendetta was in a lot of trouble very early. He somehow managed to just sneak around different parts of that circle and stay alive for so long.
I mean, it's a very undervalued skill in competitive PUBG. Being a player who can find ways to eke out points you have no business getting, especially in those positions.
I've got to say it. I have to. It's in my heart right now. Tempo Storm first, Rumblers second, Genesis fourth, and Lazarus coming in 6th. Feels good.
Tell you what, they've been playing very well today. You know, I talked to the Rumblers a lot last night. The guys are really cool. They're very nice, very personable. And they have nothing but confidence. There is no doubt in their mind that they don't have a shot at this.
Well, we keep hearing about, like, you know, playing with like house money. They're just coming in last minute. But I feel like that's the way Rumblers likes to play. They like to play least pressure possible. Just go in, do what they do best, and that's just make pushes. Be aggressive. Don't be afraid to take the shot. And that's the way that this whole event is working out. If you have the confidence to go for it, it is absolutely big. And we can see teams like Tempo Storm playing a similar style. They're not I would say Tempo Storm, I would expect more kills out of them with their play style, but they just keep having to not move much, and it's hard to get kills when everybody else is killing each other on the edge of the circle.
Well, even when the circle doesn't favor the Rumblers, they do a good job. They found themselves in the late game situation in the previous game. Yeah, this time the circle was much more in their favor. They didn't have to move too much. But the previous round, they had to go all the way to the other side of the map, and they were still able to find a way to make it work.
Look at everybody trying to be serious while Zampa's got the smiles on. But with this, we got a breakdown we got to hear about. So analysts, take it away.
That's right. Thunder and Lightning does exemplify the top 2 as there is a storm a-rumbling in that top 2 spots. And overall, we said it at the top of the show, this is the house that Tempo Storm built here for the OGN Super Arena. And what a victory for them after getting themselves a 4th place in the previous game that they arguably should have done even better in as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was basically back-to-back games where we sort of saw the end game determined by a fight between Tempo and Rumblers. This time they actually did it for the #1 position. I do want to say, for me, though, this was a big game for the Rumblers. They got 11 kills despite not winning. And I'd go as far as to say they rescued Tempo Storm. There was that moment when Vendetta had Tempo Storm dead to rights, and Waldo got that sort of knock on them that opened up the chance for Tempo to rotate. That was just, I mean, that was a great game.
And I'll tell you the key point to why Tempo Storm actually won this game. When we saw that hard shift going to the east side, all the teams, almost all the teams, went straight for the vehicles and just bomb rushed to the center. Tempo Storm, they were just walking into the center, to the edge. They were taking it easy because they knew that everybody was going to go center. So we'll just play where there's most area to play with and work our way in.
Let's take a look at those highlights here because, of course, at the beginning of this game, there was a lot to talk about when it comes to our circles shifting here and there. And the shifts overall, Avenger, were strenuous on a lot of these teams.
I gotta say, I love these kind of circles. Because it's a curveball that these guys throw. All this, the migration, the great migration basically to the eastern side. There's so many great macro plays. It was amazing.
I haven't seen traffic like this since I drove on the 405, man. It was non-stop. It was Fury Road. People went out. We even lost my Dark Horse GEX during that rotation. It was really tough for them. And then we end up in the cluster at Milta Power.
Look, I have no idea what the 405 is, but I'm guessing there's a lot of vehicles on that highway or whatever it is.
So we drove on last night for like 45 minutes to go 10
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure it's close.
This was amazing to see, though. Gustav spotted him early on, but he was waiting. He waited for Na'Vi to get closer so his teammates could get into position and just blast him down.
Easiest 4 kills of Rory's life, right?
And you know what? I'm actually sure that Rumblers would not have had such an easy time if we didn't see Michael get knocked or knock one, so they could actually breach together. That was very unfortunate. Overall, TSM, a great game again here. They're really showing this. They decided to go in another spot. Iroh is kind of in the open there, but overall, really well played by Rumblers. They got a lot of kills away from this game.
They had a little bit of a misfortune just before this happened, and I think Michael ran over Gustav or vice versa. And that stopped the rotation a little bit. Else they would both be on rotation at the same time and could have gone out another way.
I mean, I love those nades by Los. He basically naded the first spot, didn't get the kill, and was like, well, there's only one other place you can be, and eliminates them to defend a little power.
And Tempo Storm will be able to pick themselves up game number 3 here for PGC Groups A and B. Fantastic stuff from them after getting the 4th place in the previous game. They rack themselves up the win and 7 kills. Let's take a look at those points coming in.
After that game, you never see Maluk smile, but when that game ended, he was smiling like a lion standing over his prey. I wonder if that signals that this is a big push for Tempo, that confidence.
And also, Sampa was smiling for the 2 other guys. They were smiling all the way up to the ears, so the other 2 guys didn't need to smile. But they're happy. It's good to see. All extremely well played, extremely well executed for them to breach. They took all these positions, reposition again, and overtook all those important compounds right there.
Got a bit ahead of myself. We're not looking at the points just yet. We're looking at how the plane went, and obviously that circle then hits the other side, and then only 35% of the circle was playable. That was good.
Na'Vi and Gen G jumped out early and then went out early because that was a very tough rotation to come from that north side of the island.
Here's where we see Tempo Storm moving on foot because they knew there's no rush to get into the center. We might as well just take our time, let everybody else have the fun. We'll just clean up everything else, all the mess afterwards.
I mean, they bopped across the map. That's what they do when that circle goes towards power. They know they're going to be the last to arrive, coming all the way from Gatka. So they do sort of play that edge. They make sure everybody else moves, and they executed this perfectly, opened out into the field, and they played this unlike the last fight they had with Rumblers. They spread out, they looked for flanks, and they owned space instead of pushing as a spear.
There were some moments, though, for the Rumblers that looked very scary for Tempo Storm. Specifically, I think it was Waldo spraying through one of the smokes.
That was amazing. Amazing smoke. Totally blind, but spot on right there. Spot on with that spray. And I mean, he was on the verge of clutching it, but I think it was Luke who threw the nade in the end there and actually baiting the last member of Rumblers to actually stand up to reveal his position.
I mean, essentially when the nade went off, they all went, well, we know exactly where he is. And both guns just trained on the one spot he's laying. You'll see it right here. He says, well, I guess I push now. And both teams are just waiting. They're both guys just waiting for him.
For him, he's got to be scared as well. Once he sees it bounce next to him, he's like, how much further is that going to go? I have to try and move him.
It was literally just behind him. So when you hear the land, you have to move.
Get up and go. You rather die on your feet than live on your feet than die on your stomach, right?
Thanks, Froz. It's time to look at the points coming in. 17 points apiece here for the Rumblers and Tempo Storm up towards up. TSM, though, still 10 kills, still sneaking it in despite not getting the placement points.
Well, they got 1 placement point, but that's enough. Getting the 10 kills, that means 11 in total. I mean, they were already on the top. This will just keep them climbing even higher.
I mean, they'll maintain first. I think Rumblers will move up into second. Tempo will probably breach the top 5, if not climb higher on this one. This was a very big game for those 2 North American teams. Lazarus still coming in 4th is a big call out for them, as you heard sort of Matt talk about earlier.
Bit of an unfortunate situation for Na'Vi. 0 points there after they were already up towards the top.
They got a little bit wet out there, but...
And also, they started up in Sarki. Like,
Very difficult.
It's the hardest rotation you can possibly do to multi power, so they have to take a bit.
Oof. Overall points, we have TSM in 39 points up towards the top. However, the Rumblers and Tempo Storm have allowed those last 2 games to propel themselves up towards the leaderboard.
And I've got bad news. Rumblers specifically plays better on Miramar, not Sandhawk. Terrible at Sandhawk. They're gonna fall a little bit probably in the next one. Prove me wrong, boys, but so far, historically, not a Sandhawk team.
Well, I spent some time talking with the Rumblers yesterday when we were going through VODs and stuff.
Sure.
And basically, they know they're terrible on,
so
on Sandhawk.
Okay.
Literally terrible. They don't get any points, more or less.
They're taking us a lottery ticket.
Yeah.
Literally, they told me yesterday, all right, we're going to go much more aggressive. We're going to try to get a few kills at least. Even if we get 1 or 2 kills, that's 2 points, and that's what we need from Sandhawk.
Well, gentlemen, we have an opportunity here at the PGC. We are going to do a little listen-in with one of our teams, and then we'll join you in just a second.
Nice.
I'm dead. No, I'm not. I'm safe. I'm getting shot from far left. I need a medic. I'm sticking a med right now, boys.
Hey.
We have smokes.
Yeah, I'm smoking the right off. I'm grabbing smokes from this body.
There's one peeking now. Southeast. Right, careful.
One's moving left. I can kill him. I see him.
He's hard challenging. Knocked him.
Nice. The right guy got me. I went.
Nade right. Careful, Luke. I'm nading.
There's one moving left and wide open again. Luke, yeah, left. He's right. I lost with trees. One bullet.
The guy's right in the open. He's knocked. Nice.
Right guy.
Southwest.
I lit him.
Nice. One up.
I need heal. He's right on the other side of this smoke.
Play slow, Luke.
Okay, please play slow.
I'm crawling. I'm gonna try and crawl for info.
I have 1 bullet.
Sharp, start calling for info.
Okay. I'm throwing a nade. Where do you think he is?
He's on that smoke.
Right on the smoke in front of me. East of me. I'm gonna crawl in front of you,
You
Luke.
have a nade? That should be nice nade.
He's prone to the left a little bit.
Let's go.
And those were the final moments there from TSM as they were calling everything. A lot of information.
Tempo Storm.
Sorry. Tempo Storm.
The bias is revealed.
I don't know why. I actually did that in the other group. Anyway, so a lot of information very, very quickly from Tempo Storm there, and even identifying exactly where that last target was very quickly, Avenger.
Overall, like, efficient communication is key to win here. It came down to a 2 versus 2 and then to a 2 versus 1. So all the time giving info and also feeding information to the other guys, saying crawl for info. So if you're knocked, you're trying to call for information. You don't try to deny yourself because you're already knocked. So if you manage to get information that is crucial to get you the win, that's just amazing. So nice micro from these guys.
You could also hear how they were calling out, all right, I need to med. That means don't peek right now. I need to med up, then we peek together. So if one of us goes down, the other one can trade that straight away.
Yeah, very cool.
I mean, it was nice to hear that for a team that whenever you see them in the interviews or the after shots, they're always sort of trying to be serious. It's fun to hear that passion come out during that play. I mean, Sharky, who is generally, I mean, he's either trash talking or pretty quiet. Like, he was fired up in that moment. And that's what I want to see is when Tempo is passionate, when they're in game and their comms are fired, that's when they perform. So I think they've got a good momentum for today.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Have you ever wondered at home what it looks like if Martin was driving a Maserati? Well, you don't need to, because all you need to do is pick yourself up a HyperX SSD, which is sponsored here for the PGC, and that's just about as fast as well. We're heading over to the commentator team for all of the action here for more.
Thank you so much, analyst. And here we go, making our way over towards Sandhawk, where everything gets just a little bit more interesting. We get the violence a little bit earlier, rotations get a little bit rougher, and man, it's just an uphill battle for a lot of these teams as we are moving into our 4th game of the day.
Well, here is a chance to reset for some of these teams that are in the bottom half. It has been a rough Erangel for some of them, especially teams like, and I hate to say this, Gen G and OGN Entis Force both only putting up 5 points in 3 games across Erangel, a map that especially for Gen G is considered to be their best.
I gotta say, these guys we're looking at right now, TSM, they are impressive on this international stage. I don't know what power-up happened between PEL to now, but it just feels like they are so much more comfortable, so much more in charge, and it feels like they're just in control of their destiny at this point. The tournament just feels every single time you think that they're in a bad spot, they find a way out of it, and I love to see that from them.
And even when they're not in bad spots, they put themselves in good spots and they're disciplined. They wait for their moments to strike. They know when they have the advantage in a fight. and they aggressively take it. There is no holds bar. Once the battle begins, they are going in and they're going to pick up whatever they can.
Tempo Storm, we just heard probably the calmest comms I've ever heard from Tempo Storm. They tend to get a little bit aggressive inside there. GEX had themselves a big performance in one of the earlier rounds, looking to duplicate it, but I gotta feel like the way that these in-game circles are going with how violent they are, I don't know if it fits into GEX's strategy.
Well, the good news for GEX, I think, is we're moving over to Sandhawk, and they're a team that has really gotten here based on their ability to frag. So this is a map where you definitely have potential to do that as things get really hot on this map. Very, very quick. The plane path coming out here. We are starting over the north by Camp Bravo, heading across the boot camp and ending up by the ruins.
A lot of early drops coming through. Sun Sister, we see them very regularly play up towards the north. They really like that cow area and have been able to get some very interesting kills based off of that positioning. A lot of teams going to opt towards center because that's the way Sandhawk just tends to go. Fight for the center early, and then you don't have to fight as much late.
Well, I was saying earlier to Toffees that I think by using the gambler's fallacy here that the circle might go northwest because we haven't had one yet. So that's where I expect this might go. That's total just illogicalness, but you know, that's what I feel like is going to happen.
Whenever we see a circle go towards that northwestern island, everybody knows that general location that it's going to end at, and it is a mad dash of violence, death, and destruction to get to that point. A lot of people like to play those high ground positions. Tempo Storm coming in, going to drop back down on Painan, which looks like people were thinking about contesting it, but it's all going to end up Tempo Storm.
All right, we have got infantry heading way south towards Sanmi. Rumblers have got the ruins here, and then you've got Entis Force spreading out along the southern coast over by the cave. Na'Vi is spreading out around the quarry. Entis Ace to the east of them. And there is your circle. Pretty much dead center. Looks like we're not going to get a crazy one this time, Matt.
Nothing too nuts coming out of this. Usually that area around GEX and Na'Vi, that tends to be one of the centralized points just due to how the rivers come through. It's going to force the circles to go along those paths. So GEX finding themselves in a very comfortable position in the very early part of this game, but they kind of went to a lower loot location. So curious on if they're going to have enough tools to really make it through the late game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the loot is good on Sandhawk, and you can make some of these, you know, smaller compounds work if you're one person in them. But GX is a 2-2 split right now. Really curious to see what's going to happen.
Speaking of splits, look at this aggressive split coming out from TSM. Full building complexes per person. These guys right now are spread about a kilometer, maybe a kilometer, 200 meters across different parts and even different islands right now.
I mean, they're controlling that Three Rivers area, which a lot of teams kind of say might be one of the best spots to drop on the map.
It's my personal favorite. Whenever you're dropping in squads, I feel like it is so strong. You can rotate anywhere you want, and you can kill anybody that's going to be rotating where you want to go.
Yeah, it can work very, very well. I'm curious to see how Genesis is going to approach this from boot camp, if they're just going to let teams kind of come over there, because they're the ones in control of that southern area of the northwestern island. Otherwise, most teams are probably going to start centering up pretty quickly.
We're back over here around Ruins, which is, I swear, I want to see a Ruins ending in competitive so badly. I would just love to see this area, just the highest level of play, get used. Don't see it happen too often just because of how close it is to a lot of these close lines. But looks like Sting Divine go ahead and going to start their rotation inside of a vehicle, which is sometimes good, sometimes terrible on Sandhawk.
Yeah, those tuk-tuks are, you're just hoping to get from one place to another quickly with them and then never hopefully having to use it again. They are very exposed and very slow and don't drive very well off-road. They're basically one of the worst vehicles.
Well, when you're on Sandhawk, you can have anybody behind any tree, in any bush, at any given time. So just rolling up quite loudly in vehicles is almost a death sentence. So you'll see them get used for the first couple of circles, and then only if absolutely required. Now look at this. TSM knows Genesis likes to rotate early and are moving along this roadside where they're going to be weakest because there's no cover. If they wait, they're going to see Nerf and K-Mine cross this position and look at the separation from TSM. This could just be free points depending on how Genesis plays this.
I can tell you what, TSM, of all the teams I've seen today, has done their homework the most. They are getting the 100%. They are setting the curve here today. I have seen them just know where other teams and players are going to be. They are just miles ahead.
We told you, whenever you use the vehicles, it's just sending up a flag saying, this is where I'm at right now. Genesis made the rotation over with Profi. You can see QM looking back down towards this. Genesis making a little bit of a push in vehicles is going to get them the space away from TSM, but QM has that high ground control on these hills and are just being very patient with it.
Yeah, it looks like right now QM isn't interested in engaging this Genesis team just yet. but they're going to be patient and wait. You can see Profi has a pretty good idea that somebody's going to be up on that hill, as is, you know, kind of expected up on the hills on Sandhawk. Usually there's a team on almost all of them if they can be, trying to get that information up there. H-Win pushing ahead in his truck, coming up on the bottom side of QM.
This is going to be so dangerous for Genesis. They are right up in QM's face. Coming up back behind them is going to be TSM. TSM looks like they were trying to maybe set a potential trap. Instead, it's just going to go ahead and play along the coastline. It's all about Genesis rotation right now and how potentially dangerous it could be. Way off in the distance, though, we can see it's going to be Vendetta and Lazarus setting up a trap of their own right now, seeing if anybody's going to be playing along this bridge. It could be Vendetta that's going to opt into going, surely everybody's already gone to the safe zone. Nobody wants to be playing along the edge. And that's where the trap that Lazarus has set up. They've got one on the bridge. They've got one in the high ground. It's just up and waiting for it. And here we go. It's going to be the push from Vendetta.
While this fight is about to break out, there's a really interesting rotation coming out from VC, taking 3 boats along the north side. But we have a fight potentially about to roll on here from Vendetta and Lazarus.
Look at Purdy Curdy's positioning. This is awareness that people are probably not going to be coming in vehicles because it would be absolute death if somebody ran over him right now. So instead, playing back behind those wrecked cars, has a nice sightline on if a vehicle comes through. But being on foot, he's going to hear these footsteps really early, and he's just going to be the deadliest jack in the box on the face of the earth. Vendetta all in a line, pushing right up next to him. They're all going to line up. The sprays come through. There's one. There's a second. Purdy does go down, but then it's going to be everybody else from Lazarus just doing so much damage to Vendetta. Grenade's going to come out. That should easily connect up into him. They get wiped down. That's 3 off of it, and now it is just one member of Vendetta, and he is like, what the hell just happened?
A perfect grenade there from Uncivil. Purdy Curdy still knocked, but it is just Non-Reg, the lone member for Vendetta, stuck behind the truck. And here comes Luke over the side, seeing if he can find the angle onto Non-Reg. The tire is big enough. Oh, a grenade is going to be good.
And
down
there we
goes
go.
Vendetta.
Vendetta out. This is way I like to see this map played. Do your research, figure out where people are moving at, set the traps, and get the kills. That is all intelligence and homework right there.
I'm not gonna lie, in game number 2, I wanted a team to do what Lazarus just did to Vendetta to TSM, because that bridge was left alone. Everybody knew TSM was down there, and here, as I was talking about, VC out in the blue on boats.
Where are you going, VC? There is no part of this ocean right now that is inside the safe zone. They've already passed by the rivers. They're going to go up next to Cal, and that's going to be about it. But they still have to make about 500 meters to push back down in the safe zone. Look at them way up towards the north. New circle does pop. Everybody is pretty much centralized, so not a lot of big rotations coming in, except for VC, who still has a way to go.
Domu went even further. VC must be feeling pretty confident in the amount of heals they have available to weather the storm outside of the circle. So I'm really curious to see how they enter this and how this one's going to play out for them. There's still plenty of time. We're only in phase 2. The circle isn't really that painful. I've seen plenty of teams come through this late into the circles and actually manage to win games.
We're not going to see a lot of deaths at this stage right now. We're just in the way the circle is set. But this is the attrition battle that we talk about so much. Getting rid of armor, getting rid of helmets, making people burn through meds, getting a couple of knocks onto people so that way whenever they get knocked, they bleed out even faster. Oh my God, did we just see somebody go down to the blue zone from VC?
Yep, Summer, so it wasn't quite as, you know, as nice of a trip for VC as I maybe thought. They didn't quite have enough health, or maybe Summer just mistimed a heal there. We're gonna kind of see if they're able to get the revive on him.
So here's the problem with Lazarus's plan. They got the kills, great. They have 4 points they're sitting on, so they're in a comfortable position. The problem now comes into play. The circle was due center on the last circle, and we saw how many teams don't even have to move. That means that Lazarus is going to be one of the latest comers into the circle and is going to have to run and gun into any position that they want to go for.
Well, they might opt to take the compound that's to the southwest of the Paradise Resort. Nobody's in there right now. I can see Alo crouching up. You can see there on the top left-hand corner of your screen. Alo is moving up there. It's a little bit of a challenging position at times. If a team rotates out of Paradise on top of you, they've got the high ground. Quite a good position to have against you, but it's not probably going to happen unless the circle shifts way left.
All right, so we got Gen G, who's very comfortable hanging out inside of Paradise Resort. just kind of kicking back and enjoying everything that the resort has to offer right now. No real conflicts coming up, except for maybe Lazarus. That's an interesting little hop that I don't think that anybody is expecting ever.
Lazarus changed directions here, thinking maybe Paradise might be left because it's one of the bigger compounds and people don't typically stick in those for very long unless they absolutely have to.
I've heard of bunny hopping in games, but I don't think this is what they mean. But I mean, it's a good spot to get more information. Lazarus making their push over. The downside with it is, for as much time as he's sitting there spamming that space bar, he didn't spot anybody that was actually pushing up close to their building.
Luke 12 has moved up pretty close, but I don't think any of the members of Gen G have heard him or spotted him out yet. Kind of keep our eyes on that situation, see how that one unfolds. If it does unfold, Lazarus might just pull off completely.
You say that, but this is Lazarus. We just talked about how they love to do research and know how teams are going to move. I almost feel like they might be having the inklings of setting up another trap depending on how rotations go through. Based off of their position right now, it feels like they're in a very contained point back over towards Paradise. Tempo Storm, I mean, they're sitting in a really good spot right now. Don't really have to worry about moving maybe for the next couple of circles, but look at the neighborhood around them. Tempo Storm is, I mean, this is high quality real estate right now.
Yeah, right at the crossroads of 3 different roads there. So that's a nice little spot to have for themselves. See how the next circle shifts. VC has managed to make it into the circle. I just want to point this out. Way up on the northeastern side, you can see Sun Sister does get a sight line onto them. They are able to get the res onto Summer, get him back up and running. So now they're moving in, and they found themselves a nice little corner up there.
You mentioned stems and everything. New circle does pop, and it's going to go back down towards Sting Divine. A little bit of Quarry still in play. Our teams that are back over towards the west are going to have to go for those repositions. Gen G's PO, you can already see, is kind of separated out, got himself a foothold for the rest of his team. But now a little bit more aggression coming out from Forces. They're just going to use a vehicle to haul right over that road that's going to be the open spot right into rocks. I like that. It's very risky. They hopped in the vehicle for just a second, but now they have to be so cautious. So many firing angles are coming back down towards them. Tempo Storm's taking shots on one side, Navi on the other one. Forces found themselves in a 4-way fight, and it's just Smoke's utility, and everybody is getting wiped out.
This is not what Force wanted. Kale was cooking a grenade when he got knocked. It got onto Indigo, and then another nice grenade comes out, gets Doya. So it is just Sungjong left here for Force, and Navi is pushing.
Tempo Storm's also doing an outside push onto this. Zampa does go down from shots from K-Mine. Really, this fight is all instigated off of that vehicle push and drawing so much attention. Now everybody has realized, hey, we're so close, let's take the shots back towards each other. We do have a doozy making his way across these different buildings. They get the inside track over towards it, so you can see they've got the wall. Looking back, everybody else that you're looking at right now is not inside the safe zone and has to walk along this path. Force does get eliminated at this stage, but now it's all about Navi and how long they can hold this line against so many teams that could be pushing along this path.
Navi has busted up one team. They are potentially looking to get into another. Tempo Storm is outside of the circle. If Navi pushes up just a little bit more to the north, they're going to be able to set up a nice gatekeep onto Tempo Storm, but Genesis and QM are waiting in the wings on the northern side.
Lazarus is trying to make a position play, looking back down towards TSM right now. They've got the road in between them, but you can see TSM is actually inside the safe zone. Genji's pushing off inside of this. Navi still looking back over towards Tempo Storm. It's going to be follow-up shots. Look at that. That's 1, 2. Insta flushes back over towards it. 2 points going back over. Tempo Storm and a little bit of trouble. Grenade's going to come out, pushing right up next to where he thinks Sharpshot's going to be at, but that's not going to be the rock quite yet. But it's going to be third-party shots. Sharpshot has nowhere to go. He's just trying to matrix his way around all these bullets coming at so many different angles.
There's only so much he can do. Smokes are coming down, but he is very, very weak. Zampa's trying to get out. Ahead, go Zampa, go! He's taking a little bit of damage, but I think he's able to get out safely.
But he's running right up next to where GEX is at. Sharpshot's now by himself, and Navi knows that. Beautiful shot coming up from Sharpshot. Navi still trying to make the push up, starting to think better about it now. Sharpshot pulls out the grenade, knows where the push comes, expecting maybe a peek back around that angle, trying to see if anything's going to line up, but no. Now we still see the angles being pushed out as Sharpshot's out in the blue, trying to polish this off, at least get a point for it. So there you go. For all that trouble, a lot still coming his way as Genesis K-Mine think about getting involved as well, but the blue zone forcing everybody to start backing away from it. Just a random spray through smoke connects for a little bit of damage, and there we go. Sharpshot does go down as the new circle pops.
What's even crazier is 2 crates have dropped right in between Genesis and Navi. This might force a fight between these over this utility. H-Wind landing a couple shots with his QBU, but he is going to back off a little bit as Navi is still able to push a little bit forward.
QM.
Genesis wants to get the high ground.
QM is back behind this, and it's going to be Zampa taking the shots back over towards QM. That slows their approach. Profi does go down inside of the exchange as well. Zampa not wanting to just sit this one out and play quietly. He wants to get some of these kills, trying to figure out exactly what's going on around him. He actually is the closest towards the safe zone, so everybody's going to have to run up next to him. Opts for the flashbang, knows where Nerf is at. It's going to be pretty close for it, but Nerf's going to retreat away. QM now pushing around the other side of this. Nerf has to play along the rocks as he did get blinded.
Yeah, Nerf got stunned up a little bit there. Another one up and over from Zampa, but he looks like he's using that just to buy time. It looks like he is just going to try to go for potentially a few more points, set up somewhere where he's going to be unexpected.
There's nowhere to go. I mean, look, every single angle out of this position has a team on it, and he is just stuck here.
Oh, it's terrible.
So,
it's absolutely terrible.
He's got GEX back behind him that's not moving. Navi on another angle. Genesis on another. QM pushing over next to TSM. TSM being patient. Actually, it's going to be QM that gets the first sight line back over towards this, and that's going to be one of the members from Genesis going down, as well as one from TSM, as QM is making their push up the side of this. Now we've got HWin trying to look back over, trying to get Yeezy, getting the shots onto it. Does connect. Got to be very cautious on this, as now he's giving away his position, trying to make it back over towards his teammate Nerf. Looks like he's managed to carve out a little bit of path, but Zampa still being a thorn in their side.
All right, the circle has shifted east, so all these teams, there is about 5 or 6 of them on the western side of all of this. They are trying to get through. It is TSM 3 strong. They just are maybe going to bump into Lazarus a little bit here. Lazarus got busted up by VC and were forced out of their northern position over here. Gen.G was guarding the compound, so they had to swing all the way around into the waiting arms of TSM.
TSM saw that grenade, trying to figure out where it's going to be coming from. So that's going to be Genesis going down. TSM looking back down towards Lazarus. It's going to be GEX taking the shots, forcing them to go back down into this low ground position. So now two teams could be approaching on the same path. Iroh's trying to prep the grenade. Some shots do go through, and that's going to be Alo that knocks him down. He's got to be very cautious as Roy is trying to figure out, okay, how do I make this push through there? And Purdy actually using the smokes to step up into it.
All right, we are back over with Navi, looking pretty familiar with some of that terrain on the bottom side that they saw on their win on Sanhok the other day. Now, it has shifted a little bit north of there, but they were able to take advantage of that early position very, very well. Now putting some shots into infantry. They are going to get the finish onto Longsker, and now the circle goes way west now.
So TSM was caught up in that fight with Lazarus, and a lot of exchange going on, but Gen.G's going to be following up back behind it. You can see Navi still holding the angle, seeing how this is going to push through. Alos looking back, knows. Grenade's going to bounce up ahead of him, tries to get away, but no, that's going to go back over towards Pio. Gen.G in a good position right now, starting to get control over the north.
Great move here by Gen.G to make sure that that entire northwest part of the circle is clear. They know that there isn't anything directly north of them. It was just the west that was a question. They come through, get Alo out of the way, and now they're able to move up. Pio and Loki heading out ahead. There is TSM Gustav and one member of GEX up here.
When we talk about mutually assured destruction points, this is what we're looking at right now. Sun Sister can't move because VC's there, and VC can't move because Sun Sister's there. So now it's just time to make the run and gun push through it. Gabba trying to see if he's got an angle back over towards it. Rock eats the first bullet, but he does manage to get the down back over towards Tide. Domu's looking back up onto this angle. Sun Sister does have the trap up and prepared, and Gabba takes a ton of damage on that peak and thinks better about it.
What a shot by Domu. He was very ready for that, and that is going to take Gabba down in the blue. It was just enough that he wasn't able to survive it. Back over here, infantry making an aggressive rotation. Best and the others of Navi are here waiting. They get one, they get two. Infantry is down.
Poor infantry. They just cannot make it in the safe zone. So now we're down to 18-21 alive. I say that, we lose VC off of that right now. So now you can see the repositions coming through. We've got everybody down on that mini-map. Sun Sister coming up back behind it, but Gen.G having a nice split, has not bumped into TSM's Gustav yet. That's just right along this hillside next to him.
All right, another gut check moment here for Gen.G. They've got to come up and over this hill. Gex is pretty far out there, so they're not going to see each other necessarily unless Leo pushes up way over this hill. I want to see what Gen.G wants to do. Are they going to try to take this ridge? They want to control the high ground as much as they possibly can. Yes, indeed. They're just going to push right over here. Leo is on the ground. I don't think anyone really knows for sure that he's there. And Leo is going to get the headshot of the Loki, but Pio is going to find him. But immediately, Chaiwei takes advantage of that.
A lot of damage back on both of these squads. You can see Gen.G is trying to hold the high ground, see exactly what's going on next to him. Don't forget that we do have Gustav that hears that's happening. He might pop up at any given moment. Sophia's playing the low ground, looking back over towards Leo, maybe thinking about going for the
this. Grenades going out on a different angle off of this coming up for Gen G. They still have their 3 members trying to figure out, okay, is it safe to go for this res? They're trying to stick and get a little bit more space. Shy away, being more aggressive, starting to push back over towards angle. Spots out one, doesn't get the down onto him, trying to connect off of it, but no, that's going to come up back over in Gen G's favor, and now that's going to be GEX getting eliminated.
A great cross by Loki right in front of Taming. Taming didn't know where that member of GEX was. Loki heard it, saw it, went for it, but Loki is going to get knocked by Gustav. Gustav just gets the knock and gets out of dodge, seeing if he can finish it off. He's going to roll around, actually, trying to get the flank on a Gen G.
TSM knows the fact that they don't have a lot of kills. They want to get more points at this stage, so instead, going on the hunt. Gonna spot out one, goes for the spray back over towards it, and that's going to be another knot going over towards TSM. Can he capitalize off of a weakened Gen G? The res does come through. It's going to be Pio going for the low angle. Nice exchange coming back from Gustav. Drops him, goes for another one. Gustav does finally go down, but so much damage done to Gen G.
What a push by Gustav, almost 4v1ing Gen G by himself. That just shows how on fire TSM is right now.
We've got Na'Vi. 8 kills back down towards the southwest. They heard that exchange. Looking back over towards Gen G. Loki's like, what do I do right now? Trying to figure out, does he go for the reses off of it? That's going to be a couple of shots going back over towards Sun Sister. As Sting Divine still holding down the complex right in the middle of the circle. But Na'Vi on the hunt.
Yeah, Na'Vi wants to clean up what Gustav started. It is going to be Senya and Best coming up over the hill. Esther is going to be able to be revived here by Loki. So it is going to be 2 members of Gen G left. And of course, Divine has an amazing position. They have the central compound in the circle. Coming up, Senya. Loki's going to outduel him. Best is going to get Esther. So it is a 1v1 on the western side. Big moment here for Gen G. They really need these extra points.
Molotov thrown down to get a little bit more space off of it. Loki realizes it's too hot. It's too dangerous. Retreating back away from this, just looking towards a safe point, playing back behind the rock as they're just trying to get a little bit more information back over where Na'Vi is at. But that's going to be back up to 3 men strong for Na'Vi right now. And Loki feel like he's just contained out of this. Unless something comes up to distract Na'Vi, he's as good as dead.
All right, so they're going to exchange kills there. Aduzi comes in a little bit later on in this, but it looks like they're going to move over into the circle, try to guard the angle, not let Loki in. Divine is just looking to pick apart whichever team comes through and get those extra kills.
And they know, okay, there's a team down in those complexes. We do not want to push that angle back towards it. Looks like Sting Divine finally does spot out Loki. He takes a little bit more damage. I've got to worry, how much more meds do we see coming out from Loki? He's got near on nothing to work with at this point. But shots going back over towards Na'Vi. That's going to be one of them down. And it's going to be a follow-up with Gen G going down in third. Sting Divine's got the low ground, just looking back up towards it, making a little bit more of aggressive push. Aduzi's trying to see if he can get any angle back over towards it, but there's nowhere to go. The blue just forces it down, and that's got to be Sting Divine walking away with 7 kills and a round win.
Yeah, not much going on for Sting Divine until the very end. They just found a nice compound, held it down very well, come through with 7 kills despite all that. So doing a good job of picking off people as they were given the opportunities to do so.
We've been talking a lot about TSM, and they have been showcasing a lot of stuff today, but I feel like we need to talk about Na'Vi a little bit more. These guys are being real aggressive, coming out the gate with so many kills inside that last game. I believe it's 10 kills that they walked away with?
Yeah, looks like 10 kills there for Na'Vi. They were excellent. They have been really good on Sandhawk. They know when to take fights. They maneuver very well. They position themselves incredibly well. I was really impressed with them so far this tournament.
And Sun Sister, they didn't walk away with a ton of kills, but we've seen them go for position. That's the way that they like to play. So out of the top 5, we talked about 3 of them, and I made sure to wait and save the last 2 for you because I know you want to talk about them. Coming up in third place, that's going to be Gen G.
Gen G looked better, but I'm still not convinced. I want to see just more solid play. I want to see them take fights that they think they can win. What seems to be the name of the game right now is third partying. We're seeing this with Na'Vi, we're seeing this with TSM. It is just having the confidence in your players to frag that is winning matches.
Well, I've got confidence in our analyst desk, so I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to them. You guys take it away.
That's right. Sting Divine get themselves the win, and just like a normal, loving father that Clinton is, hard on the Korean region, despite them doing all right. 7 kills, third place. It's not good enough for Clinton there, it seems. And but Sting Divine get themselves 7 kills on the board with the win. The circles very heavily favored them when it came to that game, though.
I mean, it happens, right? Like, you can't
We
take
saw that
away
with Navi as well in the game. They won.
That's true.
I mean, the thing was, even though they got the circle, they had to hold down a really big compound there.
Yeah.
And they did a 1-1-1 split, basically one in each corner. And that's a little bit risky at the same time, because if one of them just gets a headshot and get knocked, it's a 90-degree opening for any team to just like come in.
Let's take a look at the highlights here for Sandhawk. Our one game of Sandhawk for the day. And of course, it's a quarry circle.
No. There was a massacre.
You know, we didn't need to see that again.
I think we did.
I think we did. I think we did. Xenox came over immediately like, no, how are you going to do it like that? Perfect. Such a good nade.
I mean, no one's going to expect anyone to lay down there just after the bridge ends.
Yeah, I suppose.
In the open as well.
And the triple nade. I love they were crawling in unison.
Awesome. Nice. 4x spray from Veselaj.
And then North America, as we jump into Tempo Storm here, all 4 teams go out one after another. 13th, 12th, 11th, and 10th.
This knock, though. This knock.
It's nice.
Such a good knock.
Are you saying that placement was a restoration to normality? Or?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't great. We joked about Rumblers not being good at this map. They got zero.
Got 0 points.
Lazarus got 5 at least, so they picked up some points on those rotations, but that's pretty common for them. They play this map okay.
Sure.
But NA, man, not great for them.
Hey, it was a rough game, but at the same time, we're only playing once.
Yeah.
So we got to move on to Miramar, and they can do better there.
Definitely so. Taking a look at some of these final moments as well. Since this had a hard time getting into this final circle, I even saw Crazy Sam doing a crazy 360 trying to jump in.
Gustav.
He almost does it. Oh, it's so beautiful.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Watch it. Just give him the moment.
Nice knock. One more. Oh my god, if he pre-fired that, he would have just one more shot. He
went wide, but it's not bad as well.
No.
But anyway, Sting Divine winning the game.
Yep, and they had 11 points before this, guys. So they're gonna be jumping up. They're gonna be looking so much better. And yeah, while you guys laugh.
it was
talk to myself.
Frost's blistering analysis.
No. Frost, keep going.
Here's the match results from Game 4 of the semis. Sting Divine getting 17 points, and follow-up is Navi with 15 points. Third place, Genji, to get himself 12 points with 7 kills, but it's not good enough in Clinton's book.
Frost, keep going.
No, I'm good.
No, I'm good. Oh, sorry. God. Navi needed that after a really bad last game. I'm trying so hard to stay. After a really bad last match, this is a good point total for them, and they had to fight their way there, so to give them a confidence boost. Yeah. Navi has, honestly, for me, been playing a little anemic in a lot of ways. It just seems like the team's not like clicking, and maybe this is what they need, that shot in the arm to get them going.
It does bear repeat. Of course, we've had our memes, we've had our NA versus EU, we've had all of this stuff going down, but some of the teams that we expected to do well coming in have not done that well. As you can see to the top, we've already discussed these teams very heavily. Let's focus on our attention on the lower teams here. OG Atlanta Force has had a disaster of a day so far compared to what I guess a lot of us expect to see from them.
I mean, Force came in as a potential favorite here, and they're getting absolutely dumpstered. Vendetta, another team that dominated their region coming in qualifiers, said, we've got this in the bag, has a rough start, and just can't get caught up. Both these teams, I think, is the same story. They started slow, and they just can't get their feet back under them.
Infantry's a little bit crippled. They only got 3 players here right now, so
yes,
it's a little bit more understanding that this down there, but at the same time, they got themselves 4 points in this previous game here. That boosted them up a little bit at least.
Genji, another team that we wanted to see some big things out of. They are significantly, I mean, the break between 13th and 14th is radical, to say the least.
Yeah.
Genji on the struggle, QM as well. Genesis, kind of a surprise there, but you remember what they did in their group stages. They definitely are a Miramar team in terms of turning on the late game.
And I think that's what we're going to see from them as well. They're going to be turning on these 2 last games, and they're going to be jumping in on the left side of the leaderboard, which is obviously the more advantageous one, but it's very, like, it's a little bit top heavy, but it's really linear all the way down. I didn't expect it to be that kind of even. Obviously, we have our 3 bottom fraggers, how we can call them.
Sure.
But everything else is extremely linear. There's 5 points from 8th and down to 13th, so it's really close still.
But the bottom 3 teams right now, with the gap that is currently in existence, are the 3 teams that have to be very concerned about the future. We are, in theory, only losing 4 teams per group. Of course, it's not exactly as easy as that because it's an entire 24-team group, but 6, 5, and 5 points after 4 games, in fact.
And Infantry and Intus Force, they actually needed to have a good start here because they are playing tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
So if they're looking at being kind of mid-pack after tomorrow, then they're going to be having the whole last day where they're not able to get any points, and then they're going to be looking at everybody else taking them over.
One thing to take away is that Force and Genesis, they're basically sharing Pachinki on Erangel. They Genesis is taking south side while Force is taking north side. But it's not working out for either of them. So one of them got to do something because they're going to play each other tomorrow as well. They're in the same group.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It's time to go to a break here for PGC. Of course, and brought to you in part by NVIDIA GeForce. So a big thank you for them to partnering with us here for the PGC. When we return, we're going to the desert. It's Miramar. It's 2 games. We'll see you in a few.
Exclusive black equalizer brightens dark scenes without overexposing bright areas. Color vibrance allows for more realistic and vibrant colors. It also provides the convenience to tune colors in-game, making you see the change instantly.
It's always great to see the eye tracking software giving us a bit of extra detail as to what's going on.
For battle, this is more than just a game. Breaking through the silence, it's time to stand up. It's up to the fear, it's time to rise up. Now is the moment, now is the time to win or die. scroll, yeah, rise up to the sky. The enemy is here. We win or die. We win or die. Win or die. To win or die. The moment you want so bad. Stand united.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. It has been quite the day so far, but it is far from over. We still have 2 more games to go, and I am back here. Finally made it out. Had to, put some European blood back into this after Liquid, went out a little early.
Damn.
But
it's not even 10 seconds, man.
I'm sorry. But enough about me. I'm obviously joined by this man, and we have a tantalizing prospect in front of us. We've had a lot of Erangel, a little bit of Sanok, but now we've got Miramar, whole different beast here.
Things could potentially switch up. Things could potentially completely change on the leaderboard. That's the weird and wonderful thing about PUBG that we enjoy seeing. But for the top 4 that are currently on our screens, for them, this is a chance to hold their position, leave this first day feeling good and feeling on a high note.
And that's the thing of this, isn't it? Those semi-finals, it's not just about one day. It matters going on and forward. Those points build. Now, we've seen the performances on Erangel. We've seen who's good. We've seen who's delivered. Your eyes can't turn away from TSM. You can't look past Tempo. Na'Vi suddenly showing a little bit more fire in the opening games. And the Rumblers, never to be doubted. But can that apply to Miramar? It's a different beast altogether.
For all of the top 4 currently, there is a lot on the line. I mean, hell, you look at TSM, they're currently in the No Classics Club. They've not been to a major event as such. They need to get a good placement on the board. If there ever a time and a place to do it, it'd be a championship like now. We are moving into Miramar, but you look also towards the other 3 teams that are in that top 4. Tempo, 11th and 12th at the last Classic they attended. Na'Vi did pretty damn well. They picked up a 3rd placement. They've got a bronze medal in the cabinet, but they want more. The Rumblers, well, this is the absolute godsend of a story. You unfortunately don't get the teams here due to travel issues. You bring these boys in. The Finn, the big man loss, he boots out Liquid on their last game. And now they are coming into this, and they are 4th. This is an amazing performance for them.
Now, I just want to highlight, I'm sure you guys might have noticed, with those with the keen eyes, 64 players back in the game. That means we have Lin joining us back for infantry. They're up to 4 men, so he's putting on a brave face here, getting himself back in the matchup. You can tell how much this means to these players. It's all on the line. This is what they've been fighting for months, building into these moments, into these games, for every chance for your team and your region. And now we find out Miramar, we're going from north to south with a slight east lean on it. Who's benefiting from this? Whose drop might have a bit of a challenge? It's first time we're going to see some of these potential contested spots. Who's close by? Eyes are on a swivel here.
Playing up, players down. Divine at the moment.
taking a look around. We don't have much of a contest down here. We will be in the south toward the darker side of the mountains and the foothills. Turtle's off on his own, but that's fine. He'll find his shell and just hunker down for dear love and look for where this circle comes. The Rumblers, just above them, Kumasera, could be the objective should they have to transfer up towards the north. The circle is favorable down this neck of the woods. I'm seeing shots already. Buliang get a bit of a warning from Sharky. This has kind of gone the way of Tempo. Time and time again, they do make it down to these latter stages of the circles.
Sharky, make my day.
If anybody can do it, the marksman who can, it would have to be Sharky. There's not many people who can hit. Oh God, and for good reason. Buliang's actually hiding. Please come and collect me, infantry. I mean, let's be real. You can, without question, losing a player unfortunately has ended them up where they're down at the bottom end of the leaderboards. But now they're back to a full 4. What can they do with 2 games to go?
I mean, they fought valiantly so far in my eyes. To come back into this with 3 and pick up where they were, credit to them. Let's see how far they can take it. They're not where my mind's going. I'm looking towards those top teams again and seeing how their positions now reside. Obviously, Tempo Storm, wonderful spot for them. Under the assumption they don't lose a player early if they're too spread out. I don't think that's going to be a problem here, unless maybe TSM was near you, because these guys are like rabid dogs. They'll just hunt you down. They are not within this circle, and that's something I want to talk about. How well are these teams going to play into this? Do you think Na'Vi are a million miles away here?
They are, but you know what? They're a bit of a Miramar team. We've seen them do wonderful things before coming down from La Cabrera, and this time you won't have other teams that are pressuring them and applying too much. There may be, again, it all depends which way they go. They take the western road and come all the way down and swing it, but you have the likes of 1,000,001 teams that are going to be coasting the western edge. The problem is if they go towards the north and then come down through the east, it all depends on what Sun Sister decides they want to do. From Junkyards onwards on that side of the circle, it's very desolate, it's very open, it's very broken. Not many teams should be there, but other teams might have the same thought process. You know what? This circle, this center part, will be heavily contested. Let's play edge, let's play it slow. And this is where you get these teams who are essentially just border patrol.
Perfect, and I'm glad we're seeing this kill ranking here, because normally I don't get too excited by TSM on Miramar, and maybe that's my own fault there. Maybe they have a little more to show, because it has been a different team we're seeing this time. But their killing ability is terrifying. Iroh, Rory up there. He's not been your heavy fragger normally, but now he's absolutely smashing it. Gustav's up there. It's all of them are towards the top. Now, Michael's not exactly far behind either. He's just sitting with the big boys down below, like Sharky's down there, Micro Fry. Again, scary to see whether or not that can convert here. I feel their game plan, their game style, will it apply to Miramar? That's the question for me. Beyond that, though, they do have Lazarus quite close by, but they're on the move already. We are seeing earlier and earlier rotations, people setting those markers for those quick moves to get into those prime positions.
Well, when we look towards the groups for TSM, they're actually in the top 4. Essentially, if you want to put it this way, the worst ranked team. 11.5 on placement, an only average of around 3 kills. It's not great, but if you're feeling it, if the confidence is there, you know, I mean, usually it's the Milkman Michael himself that's the one that's stepping up big for this team. He's yet really to show his hand on what he's fully capable of, whether or not he's taking a different role for this event, whether or not he's been either the entry fragger, the more of the support role. The man can frag, but whatever's happening with TSM, hell, keep doing it. They are putting points on the board, and it's coming down to killing.
Okay, we're starting to see those teams converging towards a more centralized area northeast of Los Leones. You do have Tempo Storm there, you have Enter's Force over there, and they're starting to pester, and we are seeing a couple of these teams getting very close by.
Indigo did take a peek this way, so whether or not they got the
That's a third
word of
party
warning,
from the hill.
it is.
Oh, no, it's not. It's a 2-2 split.
Yeah, they're going to read the information here. You can already see Xiongyan is going to potentially... Oh, my God, the third
That's the third party. And that's on towards Enters. So they were the ones keeping the other team compressed, not allowing them to move further forward and stay defined to this ditch. So they backed away. But if Enters overstep, there's the punish.
Enters get a lifeline in the fact that QM have been pressured away by their sisters over on the opposing side now. The team is this 2-2 scenario, so they can defend one another. The problem is for Enters, they are completely disconnected. There's nowhere for them to eject themselves from this building, because if they do, Tempo Storm's going to have an absolute field day with them. When you've got Sharky with any kind of level of guns, or any of them to be fair, that are going to be holding the minis, because the minis are so unforgiving on this map. You can just spam that thing for days and eventually take them down. Doesn't matter how many bullets you hit, so provided you hit a few and take enough that your teammate can pick it up. it's going to get the job done. And this is exactly why QM are just advancing and say, you know what, let's not take this fight. Let's reposition and find somewhere better.
Now let's keep in mind all the other teams are slowly converging towards this area. TSM aren't that far from maybe line of sight towards Genesis, for example. They could maybe even look far over towards the teams we were just witnessing. So there is that now extra factor of danger. You shoot, someone's folding towards you. We've seen this now. Teams are willing to fight.
But this is why TSM is specifically going in a very, very wide split. All 4 players individually just rotating. They will be in the same line and convergence, but still separated apart so they can multitask and look for a decent foothold in this circle. Eventually we will pull away from water, getting circle 4, but for now, just find somewhere decent. Don't die. Don't give up any useless deaths on rotation. As you can see from Wu Feng's POV, that might be easier said than done because there's always enemies lurking on the hillsides of Miramar.
There certainly is. Now, the northern side is getting slightly busy with those rotations. Teams are still far apart. Keep in mind, it is Miramar. Even though it looks quite close by, there is a lot of cover. The terrain plays a huge element in this. It allows for these rotations. But if teams get greedy, they get complacent, they don't scout correctly, they'll lose players here. So we'll see if all those teams on the extremities make it in safely. It looks like we're almost there, and we have kept 64 alive, so no one getting picked up early.
We didn't actually get the conversions of the 2 northern teams. Na'Vi decided to send it on the western side of the circle. We said that was a possible option for them. Thankfully, Gen G went all the way down south, but same did the Rumblers. The problem is, that could have happened, coulda, woulda, shoulda. The Sun Sisters, they did take that northern path. They went all the way to the east. VC still lingering and kicking it around there, so that's completely blocked off now. The northern edge is gone.
Look at TSM split. The 2-1-1, it's pretty brazen, if I'm honest. Na'Vi, if they could isolate or find Gustav, he is under some form of threat, if that's the case. I think for now he's far enough away, but it's information. Again, all this info is being completely filtered through to the rest of his team. If it does move in, let's say, a westerly fashion, if it shifts away, they've got a good picture. Now, I want to see how Na'Vi approach this. They also like quite a wide spread on this one. They'll take their time, though. I think Na'Vi, for me, even though they have been doing well, they still don't look like the scary Na'Vi to me yet.
It's getting there. It's starting to warm up, and I think that comes from going back, looking at the VODs. If there's a team that can, it's Na'Vi. We saw from phase 1 of PEL. God, I mean, it's a totally different team altogether, but they were nothing. They were absolutely trash, and there's no nicer way of turning it around. But speaking of turning it around, they literally picked up some new players. Then all of a sudden, we're seeing at the top of the table. There are kinks in the armor, in the fact that if you see teams being aggressive on them, if you see teams that are lingering around them, I personally feel they really hurt under pressure. I mean, Gen G, I think it was Friday, was quite literally bullying Bestaloch in the fact that he was running away and being chased down. Any other time we'd personally see him, we'd be like, you know what? I have an AKM. Let's have a fight. Let's have a crack. But no, with certain scenarios like this, they have been bullied.
Yeah, we need to see where this goes. Rumblers are working their way in on the south as well. We haven't seen too much from them yet, and this is the shift, southern shift, big moveset. This keeps in Leones, and people do not like to play that city. It's a last resort. It doesn't often go there, but it could. Who now becomes the king of the hill? Who gets that best jump-off spot to get those prime compounds? I'm seeing maybe 2 or 3 teams who get a really good shot at this, potentially 4, because, well, Gen G, just in the south there, so much room.
This is where you have to look towards your IGL, but this more importantly has to look towards teams where they will be. Transfer will come through. I'll hold for a second.
Profi's gone, hold on. Big pickup from TSM. They've been getting the info and they're going to find it. This is a bit of a quick setup. It feels like TSM know exactly when to hit the gas and when to relax and when to play for positioning. So far, they've caught 1 on rotation. They've had to slow down a little, though. That will slow them on the push up towards Los Leones. Now, on the east, it's a different affair. It's busy. Not many are swinging on that western safer approach. That east road heading down the coast has now got 2 teams en route. You have so many others with potential vision.
Grenade comes through. That's the warning one. You can't miss those. If you know where the player is, you've got to crack on for it. Flashbang will go up. There might be some sort of advancement here, but the rest of Tempo Storm, they'll go flying by. Miluk, unfortunately, is left to deal with the oncoming assault potentially from the back. The heals are up, and they're good for now. Max HP will come through, but Longskirt is an absolute fragger in himself. Individually skilled. This will be a decent fight. It's only a 1-on-1, but it's easy points for one team.
If the other 3 can get their attention, I don't think Luke's got any idea he's going to be there. And now, yeah, there it is. Instant pickup. Surely a flush to follow. I don't think his team can save him. There is a trade, but it's on the other side. That's Zampa trying to make the play towards the compound. Got to be careful on those nades. Now he's going to decide to do it. But infantry are kind of split up here. They're a little bit dangerous in that regard. It's hard to pin down all of them. But they've got Lin now bleeding by the wayside. Barely welcome back into the matchup as infantry try and avenge their fallen teammate, but Zampa's found cover.
I would say I like this. It was a good time to collapse. Shot's actually, they've not been kept in track of. He's been allowed to stay on top of the hill, which has done the damage. Get the whole overside of this. But now Joy, it's not joyful for any of the teams that are going to be below this, because unfortunately, that's 3 points for them. You mentioned third party. All that noise and all that racket, it's essentially drawn the attention of the team sitting on the hillside.
And look at this perfect angle to work with. It's so deadly for either side. Now they can't be safe from each other without exposing themselves to Enter's ace up on the perfect high ground. This now is going to pin them in. This is going to slow down Tempo Storm's potential aggression to sweeping things out, clearing how they'd like to. It makes things all a little bit trickier.
The bigger picture for Enter's ace behind them, all on this right-hand side of Los Leones, we have this mountainside that the circle physically cannot end on. This basically creates a bottleneck. They can play spoiler. Obviously, depends on where the circle goes, but should it shrink to the center, they have full safety behind them. They can just hold center circle and nobody can kill them from behind or flank them.
So as you can see, Ender's ace were on the west side of the Tempo Storm fight, but on the east was Vendetta. So as soon as they tried to move away from one side, the others caught them. They've got such good vision. Everyone is so aware. As soon as you shoot your gun, as you said, they'll pile in. They see potential. Any sort of weakness, it's going to be taken away from you. Now, TSM did take their time on rotations, but they were coming in from the Los Leones side, the western side of it. So they may get a little bit more time, but there is a team behind them. And quite a scary team at that. That could be a bit of information for Gustav here. Got to be careful. Does make it away.
Tell you what, if the circle goes south, Na'Vi are well in with a chance of winning this.
Look at Gen G split.
I'm glad you touched on it. Gen G are literally next to him. Now, given this scenario, next circle we move away from water, it will try and fit into as much as humanly possible. So this is a good chance for all these teams down south. Get to that middle road. There is a road that runs straight through the valleys. Find the houses on there. It gives you a really good foothold to overview teams that want to come up to you and makes it difficult for them to be attacked like castles.
Rory spots Leo out. Gonna peel away from this. Maybe not a clean enough fight that they'd want. Maybe not feeling they can get that execution as clean as they'd like, and it's gonna slow them down. They need to think about their rotation to circle. What do they do in this?
I think you have to disconnect from this altogether. You're kind of wasting time. Unless you can get this kill and hit the world and pick up the point, then fair play, lads. Why not? Carry on the onslaught, TSM. But there is a response, and this slows them down further. They are the furthest from the circle now. Everybody else is getting set up. There's not a lot of room in that circle, and when they arrive, they could be in trouble. Boys, you have to weigh this up. This could cost you in the next 5 minutes of the game when you want to try and advance to somewhere decent.
They do know it's the quieter side as such. They do know that. And now Iroh has been an animal for TSM today, but we are seeing Gen G come into their own. That's not surprising. Their position was paramount. They've taken the ideal compound. They should thrive. As is Iroh, and another kill gets added to the list. But beyond that, Gen G continuing to rack up the kills, continuing to get those points, and they hold the best compound here.
And that was Entus on top of the hill. They were still lingering and looking towards Tempo Storm's side. Now for Tempo Storm, let's just touch on it. They did eliminate Infantry. Infantry went down in 16th place. Tempo could have the fight of their life. They're battered, they're bruised, they're ever so slightly weak, and they've lost a man. Lazarus is directly in front of them on the northern edge of the circle.
Now, keep in mind, Genesis are holding quite the edge here. They could catch the remnants of that TSM fight. They are way over in towards that western side, Na'Vi in the south, so this is going to be a hard one for everyone involved. Tempo Storm, Lazarus only steps away now, a couple of ridges between, but on Miramar, that could mean the difference. Sharky, is he aware? Oh, he's going to spot one of them, but Alo's way closer. Trade instant, Zampa goes down. Tempo Storm are already in battles. They're already weakened. I think they're down to 3 here. This could be the killing blow. Luke 12 going to claim Zampa's life, but the nade is perfect towards Sharky. I don't see him making it out of this one alive. They have no engage. The utility is being brought down. Wait, TSM! What has happened?
Well, yeah, okay, and this is what you mentioned earlier on about taking a really good strong foothold in the map. They arrived late, and STV was already set up for them. They got punished from the battles earlier on that all 3 players have gone just like that instantly.
Well, I mean, if you look at the other team who was out there, GEX, they've really suffered a similar fate. They ran in towards Genesis. There was no easy rotation route. And we said, was that fight the right choice for them in Los Leones? That may have cost them a chance, and it may have been a slim one.
Tempo Storm, unfortunately, They were together as a three-man stack, which when you're wandering through the outskirts of the hills, that's generally what you want to do. But Lazarus, I think it was a complete unbeknown situation for them. They were split, and they had so much more viewership on them. They could hit them from multiple angles. Essentially, on North America, once again, knocking the hell out of each other time and time again. These teams do, generally speaking, rotate along the same patch. They get a feel for how things go, and it's sometimes a detriment to the league that you get a little bit more repetitive. It ends up in scenarios like that where you do butt heads. This time around, the two teams, one of them does get knocked out. It is Tempo. We're down to 13. Central Road, what I was speaking about during the last two rotations, is still pretty clear. Gen G, they are laughing.
Gen G, as soon as you see that compound, you know it's a stronghold. GEX, again, it's a struggling time for them. They had so much pressure early. They never had time to come in. I thought that was going to be on the other side. I thought Genesis was maybe going to find that, but it was Na'Vi. Good points for them, just slowly building, getting themselves in, working slowly in the southern approach. But the problem is, I feel for me, when you look at Na'Vi, their final boss would be potentially Gen G. I don't know if they can rotate southeast, because you do have the Rumblers down there, and they've been quiet, but they're a deadly team when they start popping off.
Oh, no.
That was the pull-up.
It's a murder. It's an absolute murder.
Look.
And you know what? I will say this. Fair credit for actually holding...
That was one clip.
Yeah, tooth and nail to eliminate them all like that.
That's not safe for broadcast, that sort of stuff. A bit filthy. Northern side, incredibly compact. The south side gets controlled by Gen G's compound, so it's very hard to play yourself in. That open field is just a safe territory for them. Yes, you can prone in it, but you don't want to be at this point. 13 teams, 45 players, someone's going to spot you. This next circle is going to be incredibly polarizing. North and south, that road is going to divide many of these teams.
2-2 for Na'Vi. These two on your screen currently are outside of the circle. 2 forward, Doozy and Bestalotch. They'll get a better foothold here for Na'Vi if anyone wants to make an aggressive push, like you saw with TSM. Trying to find a good foothold within a circle is so vital and pivotal, which is how they're handling this one now. They'll play spoiler and hold these people back to the blue, try and pick up a few points. Need to be very aware that Nerth is encroaching on this position. Should he overstep his boundaries, Na'Vi will punish him because there's no revive available. Two of his teammates have been held dead to rights on the road just towards the north. GEX has gone. Free point for Na'Vi, job done. Could have opted to give it up to the blue, but not enough time.
The one thing I love, the teams who are currently sat in 3rd and 4th are basically on the same side of the map here. You've got Na'Vi and the Rumblers both waiting in the south. So this could be a huge game for both of these teams. This could be a big jump-up spot. With Tempo Storm down, this could be a nice little move up into 2nd for one of these two. Certainly has room for it if, again, we see a Rumbler big game. That northern side looks like a powder keg waiting to go off. There's so many teams just about staying in this here.
There is a very strong position on this map. And it kind of bumps between, well, to be fair, it's the center of the circle. Gen G, given the fact that they have the God compounds, no one really else has anything strong towards the middle. There are no real areas that you can hide in from a distance, which people will struggle to get towards you when you talk about attacking a compound. They've got Loki, who's disconnected from the team as well, to hold the little mini compounds down and further afoot. I'll hold for now because Vendetta, unfortunately, the punishment just keeps on going two back-to-back like that.
Look at Purdy Curdy's positioning. Look at Luke 12's positioning. They still held the edge of this valley of death for Vendetta at the moment. The push still continues. Luke 12 at the helm of this, and there must be something bittersweet about it for him. But Critical on the other side could be in real danger, trying to fall away. Edge with the off angle. Oh, big turnaround with the headshot. That AK coming in paramount for him.
They're not punishing the Lauren. He's got no health. They should be going up there to end his rampage.
Back. Look at Critical's position. They can't push. He'll see them. And there it is. Purdy Curdy receives punishment, but he outdoes his opponent. Now Edge still alive, going to wrap the hillside, try and find an angle. Uncivil aware and does the better job. It's going to be Lazarus surviving, and Vendetta falls down in 12th.
Mentioned a problem that may occur here for Genesis. Hitchwin did go down, but they've got him on the feet. The problem is they are completely miles away from this one. STV, they've gone for the pull-up. They can't get inside. The grenades are there. Turtle has absolutely no health whatsoever. And if Na'Vi push this, well, they're dead, done, and dusted.
Turtle is just about alive. It's by a prayer at this point. Aduzi going to go on the wrap, trying to find that next angle to ensure he can't back away from this, can't get that revive. And he's caught up. God, he didn't expect to see the Bush Wookie there, but Aduzi does what Aduzi does. Deals with it well. 4 kills already, 4 players alive. And Na'Vi starting to come alive here. They've taken over the bigger part of the Gen G compound as well.
Because they've moved forward. That's fantastic work. To consolidate like that and get yourself, it's a smaller area to deny, but you can't approach it. Without approaching in a vehicle, there's no way to attack those buildings. And because at the front and back side, you have the road, it's completely open, it's completely sparse. It's going to be a difficult one. When you look towards a hangar where Na'Vi is, it's extremely open from multiple angles of attack. I really want to touch on Aduzi's play, though, to push that so aggressively, to deny anyone a chance to either get a res, get back to full health. It's fantastic work because you know you have your friends in the back who are with you to get the revive if needed.
And you can see Aduzi. I love the way he's watching this. One, he's keeping tab on the middle of the minimap there, checks back down, checks on towards everything that he can, keeps in mind everything that's going on. But then he's also watching the skyline, see if anyone's silhouetting towards the top side of that hill, see if anyone's over there, checking again the direction. Obviously on a player's screen you have, you know, the north, east, south. It's got the numbers on it. He's pushing it now. This is all good gameplay. Genesis making the mad run for it. Smoke wall is up. Can it save them?
Goes down in the smoke. There'll be no more to essentially get him up. He's just a dead man running. They're still outside of the wide, and when they come off the back of this, they have Enter's Force to deal with. I don't really know how many smokes they've got left in the tank, Lauren. That's a lot committed, and that's a helmet missing off H-Win as well.
That shot on the cross was absolute filth. Nerf's going to try and get back down to cover. I don't know if that's going to... Those smokes are fading, K-Mind. He's a brave man to go for this. I think he might be just safe. Well, we'll find out in about 2 seconds.
It's here. It's hungry.
Sure, he's a lucky boy, Nerf. Run, boy, run. You are lucky to be alive. And Genesis, where's the cover? Where can they go? Where are these headshots coming from? Taemin, it's an animal.
No, they're all dying and they're all dead. No health, no helmet. And no more Genesis in the server, unfortunately.
Aduzi's making a quick play up as well towards Genesis here. He's already tried to get the foot in towards the next position. We do see that northern fight continuing and beginning even further with Lazarus starting to try and control the north, trying to get some territory they needed. And they're only down to 3, but you can see Purdy Curdy instantly looking at these hillsides. Where is that next player going to come from? Where's that next position going to be threatened? Because he doesn't have the full image. You can see when the players have full info or when they don't, and that's him just trying to keep in mind who's around them. Look how passive they're being. They're trying to get the heals off. They're trying to get themselves somewhat safe here, but it's not easy.
Just so you're aware, in the back, Enter's Ace is setting up a really good position and using vehicles to give themselves a bit of a roadblock. They're inside a crevice of a river, which basically stops anyone coming across the road and approaching them from one side, and then they can let the rest of the teams look up the hill towards Enter's Force. Lazarus, who at the moment, by the way, are on a bit of a tear. That's another team gone at the hands of them. Sun Sisters do need to make an approach. Lazarus doesn't need to bite off more than they can handle here, though, Lauren, because there's 2 teams waiting.
But they have a nice piece of high ground. You really want to exploit that. You want to get these points, and they're going to. As long as they don't overpeak. Alo needs to be really careful to not overdo this, because that's a headshot that could come through. Backs away, stays alive, but barely.
Enter's Force is moving on Enter's Ace's position.
Genji just got a knock. Hold on, Na'Vi moving in towards Genji. This is the Battle of the South going off as well. Aduzi leading the charge at the forefront for his side. The nades start to rain in, and Genji need to be prepared for the CIS storm that's coming their way.
Senya's going for the off angle, but he might be too little too late.
He's going!
The hour at the doors, gets himself stuck in. Sunshine needs to get this knock now. In the background, Sun Sisters are going down. There's a big Mansa fights just going on in the north and the central. We have Enter's Force versus Enter's Ace, but now B, they need to get Genji out of this if they want to get across that road.
Time is ticking. Blues moving in. They've got to keep that in mind, and they know they've got a countdown on this. Genji can disengage. It looks like they might be considering it. Loki might just take them down. He might try and just be the knife in the back to slow Na'Vi, to stop them rotating. Senya considering an off angle. Can he maybe catch them on the way out? Bestloch, Pokemolodoi back on their feet. It's time to move. It's time to make the play.
Loki's just lobbed the nade out. Whether it does any damage or not, it's a different question altogether. They stuck the res to get the 4 men back on the feet, but they can't really get the heal off out the window. Loki sees one. That was Senya. That was the off angle that he was supposed to hold for this entire time. But now, that actually gives Genji a point to move if they want to do it. There's an avenue of approach towards that road.
Though can still be the final line on this. He's going to find Aduzi. He's going to fight Bestaloch. And Genji stay alive.
And all that comes off the back of removing 1 man. Getting Senya off of your backside opens up the door, lets them out of the building, and they just slap Na'Vi on arrival.
Okay, here's the northern battle. You have Enter's Force northwest. High ground, pretty nice, good position. Middle of it all, Lazarus. Fighting everything they can. Hyper-aggression to their east, VC. And then you have a couple of, players still remaining. Sun Sisters still have 1. You do have the Rumblers. Slow building in the southeast. But look at Enters. Look at the other teams. They're spread out already in the southern side. Genji are going to have a very tough battle getting across that road. The team playing the ditch has full awareness of this.
So Genji is going to be battered, but not fully broken yet. They are down a few men. It's going to be a difficult approach across that road. You would assume, unless some kind of God maneuver or God headshot comes through, that they're dead. Once you hit that road, you have all 4 members of Ace staring them down. We move across more towards the northern side of the map. The Rumblers 4 up as well. Rainey's down here from Enter's Ace. He's disconnected from the rest of the team just to keep an eye on them. That's very clever for now. But it's whether or not the other teams want to make an approach. Honestly, I feel that Rumblers just play cleanup duty here and just mop up all the remnants of who's left over from these 3 fights, which could kick off at any time.
Rumblers, they terrify me, these boys. They're such underdogs the way they scrap. They're a scrappy team. Even though they're in 4th, they're still a scrappy side. They're playing from literal low ground. Ender's do find Genji as they make the move, or at least one of them. That's not surprising, but Lazarus catching out VC might be a little bit of a shocker there. Lazarus are playing dirty up in the north. They're holding that high ground. They waited as long as they could, but look who just jumped in their spot.
Really quickly, I want to touch on something else which might just happen here. Enter's Force has flooded the Valley, absolutely flooded the Valley, and Enter's Ace has to rally. They're also moving towards the Rumblers. We have 2 fights on 2 different fronts. Ace, Rumblers down south. Force have just wrapped. Good catch on that one. Lazarus could have caught them off guard, so they must have seen them.
I think it's slow info. They must have just found out that Lazarus was still up here somehow, and they didn't go on the eastern ramp. Rumblers were waiting for it, but this could be a huge clash. This is 2 teams in the north, and you got the 2 in the south. Good luck, observers. I don't envy you right now. Enters Force, about to find Lazarus. The battle begins. Cherry Poppins, he's not moving for the life of him. Enters Force. Sweep through Lazarus.
Instance, all 3 players back to back to back. Job done. Now you can turn and face. Get your players back off the floor. And watch the next fight that will unfold. The Rumblers, if they can keep 4 alive to go up against Enter's Force, this could be a spicy game for them.
But the push on the low ground's happening. You can see it. You can see the push on the low ground. That's to try and keep Cherry Poppins, Microfy, all of them humble. But I'm looking to see where the Rumblers take this. They have such a cornered position. They have to fight their way out. OG and Enters can just kind of play this, not necessarily... I guess Ender's Force, if you look in the north, can play this however they want. They have high ground. As long as they keep smart cover on the terrain, they're somewhat safe. This battle is far from safe, though. Look at that play already from the Rumblers, finding these filthy little angles that are just going to infuriate the other side.
The Rumblers have to play quick here and deal with them. Because while every second they stay down south, Enter's Force regroups on them and rallies in the north.
Lost HG is already moving center, though. I like this.
That.
Slow creep towards the northern side. Try and get central point. I don't mind that at all.
And for good reason. Force is just cresting all angles of the circle. Once you've dealt with this fight down south, you've got to turn and face. Microfy and Lost HD disconnect from the pack. That's great for them. Keep a track of what's going on, see if they can get any line of sight, because Enter's Force will not shoot here. They will not give away their position whatsoever, unless they can find an easy kill, which they do. And the rest of the team, it rallies and will face them.
But you've got to give credit where it's due towards Enter's Force. The way they're holding is that kind of 2-man hit squad in the middle, the ones that will happily take the fight, and the outskirts watchers. You have 2 players watching the east and the west, ensuring no one can creep up on them or go for those kind of cheekier flanks on the outskirts. That's what the Rumblers are looking for. If they find a weakness, if they find a knock, then it's game back on.
Initial shots will be laid down. Force and Ace knocking each other. Oh.
That's almost the goer. That's what you're waiting on. You're waiting on a knock, otherwise you can't fight them. Again, the Rumblers cannot move until this circle closes or they clear out Enter's Ace in the south.
I'm a little bit concerned that they are staying too hyper-focused on the 2 free points that are down here. Essentially, they could give it up and it'll be a waste of time. I do understand why they need to do it, because once this circle moves, they could run up and stab them in the back. Microfy's position and Lost HD to kind of get a defensive stance and keep a track of what's going on. But Enter's Force has wrapped from north to west. They have completely repositioned, and they might actually sweep up these points in the back.
Yeah, but here we go. That is very bad for the Rumblers. That is a big loss to start with. Trade comes back in. Lost HD got knocked in the meantime. This is looking very bad for the Rumblers. We're down to 2 teams here. Microfry doing what he can. Central point holds it down as best he could. But now you see the rest folding in. Enter's Force sweeping through, but Microfry given a chance. Would you really want to give him a chance in this? Because now it's just 3 standing. Can he isolate the 1v1s? Can he exploit them? No! They hold the line and they hold the win.
From coming into this in 15th place, that's exactly what Enter's Force needed. 18 points in total will do wonders when they only had, unfortunately, a mere 5. We've seen before, hell, through groups. Tempo Storm, they had 2 16th places and a 15th. It's not over until it's over. And that will do so much for their momentum and so much for the points on the board.
You are 100% spot on. We were looking at some of the teams that had to start maybe finding kills, finding placement, ideally finding both. And I'd say Force was one of them. I wanted to see them step up a little bit here. Miramar suited them well. They delivered when it was required. They held that northern territory comfortably, didn't overextend. I got worried if they were going to push 1 by 1, but they held it together. They kept themselves focused. They kept calm. They knew exactly what they had to do.
Many hour though. Rumblers. Like, I mean, I suppose when you talk about mentality, when there's nothing to lose and everything to gain, these boys, day by day, as the prize pool increases and they get points, so do their pockets.
I cannot take anything away from the Rumblers. I have enjoyed watching these guys just grow as a team. They look so deadly. I love watching them play. It's just scrappy PUBG, never afraid to take a fight, and they really do follow through with it.
No fear, and it's showing in the gameplay. For some of these teams out with us, unfortunately for them, they've had to go back to the drawing board and see what's what, but good turn and face from Enter's Force.
Well, I can't wait to hear what the desk has to say at the first glimpse of Miramar for today.
And it's also the first sign of life, really, from Force as they were able to pick up themselves a victory, a big victory as well, with 8 kills to boot here. Joining me, I have Toffees, I have Froz, I have Avenger. Gentlemen, Force back on form, back to where they should be when it comes to an overall win with that kind of kill count.
It's a tradition at the OGN Super Arena that at the end of the day we hear Force, and these guys came, they brought the pain, and it's about time. 5 points, I think, total that they'd gotten up to this point or something like that.
Before this game started, yeah.
Exactly. So this is a big push for them from a team that we expected it from the beginning.
You could still see, though, after that win, they were still worried about, like, you can see it in their faces. They're still worried because they know that they only had 5 points coming into this game. Will this be enough? Sure, that will put them up there a little bit higher in the leaderboard, but still one more game to go. They need to do the same thing here.
Let's check out those highlights here from our first game of Miramar of the day. That was match number 5. We have one more match remaining after this. That's us. We're not part of the highlights. There we go.
There it is. Highlight time.
There you go. We're definitely not the highlight, let's be honest.
Oh, man. All right, there's Halo going uphill here up against Tempo Storm. North American violence. It wouldn't be a game of PUBG if it didn't happen at least once. Tempo ends up getting knocked out in 14th place. TSM went out in 15th. Kind of blew some doors open for some teams to play catch-up.
Yeah, I mean, Lazarus, one of the teams, they were going ham, but this one.
This is unfortunate. It's really unexpected to see 3 guys pull up in a car and not be able to take down the one guy that's in the ditch there. But extremely well played by Sting Divine, though.
This was a great shot by Taman.
Yep. The overall Gen G, they held the whole road down really well, but when Na'Vi pushed them in, it costing them a few guys, and they couldn't fight their way into the further kind of zone and push themselves further. But Genesis, though, also got popped out early. They tried to make a push across the road, which is the right play here because they saw where the zone was gonna. They expected where the zone was gonna end. They're crossing the road early because it was the only play.
This is beautiful to watch. How do it? Gen G playing as a teammate. Loki and Esther, 2 guys taking out Na'Vi all by themselves, 1 by 1 there. Ooh.
Big bopping plays there, and we do have OGN Enter's Force finally getting themselves some big points on the board. One of the bigger seeds coming out of PKL has now made their presence very much known as they try and push themselves up the leaderboard.
Big win for them. 18 points is going to help a lot. Other teams deserve shout-outs. Gen G got 8 kills in that game. Not bad. And Lazarus, who we saw get a little stuck at the end, walked away with 11. So really, I think we saw some teams get a chance to really say, hey, Miramar is our map. We're ready to put some comeback points on the board. And I'm excited to see what that does in terms of shake-up in the leaderboard when we get there. For now, I guess we can take a look at where those drops ended up.
For sure, Plain Head starts heading from Oasis down past Los Leones as these drops do continue on. And Avenger, when you were watching kind of the opening stages of this game, it develop, etc., what was jumping out to you?
Obviously, with a southeastern circle like this, you would expect a lot of fights in the north and the western side, obviously, because they're coming in there. But the teams that are making the big rotations, taking that chance there, obviously paid off. So it's nice to see how they're able to come around. But Rumblers, how they're able to go all the way on the southern side and keep the southeastern kind of split, making sure they got into the zone was extremely nice to see. Force, on the other hand, they fought their way in. Same did Lazarus. Nice rotations overall from these guys.
Yeah, as we watch the rotations, I do want to give a shout out to Na'Vi, who dropped the farthest possible spot for the circle, but still managed to get 7 kills on that rotation time. Na'Vi is definitely turning on the heat, and I can't wait to see what happens when they get the circle.
Well, you saw that first game, didn't you?
Yeah, well, that one was like, that was one of those wins where like you just have to sit there, right? So you didn't get to see Na'Vi doing Na'Vi things. Now here's that fight. Entis, Ace, and Rumblers kind of just got into a standoff by the ramp.
Yeah.
And it was just sort of Force got to sit there and enjoy.
Guy, who gave Entus Ace, the digital athletics magnet for the circle, because it has been slightly prevalent here when it comes to them eventually just sitting around having circles slowly descend on them. This is another game where they got it.
In my opinion, though, here, Rumblers should have made a move on them.
Yes.
They had the knocks, they had the opportunities to do so, and because they didn't, they fell victim to a third party that they could avoid themselves if they made a move on Ace, which was on the road.
Well, they didn't want to push too early, though, because they knew that they had another team on the north. They wanted to make sure that they could hold them out, and you could see that they sent 2 guys up north, holding that out. Lost and Micro, make sure the Force wouldn't push them. Lost even got a knock on one of the Force guys.
Points mean prizes. We have 18 points for OGN Entus Force up towards the top there. Lazarus with the 11 kills. 15 points going to them and 12 points to the Rumblers yet again. They continue basically to defy expectations of them here in PGC.
I mean, when you've got nothing to lose, you've got everything to gain, and that's what they've been doing. They've been saying, we're just going to go after it, and they're doing it effectively. I don't think these teams know how to handle sort of this chaos. I mean, in that last one, they said, okay, 2 of you handle Ace, two of us handle Force, and a lot of other teams would have hard committed 4 on the push.
Guys, this is 3 second places for Rumblers. 5 games. That's so insane.
Look,
and they didn't even play Sanhok.
Yeah, imagine Sanhok wasn't in the pool.
Exactly. They're just compensating for the bad plays on Sanhok.
Yeah, and that's what they do. I do want to give a shout out to Ace, though. You said they have magnets, but there's no Ace lull here. These guys are putting up kills every single time, even when they get a circle.
And here are the overall standings here for what is happening so far today.
Wow.
TSM still sits at the top with that 47 points. The Rumblers, though, second place right now with 44 points. They've got to be absolutely beaming from ear to ear with the amount of smiles that could potentially be there. That is fantastic by them.
I mean, I said, when we started this thing, I was like, Rumblers has a good upside. They could catch people off guard, maybe Dark Horse to get to the second round. But if you said they're going to be close to passing TSM on the last game of the day, I would have chuckled softly. Now, wow.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of a heartbreak for Infantry Clan in that game, of course. They now do have their full strength 4-man roster still here. And personally, I'm rooting for them for the last game. I want to see them have a fight back here and get some points on the board.
I mean, we're talking a lot about Korean teams, but right now, look at the leaderboard. It's EU, it's NA on the top. Sure, Korea, they are catching up, but they're not really there yet, though.
You say NA on the left. I'm worried about NA on the right. Genesis is a team. We saw them at GLL. They were a favorite to do well there. They felt like they sort of collapsed. It seems like maybe it's happening again. Yes, the rotations have been hard. Yes, they've been chasing the circles. I mean, on the last one, we saw Hwin started chasing a truck, ended chasing the smoke, and finally just ate some lead. But it's been the story of their entire day, and I don't know if they pulled that back in.
And that is the standings as they do sit at the moment. Of course, Frost's big dark horse. Sorry, everybody's dark horse. Everyone's dark horse. GEX there in 9th spot, so they're going to try and push themselves further. I know you're a big fan, Frost. And kind of that wraps things up here for a moment. What we're going to do now is we're going to get, once again, a little treat, a little snippet. We're going to have a listening with OGN Entus Force, and we can kind of bring on their emotions and see how they're able to approach some of these moments.
텐션 낮추자.
시작하게 하자.
에이스 저기 있다.
너만은 기절.
나 내가 바위까지 가볼게. 에이스 끝. 럼블 지금 기절됐잖아.
바위까지 간다.
럼블 기절됐어.
바로 앞에. 보인다. 바로 앞에 확인. 볶았어.
125. 둘 남은 거야. 라스.
라스 하나.
1번 쪽.
가자. 이거 킬 먹어. 바위.
침착하게. 바위 오른쪽 낮자고 있어. 왼쪽 맞지? 왼쪽만 오른쪽만 있어.
나이스.
I couldn't have said it better myself. That was perfect communication between them.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
I think I learned what push is in Korean during that one.
Pai?
Yeah, that's what I think.
Or that could be push or rock.
One of the two, because he was down and was like that. Oh, he's going to flush me. Go.
But I think a lot of energy kind of brought out between all of these players when they're in like one of those kind of tense situations. I'm a big fan of Naisu. In many esports that I've covered, whenever I've been listening to the Korean teams, that is very, very much so on their mind when they do something very good. And I can only agree. It was definitely so. So that is OGN Entus Force, of course, pushing themselves a little bit up the leaderboard here. They're by no means in a safe spot just yet, though, because of how their previous games went, Avenger. Now this is kind of maybe their chance and shot to push themselves a little bit further.
They need to start this momentum now. If they don't do it, obviously they have tomorrow, but if they're looking at, they could be outside the top 8 tomorrow if some of the other teams in Group C has a good day. So they need to get this started now. They need to continue. They need to get one more good game here so they can start off with a good momentum tomorrow.
But if there's a team that has the ability to do it, it's Force. They have LAN pedigree. They've been through this before. Unlike Ace, where really I think only one of their players sort of has the international LAN pedigree. They're a team that I think had to get out in front pretty early to sort of stay stress-free and play their game. Force, I'm not super stressed. I think they go home, they make plan changes, they come back, and they do really well next time.
I mean, Miramar doesn't seem to be any problem for them.
No, it's true.
Erangel, on the other hand, it's something they need to work on. That is free of the games. That's 50% of the games they're going to be playing there tomorrow. And they need to make sure that that becomes much better than today.
And with that, it's final game time. We are going into game 6 of 6 here between A and B as we head over to Pansy and Sims for all of the action once again.
We are still seeing such a dominant top 4 here. I'm so happy to see the Rumblers just pushing themselves a little further here. That does bring a smile to my face. And I want to see if TSM can find their footing here on Miramar. Still in first, but they have to kind of solidify everything.
Tempo no longer in the top 4, but it's by 1 mere point.
It's
close.
close.
Call that placement, call that a frag. No matter which way you look at it, Lazarus up there, and as it was touched on the desk, unfortunately, yet really to show its full hand, its full potential. Korea, it's there. It's lingering in the distance. It's backburning. I think now if Gen G and Hentus Force, they've just kind of opened up and found their footing here. I don't want to say a little bit too late than never because they've still got another full day of it, but you can't have these late play games in a competition like this.
But they're the one region you give a little room on because there's such pedigree.
Yeah.
There is the chance that they step up. I don't think we could put that to any other region just yet. I think we have been proven time and time again that they are incredibly strong. But that will eventually fall away. This was a glimmer of what we expect to come. It wasn't the dominance that we've seen in the past. Now, looking towards the top here, Na'Vi, I still want to see that beast. I want to see it appear. I want to see the terrifying team. I don't want to see them losing basically a 2v4. That is an error being made by any team's account. Senya gets caught off. That's a bad loss. You don't like to see that. Maybe poor timing, maybe not. Whatever it is, you got to fix it.
When your IGL goes down in a scenario where he's the one that has to hold that angle specifically, we didn't see the full picture. For all we know, there was no other possibility and no other route that you could attempt to make to that scenario. But seeing them go down when his job was to hold them and stop any advancement, it creates a barricade, it creates a roadblock. And all of a sudden, Nabi is just mopped up one by one.
Final game of the day. Let's find out who wants to stamp their authority going forward. Who is going to be turning those heads? We know a couple of teams have come out firing on all fronts. But who's willing to join them? Who's willing to put in that last bit of effort? Push that a little bit further. It's north to south again. Everything's available. Maybe a reach for some, but it's all to play for.
7 teams above the 30-point mark. And then just below them, we'll see from 23 to 28, 5 teams all locked together head-to-head, separated by a mere few points. Now remember, this isn't initially like the group stages. With them, you had your groups, you then went down to an elimination. With the semis, we play A versus B today, B versus C tomorrow, and then A versus C. When it's all said and done, there's no second chances. 8 of these teams will be going home. We'll be sending 16 to the grand finals in Oakland. It's do or die. You get 12 games, get your points, get your kills, get your placements. Because if you're not in that top 16, you ain't going to the grand finals.
I bloody love this game, Rich.
It's a damn good game, and there are so many scenarios, which is what make it so damn fun to cast and watch.
All right, you guys are home. This is your time. Get involved. Let us know who you think's got this as well. Spam out Twitch chat. I don't care. Let us know who you're backing coming into the final game of the day. The community makes this game incredible, and we get to see the very best of it here. And of course, let's see those drops. Anyone close by, anyone contesting, anyone having early battles potentially. So far, it's pretty busy around Los Leones, to be fair, but I think it's a couple of... Ooh.
Hello.
Okay, northeast we go. And you can see there's almost a line that runs around that kind of, I guess, west to south side. You see VC there was Lazarus there. A couple of the others, I think, potentially Entus. Yeah, they're reaching a little further north here. But Sun Sisters, this is all of their territory.
The interesting point of this one, okay, we do get the odd circle up here, up there, very rarely in Campo Militar. But generally speaking, between the trifecta of Campo Militar, Torre Moada, and Tierra Bronca, you see the circle shifting down. Again, this is all generally speaking, and what we've seen in past... Oh, no, no. Oh, no, no.
Your Uber delivery is almost there,
Oh,
or
no.
any other delivery
Does he have any ammo in that gun?
It's not reloaded.
Oh, okay, there we go. It's come
But
back.
how would you ever think someone's coming in that late? Like, who would ever think that's...
Songjan's like, I'm so glad you haven't seen me here.
leave, please leave. I'll take the
Thank
machete
you.
and that's it. I'm fine.
He's like, oh no, they've taken my guns.
Oh my God.
Walking around with the Uzi. Thank
Very
you,
lucky.
PUBG. Laughs in Brendan.
Okay, so I'm looking at teams who have interesting points of entry on this one. Na'Vi, that position suddenly becomes so much more viable than it was before. And then you look on the other side of it, Tempo Storm, for example. Both of these teams have the extremity approach. You get a nicer way in than most other circles because not many people are going to go around you because, simply put, you can't. Now, Sun Sister are quite split up here. They're not quite as compact as you'd imagine, and early teams shifting around could maybe pressure some of their individuals.
Well, let's play off the premise that we won't get the circles up towards Militar, Moada, and Bronca, so it will shift down. At the moment, the Sun Sisters, you get another triangle effect with on the roads from where they are looting all the way down to Elazar in the central side of the map. This is basically the strongest place you want to be right now. But you will get the problem that you're seeing on your screens appear. Teams that will be rotating, teams that get kind of picky and scrappy. The gear, it's going to be poor. The guns and all the attachments, the scopes, might not be there. That includes the meds and the bullets as well. There is a bigger game to that. If you want to go early for these positions, by word, you will be trading off on your looting capabilities and the stuff that you have, taking them into later stages of the game.
Hey, look, if I was going to highlight TSM before for their kills, I can't look past Purdy Curdy. This guy putting up numbers, 13 already. Quite lucky for him for now. We do still see a couple of teams towards the further southern side. Actually, quite a great deal of teams. We saw a couple leaning further north early on. Lazarus is certainly one of them. You saw them with a Vector level 1 out, hardly anything to fight with. Hey, I like the Vector, all right? I'm that person, but clearly it's probably not the ideal weapon. Unless they are up close and personal, just stick the gun up their nose. Enter Ace, getting together. Maybe think about rotations now. Where do we take this? How do we work our way out north? They do have a bit of, a fairly decent shot, but again, these early teams who are close by, they've lent north pretty heavily.
There's 3 teams here, Lauren, and this is because of the amount of terrain that you can control here. It's easy to rotate off of. It's hard to push, so there's safety in the buildings that are all around you. There's slight defilades that you can hide off the back of and maybe even make an advancement going outside of the building. This is a prime territory.
Just about gets it, but there's other players nearby. There could be a trade here. Keep your eyes on this because it's not just him. There we go. VC get found. That was the 2 players towards this. Lazarus stamped their authority and they stay alive with 4. Not losing a player is massive. That is the paramount compound. That is the king of the hill.
And no one's going to push that now. They know bullets are going down. They know shots and bodies are being dropped. So why would you make an advancement in there? Especially if VC who just lost 2. You can't save anybody. What's the point in giving it up? They're split by the wayside in a 1-1 scenario. 1 by water treatment, 1 all the way in the distance of no man land doing absolutely nothing. Summer's like, well, hell, you've left me in this crap scenario, boys. Time to get to me and let's see what we can do. TSM, rotation, water treatment, kicking off the backside of it might be their territory. Just have a look forward. The safety from behind it will provide cover to anyone who wants to take the outer extremities in the north. Further down south, it's a more difficult time, I want to say. The rotations, they'll be slow, they'll be playing the outskirts because that center area, again, if we are working off the premise that the northern edge of the circle won't be in play here, everyone's going to be kicking it towards the central side. Hacienda and the roadside extremities of all the kind of buildings that are on those, you have the little oil tankers, you have one of the gas stations. That's going to be a really nice place to work off the back of because it should be coming down.
Now, Lost HD is getting spots out. I'm pretty sure he saw Enter's Ace, or at least I hope he did. Blind as a bat if he didn't, but they'll be on the same road as the Rumblers. And keep in mind, Enter's Ace are the ones on the tear. They're in 6th currently. They did the jump. So if the Rumblers get wind of that, they could certainly hinder that progress. Easy. Makes his way down towards the car. And he's going to have to join the rotations here. After scouting the way forward, even though there is a team ahead, they've got to be a bit cautious about that. Sitting in 2nd, they could be eyeing that 1st place spot.
Just to make you aware in the door, we'll hold on for a second. Infantry looking to pick up a few more points. They need as many as they can.
It's been a tragedy for these boys, and they're pulling. All right, look, move on. Vendetta have yet to get a kill today, if I'm not mistaken. They really do need this. A scary pull-up, though, but they put the pressure on. And there it is. First knock comes in. Big play coming out, but can they get the flush? It should be. It's in the middle of the road. It's the open. He's roadkill at this point, and he does get found. So they do get 1 on the board. This is good for them. They need something here. It's building blocks at this point.
They've got a kill. That's good. Okay, we started up. You got another day, boys. Regardless of what happens today, reset. reassemble, reassess. You go away to the drawing board, you see what went wrong. We've seen in PUBG many times that a team can happily, we always say it in Europe, phase Sunday, where they have poor performance on a Friday and throughout the week they just reset, they come in and they absolutely wreck house. Tempo Storm, completely quiet for them. No one's around here, and just to be aware and let you know, they have picked up a crate while on transfer.
So in my mind, you're looking at the two parallels. Na'Vi, who had the perfect entry on the kind of northwestern side, and you had Tempo Storm in the east. These are my two parallels. I want to see how they do here. Na'Vi have centralized a little more. They've gone a little bit closer towards your Lazarus, your TSM. They're believing in the old water treatment shift, the common shift we see. It's favorable, but is it where they're going to go? Can they even go any further? Maybe they could have gone further north, similar to where Tempo Storm are going.
I'm a little bit worried, Lauren, because Lazarus has decided to completely disconnect themselves into a very wide and far 2-2 split. They need to be aware that there are so many teams lingering. Genesis also joined that trifecta of teams that decided to come to the crossroads area. Once you go up and further into the field where Purdy Curdy and Luke 12 are going, you have Na'Vi, you have TSM, who like to play the water treatment time and time again. But let's not just forget here, you guys might not have seen him just yet, Gen G. After a good performance in the previous round, they might be feeling it, and they are lurking just outside La Cabrera. One player, Pio, out in the blue. The rest of his three teammates looking onwards in the circle. If they get wind of these battles directly in front of them on the western side, they might just think, you know what, we're in the last game, we need kills, let's crack on and get stuck in.
They have to be so careful when they engage. Once they show their hand, it's hard to then proceed forward because you are on the outskirts.
Yeah.
So again, once they strike, it better be to the heart. They can't miss their shot. Let's see where the circle goes. This could be pretty big. It's going to centralize up. It's going to move towards the pack. We do have Tempo Storm out of there. You do have some GX. Genji, of course, outside, SDV in the south, and Infantry slowly working their way in after their player loss. So, again, most teams are currently in the circle.
I want to see Lazarus regroup themselves. This is the circle that we expected. Hit that central area, flush it all the way down to the middle. Yep. And that's why we have absolutely stacked amount of teams already inside the circle, because it's kind of predictable. Lazarus are regrouping. That's great work from them. VC.
Not a safe regroup, though, because TSM can see this. Rory, at the very least, should be able to see it, I'm pretty sure.
There's an ever so slight decline, which might just be able to give them the cover they need.
I don't know if they could punish it here, as they're considering their own position, TSM. So maybe the timing was right, because Gustav just joined Roy. They 100% could have seen that. But now here comes a third party, maybe. Na'Vi lingering, lurching over the hillside towards TSM. But with these shots ringing out, Senya, he's ringing that dinner bell. Look who's looking hungry behind him.
I'm so glad you touched on it. He is looking around and just being aware. I can see him on the map. He's just checking in. Oh, there we go. He's seen him as if
that eyesight.
Oh my God, you've spotted Gen G from this range. Like, that is so big in the fact that now he can feed that information back to the rest of Na'Vi and say, this is where they are. This is who we need to watch out for, or this is who we need to set up and prepare to murder on arrival and pick up the points.
And I want to see where they move here. I want to see what their response actually is. They see a player behind. Okay, where do they go with that? We'll update you, because Tempo Storm are getting into a bit of a scuffle themselves. GX, the moves from Leo. He's got some rather quick feet on that one to get away, to dip away, and that's probably be very frustrating towards Tempo Storm, because they're playing a similar position to, let's say, maybe Na'Vi when they're trying to move in towards TSM. Quite similar on polar sides. Tempo Storm, though, getting close to the nades, ambitious, but not quite far enough.
It's a sketchy area of land over here, and Tempo Storm doesn't have a great deal to play with. So for me, once you get a knock on this, it'll be good to see them collapse and take full advantage, and maybe even just completely eliminate GX out of the competition, because this then gives them a bit more breathing room and a bit more land to play with. Right now, they are at the mercy of GX holding them back where everyone else gets set up.
They're pushing this. Look at the line of sight Tempo Storm have. They are pushing hard to try and isolate Leo. He's a little vulnerable here. Now he's a lot vulnerable. Look at the takedown on that. Zampa swiftly dispatches of him. And the rest of GX have to fall back here. They have to try and set up their defensive line, but now they've lost out on the high ground where Kane was holding. Now they're having to fall away from this even further and further. Their rest teammates, their other teammate is a mile away. They are now on the back foot.
That might be the first DBS kill we've seen all week.
I think so.
The thing is just, it's like walking around with a battering ram.
It is a little scary to
even at range, like less than 50 meters to 100 meters, somewhere away with that thing. 4 pellets.
They're out.
Auto shotty will completely smash your skull to pieces. So we know he's lingering. We can't let them now. That's it. Now everyone knows that thing's in play. We can't let them get to the end circle because they're going to win. It's as simple as that. With level 3 gear in that thing, you are basically a Terminator. It's Speaking of terminated, GX might be at the mercy here of the AKM. The third party, though, does hold the gun back for now.
Oh, these guys are getting battered from everywhere. There's no respite. They can't find a second. Kane trying to get off a heal. He does finally get himself back up to full HP. With 7 meds, you kind of hope you get a chance to get one of them off. Finally gets healed up, but now they're sharing the compound, but I guess they're alive at least.
Gen G still playing it real.
Oh. Hello, enters Force. Hello?
God, look at how much land they have behind them. That's insane. And this is because everyone committed again to the central side, and then you just get the hard yeet all the way down to the southeast. And then, yeah, the splitters work perfectly. They reconsolidate themselves. They get that compound that is inside with the defensive stance of the ball that's around it.
But I'm not going to look past the Rumblers coming in on the southern side. It's a hard approach, but they did this kind of last time. And we are seeing GX stabilizing, staying alive, claiming the compound, but for what it's worth, they're still not in the circle. Still got a long way to go. Tempo Storm can kind of go the way they came in, far east.
Really sorry to break you off here, Lauren. We have to check in with the Rumblers. They've just pulled up. Vendetta and STV are there. They've been held back for now. I'm seeing shots. G does go off his bike, but looks like it was on arrival. Prophet says, thank you very much. Easy points, easy money in the pocket. The Rumblers, you can hear it all kicking off in the background. Vendetta do see them at distance, but it looks like the Rumblers are getting inside the vehicles and turning and facing. The problem then, that will stand in front of them, or maybe behind, should I say, is infantry are going to be behind them. Infantry have got the break.
TSM are pulling up, or they were going to. I don't know what the hell the plan was, and it's been completely turned on its head. Iro and Rory need to get out of the line of fire because Lazarus aren't playing quick. They still have a 2-2. They still have 2 players being able to see this. Rory goes down, but it's Iro to get knocked. He's going to maybe have a chance on a heal if he gets around the corner. I don't know if it's worth it at this point. There's too much danger. Lazarus are being so proactive in this.
The 2-2 split's working perfectly. They set up to try and get a res and basically to get themselves back on their feet and their health up. Didn't expect them to be holding 2 different angles. You look towards a building and think, you know what, all the team's going to be there. Lazarus are playing so proactive. It's fantastic, and it only speaks dividends when we look towards the leaderboard. They're working as a unit. You can't hit them inside the buildings because they're going to be in the mountains behind you, hitting you from the opposing side. TSM,
look at this jump. Hold on. Purdy, Cuddy, and Halo instantly knowing that TSM's safest route is to head further south. That's their only way to get out of this because they're not going to go towards the other 2. This is a really proactive play, and look at the angle it's going to provide if they do come that way.
Have they taken TSM's vehicle off them as well? Did they do the tires? You'd have to assume so, because now they're on foot.
And there's the rotation. It's the most likely one. They're going to have to run the low ground. And if Purdy, Cody, and Halo are watching this, and it feels like they're aware, this puts them in the worst spot possible.
If Lazarus doesn't kill them, Genesis will. Genesis have just rotated on the road and come down to the main compound that will watch the crossroads. There will be rocks in their way looking towards the west, so they won't be able to see the fight directly. But once TSM shows its hand and enters the circle, they're dead. They have to take this fight head on.
Yeah, it looks like here's the cut up. They're going to try and head a little bit closer on.
A failure here for Lazarus if they get caught.
Maybe. I don't know how. TSM are nowhere aware of this, but they don't know how close Michael is. So Fire just came out from Purdy, Cody, or Alo. I don't know who. But now Michael is right on their doorstep. Once he crests this hillside, there's going to be pressure. Alo instantly with a pre-nade. Up and over it goes. Does it find Michael? I don't think it does, and Gustav is there. Purdy, Cody goes down, and Alo's all alone. He has no support. Uncivil's on the way. Luke's on the way, but it may be too little too late. Gen G just somehow found 1 million kills. Well, let's focus on what we see here. Luke, 12. It's absolutely disastrous for Lazarus. From being large and in charge, they are wiped out. They're down to Alo. He was meant to be the off angle. He was meant to be the one maybe being a nuisance. And he's just watched his team get destroyed.
They've done it. Michael and Rory went for an aggressive push. They were left completely unchecked. You saw the 2-2 coming in, which should have, in theory, held them dead to rights out in the blue. But they let them get away with it. They don't keep a track. They stay completely disconnected in the 2-2. TSM just walked through them. You can't let that happen. You have to hold them dead to rights and strangulate them.
All right, let's catch up on what we just saw outside of that. We do have Gen G making their way in, but only towards that last circle. It's moving again. The Rumblers are now not in the circle. They will be gate-kept. They need to find a new way through, and it might be a southeast swing. Na'Vi getting completely trashed by GX being very late to position. It looks like Entus Ace are just about moving away as Gen G get towards a new position.
Another thing to touch on is Tempo Storm's movement. It's been fantastic. They took the fight when they needed to, and they've stayed alive, which has granted them access into a completely dead area for at least 500-600 meters all around them. They can now take a good foothold inside. Na'Vi's dead. Thank you very much. Shyway says, you know what? That's an easy point for me. Job done. Genesis, we go towards the northern end of the site. TSN, see Gen G, they're on rotation. Keep an eye on that kill feed because the Sun Sisters, they're making a very sketchy maneuver out in the open. Genesis should have a complete read on what's going down. And this is what's going to happen. That's out the back of the car. Job done. Joy's dead. So is Reng as well. And finally, Vendetta, they're getting a few points on the board. This will be good for the confidence going into the next time they have to play.
Yeah, they're gatekeeping down the south side. They could potentially find more players. Gen G going to disengage from TSM, who are kind of slowly working their way in on the west. And TSM look in a pretty bad position here. It's a very hard rotate for them now coming forward. We'll see how that continues. We've got to look at the south here. You have Vendetta, you have the Rumblers. You have so many teams now falling together. That's TSM trying to make their play, and it's not going to go well.
Gen G's actually opting to drive by as well. They see the shack up top, and for QM, you know what? This could be a field day.
How are they alive?
This might play actually really well for TSM. They've now been ignored. They got him.
Not with the nade, but with the gun. It looks exciting.
Rory stole it. They just yoinked it away from QM as they were in mid-fight of them. And now they've actually managed to take them down. Michael's got an angle. Just be aware. Profi is in the distance. You can see it on the corner of the map. Just look towards the number. Profi is rearing his head. If he gets involved here, he will completely break TSM apart on his own.
Depends which fight he takes. Iroh going to keep back QM. He's keeping them humble. He's allowing some covering fire for his teammates, but here comes that push coming out from the other players, from Profi. He's starting to get a little bit curious, a little bit interested. Rumblers are winning down in the south. You see QM desperately trying to gatekeep TSM, but how are TSM so slippery? They're just not going down. They're down on no HP. Iroh desperate for a heal. Rory's finally fallen, and it looks like they're down to their last stand. Michael's alive, but barely.
I mean, they've picked up a few points before doing so.
Michael's in. Wait, Michael might find an off angle on them. Hold on.
I don't know, QM.
Oh, no, there it is.
QM's read him. And like if he goes down south, he basically just gets flooded into the warm embrace of Genesis, who have found Tide as well. Keep an eye on the kill feed to see if he picks up that. Rumblers are battering people, but Vendetta is fighting back the screen. And if they strike now while the iron's hot, they could pick up a hell of a lot of points. That's two teams that are easy picking.
Where are Vendetta right now? Is Rumblers going down? They've been eliminated. Vendetta finds the perfect timing. They're sweeping through the south, but can they finish the job? Michael sees a victim, and he loves the death from above. Look at that fire. Needs to tap away, be clinical, be precise. Get the points, Michael. That is your mission, and you need to accomplish it. Profi knocked, and it will be his kill.
We appreciate that one man for TSM is still picking up frags. One with the bush, one with the bullets. K-Man sees him. So now just kind of push him into no man's land, really. You wouldn't expect him to do anything else with QM on the back foot as well that is behind them. Once that fight ensues, it will be like, okay, you know what? Well, maybe let's go get involved. Tempo Storm outside of the circle, but no one's really in front of them because Miluk, by the way, is doing a phenomenal job of reading what's in front and finding a foothold for Tempo to arrive completely undetected.
Michael's getting wrapped on, but Genesis think he's playing super slow. He's actually got way ahead of them here. This is great for Michael. He can just start working his way forward. VC, I think, just got eliminated. They did. Vendetta again. They continue their sweep and clear down south. The cleaners are in. They are just sweeping everyone up. We do see Enter's Force finally getting spotted. That's Michael, the one-man band, the one danger on the map. He's a deadly threat to everyone still alive.
And he's now into placement points. He shouldn't even be there. But because of Vendetta slapping everyone down south, it's actually helping, in theory, TSM out, only having one strong. Enters Force, 1-2-1, all around the ball edge of those compounds. As an emergency scenario, if anyone shoots him, you can dip dive and jump all the way into the compound. Tempo Storm will be warning everyone else that there is a team on way, GEX. The bike will make a little bit of noise, and Genesis should have them down. TSM, 8th position. Fantastic, absolutely bloody good job today.
Yeah, good enough for TSM, happy with that. Can't complain. Now let's see who goes into overdrive mode here. We have a couple of teams who are outside of the top 10 currently who need this. Enter's Force is one of them, and they are in prime position. They're sat in 10th currently. That's not where I expected to see them. So this is the time to deliver. This is where you find your form, and you put your team in a better spot. Tempo Storm, same position in theory. 5th currently. They need a push here. Enter's Ace, though, showing them how it's done so far. Bit of a trade coming in.
Alpaca gone down. Years with the refrag, at least for now. If they want to make something happen, then they need to do it. Those teams are about to butt heads. I want to see that POV because Vendetta don't... Okay, this fight will kick off, but guys, look at the map. Vendetta are lurking. They smell blood. They smell points. They want to get involved in this, and here they come.
Yeah, they need to make this fight count. Do they have the full information? Do they care? Are they peeling away from this? Oof, that was a shot. There goes Ace. They were on the lesser side of things, if you're thinking about it here. Enter's Force have the ground, they have the territory, they have the players. It has moved away from them slightly here. Maluk's gone down. He's on an island. He's unrecoverable. I'm a bit worried the Tempo Storm have been playing this a little too passive
They're
for my
going for it,
taste.
Lauren. They've got a vehicle. They're going to send one off.
Yeah, but look who's hunting. I'm scared of Vendetta right now because they're playing like they've got nothing to lose, which may be the case here. They're hunting down everything that moves. If they see a target, it's just, you know, go at it. Now, Maluk, yes, he could be recovered, but they are close.
There is time for this. I don't think they get across that hill before the res is actually stuck. It's going to be close.
That's 2
I'll go with
points,
that.
though.
And remember, they have to come this way to get into the circle. They can't stay outside, so they have to come this way. It will be a bottleneck. If the other 2 members of Tempo Storm get set up on an angle where they can see them, they could pincer them from both sides and flood them into
Genesis are pushing this.
the
They're trying to
circle side.
isolate 2 of these players, and maybe 3. K-Mind.
Switch the red dot.
Here's the steps. He waits patiently, unleashes on 1. The hits, 1 too clean, but he's got 19 left. Can he make them count? Peek above the ridge. Say bye-bye. Nerf, they're in support, and QM gets slaughtered. Genesis finally showing some life in them as of yet. Still down low, but they need some more.
I love the eye tracking, how you can just see them watching the edge, watching the ridge line, waiting for them to show their face, listening to the movement on the floor, connecting the sound with the dots, sees the marker, gets the support from Nerf over the shoulder. And it's 2 points for Genesis. That'll be a placement as well. They are all in a car, and there's somebody just downwind of them. I think, you know what, I'm going to be honest here. Unless GX hit this absolute world star of a nade, they may have gone a little bit early there because now they've put themselves in a very precarious position. That Tempo knows exactly where they are. Had they held their trigger there, they'd have had the drop on them.
But look at line of sight. It's gone towards Genesis. They have vision on this Vendetta. Of course they're in the fight. They want everything. They're just screaming for more here. Tempo Storm well aware of their positioning. And now everyone's kind of held in place. Genesis trying to lock back QM. That'd be a big pickup for them. Another point is a point in the right direction. They're currently on 26, and Entus Force are on 28. They're the next jump-up point for them. So anything helps here. Zampa trying to look for the shot as GX creeping their way. And keep in mind, these guys have been clinging on for dear life. They're the ones that hindered Na'Vi. They're the ones who've slowly forged their way back into this.
We do have 1 nade on the GEX player. Should he or anyone from the Vendetta be able to get 1 grenade inside that building, that's 3 easy points.
They're pushing.
The building's not safe either. There are multiple. There's 2 windows in it and 1 open door. Like, that's why you saw Tempo committing so many smokes and so much utility. But once that's gone, they're open exposed. You're better off with a rock that you can actually deny 1 point of cover because that provides absolutely nothing.
Let's take stock. 5 teams, 16 alive, and the first knock comes in. That's towards Tempo Storm, getting far too much attention across the map. K-Mind happy to deliver. Vendetta now suffer a similar fate at the hands of Entus Force, who sit central until then. Suddenly it's moved away. They were kings of the hill for so long. They sat in that compound so pretty, and now they've got to move. Tempo Storm, yes, they're central, but they're losing players. All eyes turn on them. Genesis could make a sweep here. GX in the north playing it low-key, trying to stay calm on the dark side of the hill, playing it as slowly as possible. Entus Force looking towards an east sweep. You have Genesis on the north side.
I really like the play from Tempo Storm to commit all their utility to get to a better position. It now gives them the rocks to play with and the defilades and just to be able to deny line of sight.
Force in some vehicles here. It looks like it's time to move up.
Oh, if Vendetta see them, Lauren, this will completely throw everything they've been building in the distance.
Uh-oh, this could be a huge problem for Force. They are looking in a little bit of bother here. Sharky on the heel. They just need to stay quiet, Tempo Storm. They just do not want to fight for a second. They want to let Vendetta do the work for them. Give them a second or two. Genesis now starting to line themselves up here. Look at the lines of sight. As soon as they go over the line, you're going to see GEX get a couple of shots, but they need to continue to push. They need to find their way into that next position. There's a shack. There's something they could play with. They want it desperately. They want to play a way in. Entus Force yet to step to circle.
GEX came into this as 9th, Entus Force as 12, Genesis as 14, Vendetta 16. For these teams that are here now in this placement in the top 5, this is good points. Placement, yeah, it'll be okay. But if you can do what Vendetta is doing and picking up the frags, that's where you're going to be able to make some momentum on that leaderboard.
Yeah, we are seeing Vendetta now getting the attention of just about everyone. Entus Force need to get past them to go forward, but K-Mine coming into his own. They've claimed that western side. It's theirs. Entus Force can no longer move that side here, and you can see the last remaining member of Vendetta maybe trying to do something, make a final stand, can't make it happen. Entus Force now has a step in the door, but will someone shut it on them?
Second one comes up. The res was quick, but the movement was slow. They didn't move from that individual spot. The Ranade still alive and kicking on Genesis. The second one is the follow-up. It does bounce a little bit too far, but now they're bleeding out so fast. And so Nerf, ooh, didn't see him. Nerf is actually going to go for a low push here. Sharky can't do anything. He's completely disconnected. He will be dead. If I was Sharky, I'd probably move out and give the information to the rest of Tempo Storm who's still alive.
Damper tries to get away, tries to get to Sharky, but suffers a similar fate. Nerf has found one of GEX. He's trying to control that northern side, trying to get rid of the team that's probably gonna have the upper hand. But here comes the play towards Tempo Storm. They're getting flushed, they're getting found. Enters Force still holds the south, but look who's creeping, look who's getting close. K-Mind, H-Win, they're just over the hillside. They're waiting so patiently. If they show face, they're gonna rip it off them. Tempo Storm now being pushed. There's Force, there they come, they take their spot. They've moved 2 in, but now the other 2, the back 2 players, get the engage from Genesis. They're trying to hold this back so bad. They need this one to stay where it is. Nerf's getting the attention, but it's K-Mind and it's H-Win who can do the damage.
They have to take this fight in front of them because they can't advance into the circle. Nerf holds them at gunpoint from range. H-Win goes outside up against the blue. I don't think they know where he is. If he takes that on angle, which he does, 1-2, it's the world, that's massive!
That has cut off Force at the knees. They no longer have their backup. They no longer have vision behind them. They're surrounded on all fronts for all they know. Nerf holds the north, and K-Mine and H-Win are the squad of doom for them. Running back to join their teammates. Enters Force, digging deep, but they've been spotted. Kane now pays a huge deal of damage. That's a nuisance play. He does have his teammate beside him. 3 teams alive, 8 players. And the other 2 for Force can no longer move. They're dug in deep, but Nerf still knows where GEX are. So if you want to play information, Genesis have so much.
Doya will be taking out in just a second. Deny any rest of information. They'll be able to pass it off. I think it's actually been stolen though.
Yep.
GEX.
Genesis are pushing.
Will nip it.
They're pushing on this K-Mine and H-Win.
Where's his
Look
helmet?
how close they are. They don't have any, but they're pushing it right now. And K-Mine's found one. Can they follow up on towards Indigo? He's still there. He's still in the smoke. Kane, he's doing nothing right now. Let's look at these guys. Do they follow up on the push? Do they have a nade? They were nading up so much. That's surely a flush to happen. It's surely Genesis's. This can't go any other way here.
All Nerf has
Isolated.
to do is just
They've
keep the
isolated
information.
him. They've isolated Nerf. GX know what's going on. They know that it's now a push towards the other, so he knows there's only one player here. Nerf gets outdone. GX with a really smart play, making it hurt. Genesis didn't clear out Enters. That's what they had to do. They would have jumped over. They would have taken their spot. And now it's back to maybe being GX's game.
Level 3'd up and ready to go. Don't forget about Indigo lingering in the distance. If he shows up on time, or at the wrong time, should I say, for Genesis, that will split them and put them in the ground and give the go signal for GEX. The problem is for K-Mind and H-Win, how do you peak this? With no helmet, you are completely at the mercy of the headshot multiplier. You will die. If they hit any bullet, you're going down. There is no revive possible.
GX, similar position. K-Mine gets a spot, but he has to be patient. He has to know when to shoot, when to fire. That trigger discipline is paramount to their success here. 6 kills, the man's capable. But can he hold his nerve in these pressure moments? Looking over, you got Kane, same thing. Everyone eyeing up that horizon. The blue slowly moving them closer and closer. GX do not want to leave this ridgeline until they have to. Can Genesis isolate these 2? Will they get folded on by Indigo? He's still a danger player here.
Circles pushing. Eventually, they will be forced to make a move. Every single bullet has to count. There we go. Go time. That's one. Oh my God. Are they going to do this with no helmets? Really?
I don't know. H-Win they need to find the other player. Jaiwa, he's still down there. He's got a little bit of a divot to work with. Indigo finally arrives. Denies 1. 10 kills. Can he make it more? Looking for the victory here. Genesis down to just K-Mind. You have just one on the other. This is 3 players isolated. 1v1v1. K-Mind. Oh, the headshot. He just needed one more bullet. H-Win gets flushed. K-Mind now has to deal with a fight on 2 fronts. Shaiwei has 1 HP. If the blue touches him, he's dead. And there he goes. It's K-Mine against Indigo. It's not over yet. Indigo, 5 bullets. He goes for the reload. And K-Mine has a second to breathe, but just a second. Indigo scanning the horizon. K-Mine makes the peek. Oh, it's Indigo. Holds his calm, holds his nerve. And we asked, where were the Korean teams? Where was Force? We've got our answer now.
You said anything was possible. If there was a region that come up close and come up clutch when it matters most, it's Korea with back-to-back wins on Miramar. That will do absolutely wonders for the points on the table. Bides his time. Picks apart 2 teams. Oh my word. Well, the leaderboard, it was a little bit far stretched when we came into this one, but now things have just got a little bit more spicy.
And you know what? Yes, the win is Enters Force. They can be proud of this achievement, but I cannot take my eyes off what K-Mind achieved in that final moment. He had nothing. He had a level 1 vest that was basically dead, no helmet, and he played that out as well as he could. He was left in a 1v1 and he fought that valiantly. Again, I absolutely loved what he did there, but that was a great game to close out on here.
Yeah, to be able to hold your own like that, and sometimes we'll see teams, they'll get really aggressive and hyper-aggressive and bloodthirsty.
Yes.
To be able to realize what utility and what gear you're working with and say, you know what, they need to make the push. They need to make the assault. Let's hold us ground for now. Not sure at all. Like, even if you head peek, you're going to give away the information. The player across the road that was running, he had no clue where they were.
Yep.
Okay, they didn't get the win, but still, to be able to survive to that second place and go in a 1-to-1, to take it down to that level with no utility or gear at all, that's massive. That's what we expect on a World Championship event. This is the level of play that we want to see at Oakland.
And again, the question that I had in my mind was also, where was Genesis at the start of this? They were not in a good position. They pushed themselves up. Entus have done so well to recover. I want to take a look back at this. I want to have a little glimpse back at what we just witnessed, have a little highlight moment here, because there were so many throughout that game. Let's watch this one back and get a little bit of a reminder, and just keep in mind how many of these points seem, you know, one kill can make such a difference throughout the entirety of these matches.
The stats do matter, and I think you've got to look at it. I mean, Entus Force, they came into this one, and we said it on Miramar, they have an average placing of 2.5. They know the lay of the land. They know this was a time to make up some points and get some really good stuff behind them and get it going. They've done just that. This is a phenomenal play from them. To be able to turn around when you kind of, and I suppose that what kind of makes the difference between a good team and a great team. I want to hold for a second and just say TSM, I do not know how they managed to get those kills on Lazarus when Lazarus was holding them outside of the blue. For Rory and Michael to be left completely unchecked, that should never have happened in a million years.
No, Michael putting up a really good performance considering he was, you know, last man alive. And this is, remind yourself, this is Genesis, the team who was left in that scenario. They were very late at rotating, and K-Mind, again, this guy to me played a brilliant matchup here. This was support from his teammate, I think, coming in. Yeah, Nerf got that, but the damage he did was absolutely paramount to his team. This is a very big kill game, and that's probably a big confidence boost that he needed.
To be able to nail that is coming across the road and just keep your teammates up. What else can you say about it? 12 kills compared to what did they have in the previous one? 8. 20 kills into 30 points in 2 games for Entus Force is absolutely phenomenal.
They can be happy with that one. You can see him on the screens, and I know what that means. We're going to get an absolute delight from hearing from Rachel down on the stage.
We're doing a little denial kills.
Huh? Yeah, in the first match, yeah.
Yeah,
here we go.
Hey everybody, we're down here on the stage. I've got Iro from TSM, and you guys had an explosive first day here back at the OGN Super Arena. So last week, Cameron got to talk to Rory, and he said that you guys were playing a little slow and steady last week. You were playing anything but this week. So what was the cue to change things up?
Well, obviously we reviewed demos, and we were like pretty confident in our team fights, so why not take advantage of that and then just kill everyone?
Yeah, kill everyone you did. In the top 5 of kill leaders, you had 3 players, yourself included. So how do you turn that on, the kills?
I mean, like, as I said, we're pretty good on like team fights right now, and we have confidence in ourselves. And I would say like everyone on the team is a pretty good shooter overall. And then like we had some free kills as well on Na'Vi. It's a bit sad that they're from EU, but I mean, you can't do anything about it, I guess.
You got to do it to them, absolutely. Yeah. Now, when you tell me that you're pretty good at team fights, what does that mean to you guys to be pretty good at team fights?
I mean, it means that we're not scared of anyone, that we can take like any fight anywhere, doesn't matter. I mean, the fight we took on Lazarus this match was pretty good as well.
Yeah, let's talk about this fight on Lazarus. You were pushing uphill into them. They had 4 alive, and by all rights, every view on you guys. How did you manage to overcome?
Well, we didn't have anywhere to go, and we said that let's just push Lazarus, and then we just sent it. I got knocked, but then I got rezzed, and we had a pretty good flank as well. I think it was Rory. I don't remember it like pretty well, but the boys just like knocked everyone, and we got the fight easily.
Yeah, you guys are very judicious with giving away kills as well. We noticed in the first game that you were not giving them up easy. You'd rather take out your own teammates. So talk to me a little bit about the awareness and strategy that goes into that.
Well, we knew that we're not going to be able to make it because we're like edge of blue. They're spread on the map, like it was Na'Vi again. And Gustav was like, let's just go into blue. And he just insta-shot me. It was a bit of a surprise for me as well. It just happened in a second. But it was a fun thing for us. We laughed about it a bit. Yeah.
Good. I'm glad you guys can laugh at the end of all that. Well, it was a fantastic day of play for TSM. Tomorrow you're coming back and playing again. What are you going to do in the interim?
I guess just keep whatever we're doing right now.
You're going to go study some VODs? Or you're going to crash right out?
Yeah, for sure.
Excellent. Love to hear it. We're going to send it back up to the analysts now to break down the day. Thank you so much.
Yes, as we have a double header of OG and Intus Force there towards the end. So much Force, in fact. Froz almost fell off his stage piece. Crazy stuff going on here whilst we hear from Iro. A big congratulations, obviously, to TSM to take the #1 spot today. However, the road is not over yet. Here are the points coming in from our final game. OG and Intus Force, as Rich mentioned, 30 points in 2 games. Massive, massive stuff.
40 points.
40 points.
40 points. He did the math wrong in 2 games. Massive.
I like the 10-point increase from the end of the match to now. Really solid. No, Force came out. I mean, we said in the last one, this is a team that can play catch up. They've got the mental fortitude. They've got the LAN experience. They clearly got their wits about them and came out and got the double on Miramar.
Yeah.
Man, that was an amazing way to end the day.
Definitely. Genesis, though, getting second place with 11 kills. That's something they need for tomorrow as well.
Except they got to stop being good only on the last game of the day.
That's true, but also Force guys, 5 points in 4 games. To step it up like this, this is what they needed. They're going to be back tomorrow, and this is the momentum we talked about. They literally kicked the snowball off the mountain and started rolling and became extremely big in 2 games.
At the same time, though, if they want their campaign to be successful, to become like a world champion here at PGC, they need to be better on everything other than Miramar, right?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, on Area, for example, I feel like they need to push out Genesis out of the city, though.
Well, let's talk about the leaderboard for today. Of course, a lot of the teams at the top of this leaderboard are very, very safe considering what is to come. You know, they've got a good chunk of points there going into the next 2 days. And obviously, all of these teams only have 1 more play day apiece. So TSM at the moment with 54 points leads the charge. A lot of variation with, well, a lot of Europe, of North America and Korea up towards the top there to get things going.
I mean, I'm hyped. Like, I work for the MPL. I watch the North American guys play all the time. To see all 4 of our teams on the left side of the bracket after today, that's a big thing for me because this was one of the big challenging days, I think, for North America.
Yeah, that's pretty huge, actually. But overall, Rumbless getting second place.
Yeah.
And both Rumbless and TSM, they're on the top here. None of them got a win today. That just shows how consistent they've been today and how they can continue with that the upcoming days.
That's a good point. 2 wins and still can't pass them.
TSM had 1 second place. The rest was outside the placement points, except for some of the games. They had so many kills. It was absolutely insane. 10 placement points. The rest was kills.
Wow.
So it's 44 kills, guys, in 6 games. Absolutely insane.
I want to see what Rumbless can do if they can grab some points on Sanhok. How will that be?
Can you imagine? Imagine a world where they knew how to get 2 points on Sanhok.
On an average.
I think they're averaging 0 at the moment.
There's a few teams, of course, that have got to be wary about their adjustments and going into the next couple of games, of course, a couple of days even, I should say. Infantry, Vendetta, Sun Sister down there. Vendetta and Infantry especially not breaking that 20-point mark for Infantry, not breaking even that 10-point mark. It is a difficult spot to be in. They got to step it up.
I mean, at the end of the day, you send a player to the hospital for literally half the day. Lynn, who is a great player, wasn't with them.
Yeah.
And I think that I can say tomorrow, everyone will be cheering for them. I know the whole desk, if they have come out and do a good first game, like, we're all going to be on their side. You want to see them bounce back after such a rough day.
Well, gentlemen, before we kind of break more down, let's have another listen in here at PGC.
먼저 싸운다.
연막. 싸울 거야, 기다려봐.
끝은 없어. 끝은 없어. 오른쪽이랑
1대1대1이야.
앞으로 하자. 제네시스 오른쪽. 라스트.
1대1.
나이스.
Riveting stuff.
I think you had about 10 words during the whole play there.
I will say though, the Naisu came as I expected it. But obviously, everybody's listening for steps here. Everybody's trying to pinpoint exactly where the other player is because he doesn't have a POE of him.
It was like the cadence of guys who just showed up for work. Like they knew they were going to win this,
yes.
played it well.
Yeah, you know. All right, moving on. Groups B and C are tomorrow. We have 6 games coming at you, and it is going to be an exciting day. Once again, we have a lot of those PKL teams representing, and we have the debuts in the semifinals, of course, of Ghost, 4 AM, Africa Freaks, Fatal, FaZe, T1, AHQ, W-Click, and Red Canids Kalunga. Very important.
Hey, good job.
Thank you very much there,
Together.
Avenger. That was beautiful.
Can we try it for all 4 of us?
He knew I was going to do it. Yeah. But it's an exciting day tomorrow. We get to see all of those 8 teams play, as well as our teams from today trying to prove themselves even further.
I mean, we get to see FaZe come out, and I think that they're probably going to surge up pretty well. I love that we don't get to see FaZe TSM until the final day, which I'm really looking forward to that. I think tomorrow's going to be a lot of fun.
I think it's going to be interesting tomorrow to see how the teams that played today and is on the top. Teams like Rumblers, Force, and Navi, how are they going to play tomorrow? Are they going to go aggressive and try to bully people? Or are they going to just keep playing their game?
You know what? That's exactly what you do. The teams that have been playing today, they have a lead. They should be being out there and making sure that the other guys don't catch up, making sure that they kind of gatekeep them a little bit. That way you make sure that you stay in the top 8 after we're done on the Sunday.
Well, you also got to remember, tomorrow is the last day for Group B. The guys who play today and will be playing tomorrow. So they have to step up big tomorrow as well.
It's a little harder because you got to make sure you leave nothing on the field, right? But it's harder when you're not sort of, you don't know what the final score is going to be. So they need to come out from game 1 with that sense of we're playing catch up and play as if they've lost, like, you know, as if they're in the bottom of the bracket, whether or not they're on top.
And that is it for today, gentlemen. Thank you very much. And a huge shout out as well to Planetronics and Zowie by BenQ here, joining us for the PGC as things stand. We will be back tomorrow, same time, same place here, as we have Groups B and C going head to head. For Group B, it truly is do or die for the points tomorrow. We'll see you then.
He's probably running for the left. Nice.
always great to see the eye tracking software giving us a bit of extra detail as to what's going on.
Nothing in my way will make me be afraid, and I can feel it in my bones. Yeah, I can feel it in my soul. Yeah, I can feel it, no letting go, and I can feel it. It's getting close. I said I can't stand by anymore. Looking in from the outside, I know I can hold the phone. They can't keep my hands tied. I need strength to carry on without me pushing through. Oh, no one can save me from myself. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the water, screaming till I lose my voice. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the water, screaming till I lose my voice. Yeah. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the water, screaming till I lose my voice. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the water, screaming till I lose my voice. I can't stand by anymore. Looking in from the outside, I know I can hold the phone. They can't keep my hands tied. I need strength to carry on without me pushing through. Oh, no one can save me from myself. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the water, screaming till I lose my voice. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the water, screaming till I lose my voice. Like a tidal wave, like a hurricane, nothing in my way will make me be afraid, and I can feel hurricane. Nothing in my way will make me be afraid. And I can feel it in my bones. Yeah, I can feel it in my soul. Yeah, I can feel it, no letting go. And I can feel it, it's getting close. I said I can't stand by anymore. Looking in from the outside, I know I can hold the phone. They can't keep my hands tied. I need strength to carry on and help me push it through. Oh, no one can save me from myself. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the water, screaming till I lose my voice. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the water, screaming till I lose my voice. Yeah. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the water, screaming till I lose my voice. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the water, screaming till I lose my voice. I can't stand by anymore. Looking in from the outside, I know I can hold the phone. They can't keep my hands tied. I need strength to carry on and help me push it through. Oh, no one can save me from myself. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the water, screaming till I lose my voice. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the water, screaming till I lose my voice. Like a tidal wave, like a hurricane. Nothing in my way will make me be